The Secrets We Hide Audiobook, The Secrets We Hide author by Karin Slaughter, audiobook by PSP. Subscribe to our channel for more amazing audiobooks and storytelling content. Headphone Sparkles. Visit at www.pspkd.blogspot.com. The Secrets We Hide, a North Falls thriller. The next North Falls thriller from Karin Slaughter, where a brutal attack shatters a small town's peace. Prologue. Allison Vickery threw clothes into the open suitcase on her bed. Underwear, bras, shirts, jeans. She didn't give herself time to think about what she was taking. She had to keep moving forward, ignore the voice in her head that said she could wait another minute, another hour, another day. They could buy whatever else they needed on the road. There were hundreds of shady motels between North Falls and Atlanta, but she had to get out of the state. Florida, maybe. Alabama or Mississippi, possibly. Skirt up to Arkansas, Oklahoma, maybe disappear into the vastness of Texas. She would keep under the radar. Pay cash. Use the fake IDs. Make sure she was constantly moving forward, never looking back. Every time they thought they'd caught up with her, she'd be on to the next place, then the next place, and then a month would have passed and she'd be home free. They would be home free. She checked her watch. No more delays. They had to leave now. She went into her bathroom. Tears filled her eyes. Her mind started to race. Not with things she needed to pack, but all that she was leaving behind. Everyone she loved. The friends she could always count on. The neighbors who'd always check to make sure she was okay. The other moms, the other cops, the countless people she cherished. Allison had given so much of herself to so many, but she'd always gotten more than she deserved in return. Was she really going to leave them all behind? She abandoned the bathroom. Walked down the hall to the guest room. Went to the window, looked out into the street that had been her home for so many years. The gorgeous fall flowers in the yards. The neatly trimmed grass. The gentle sway of the trees that had stood through ice, storms and flooding, and once, a long time ago, a tornado that had leveled several houses and a farm. Allison looked down at her own yard. Mandy had abandoned her bike on the front lawn. They would get her a new one in another town once they had settled. Once they were safe. That was the only thing that mattered right now. Keeping Mandy safe. Allison had to stop making stupid mistakes. Like leaving the damn trunk open and her other suitcase in the driveway. Anybody passing by would know they were going somewhere. She had to stop letting fear and anxiety overtake rational decisions. Was it rational? Could she really leave? She bit her lip hard enough to taste blood. She used the pain to focus her thinking. There was no more time for second guessing. She let her instinct take over. Check the perimeter. Secure the area. She studied the neighboring houses. Jonah Patel's Subaru. Lynn Emery's Honda. Darla Bell's Camry. Window shades and curtains all open to the afternoon sun. No strangers lurking on the sidewalks. Nothing looked out of place, but that was hardly a comfort. Everything Allison knew as a cop, every corner she saw around, every move she anticipated, would be mirrored on the other side. Loud music boomed out of a Hyundai as the young man from 2 streets over barreled past the house. Ginny Sadler's grown son was just as reckless as his alcoholic mother. He was going to end up killing somebody one day. Allison walked down the hallway, grabbed Mandy's textbooks off her desk. There was no reason her daughter couldn't study on the road. They would have to leave all their electronics here, phones, laptops, tablets. Mandy would be livid, but she wasn't unreasonable. She knew that these things could be tracked. She would know that their lives would be in jeopardy if they were found. Wouldn't she? Allison shook her head. No more letting herself get caught up in questions she had already answered. She would deal with Mandy's anger later. She grabbed a backpack, shoved in the textbooks and headed back into the hallway. Allison bypassed the back stairs that led to the den and took the curved grand staircase so she could make sure the deadbolt on. The front door was locked. Her foot was coming off the last tread when she saw the gun. Her gun. Glock 19 with a 15-round magazine and one in the chamber. Allison had carried the backup weapon since before Mandy was born. She kept it tucked inside a Crown Royal bag in her purse, but the purple velvet bag was on the floor and the gun was aimed at her chest. There was no time to talk, to plead, to reason, to de-escalate. She saw the tip of the muzzle flash. Heard the crack of the bullet splitting the air. Felt the shock of what was happening. A decade on patrol pulling over speeders with expired license plates. Another decade of clearing warehouses full of drug dealers. Searching stash houses. Raiding. Shooting galleries. Every single time she'd entered the unknown, she had expected to catch a bullet. But not now. Not in her own home. Not from someone she loved. 46 minutes before the shooting. Chapter 1. Emmy Clifton watched in silence as her mother's casket was lowered into the ground. Her vision turned shaky. There was a sudden tightness in her chest. She couldn't take a full, deep breath. The electronic motor ticked like the second hand on a stopwatch counting down the passage of time. She struggled against the feeling of wrongness in her body. A current of low-level anxiety. A niggling fear that she had missed something important, said something wrong, done something stupid, and it was too late to fix any of it. She tried to take another breath, but grief snatched the air from her lungs. Her mother was finally gone. Myrna Joy Clifton had outlived her husband by exactly 6 weeks. Theirs had not been a great love story, but they had respected each other, supported each other, brought 4 children into the world, buried one of them before he reached the age of 18, denied the existence of another one for over 40 years, and helped raise a beautiful grandson into an impressive young man. Now their entire lives, with all their contradictions and complications, had been reduced to 2 caskets laid side by side in 2 separate holes, carved into the side of a hill. Gerald's headstone had only been placed 4 days ago. Husband. Father. Friend. Emmy looked down at the memorial pamphlet that had been passed out at the church. Her hands were so sweaty that the ink had gone fuzzy, which was the type of metaphor her mother would have appreciated. Father. Nate Trask had known Myrna for over half a century, but he had eulogized her in a way that Myrna herself would have called excessive and untruthful. She had not been a warm woman. She had not loved many people. She had been a steady presence. An unbending ally. The calm in a storm. A wife, mother, grandmother, teacher, intractable, irritating. Funny, kind, surprisingly tolerant, often sympathetic, and never, ever without an opinion. What Emmy wouldn't do now to hear her mother declare that it was silly for hundreds of people to watch a dead body sink into the ground on an unseasonably scorching Saturday afternoon. Myrna had hated idleness almost as much as she'd hated public displays of affection. Even in the last moments of her life, she had been eager to get things over with. The way she'd gasped for breath hadn't sounded strained so much as exasperated, as if to ask, why on earth am I still here? Not that she'd understood where here was. The death of Emmy's father had been a sharp, sudden cleaving, but the passing of her mother had been one of slow deprivations. For 7 excruciating years, Alzheimer's had stolen the essence of Myrna Clifton like a sadistic thief. First snatching the location of petty trinkets, car keys, reading glasses, half-finished books, then grabbing larger, more precious items such as her sharp wit, her keen observations, her love of literature, her disgust with politics, and her phosphorescent rage over the decline of English grammar. Emmy heard the sickening thud of the casket reaching its resting place. Father Nate asked them to bow their heads. Emmy stared out at the tall oaks clustered in the corner of the North Falls Cemetery, which was packed with almost as many Cliftons above ground as below. She was surrounded by cousins, aunts, great-aunts, and distant relatives she knew by sight if not by name. Then there were the Coleman cousins from up north with their spoon faces and heavy clothes because the temperature was in the 50s when they'd flown out of Maryland last night and it was brushing up against 70 when they'd walked out of the North Falls Church of the Redeemer just before noon. Emmy's son shifted beside her. Cole's head was down, his jaw clenched. He was 23 years old, but he had cried more in the last few weeks than he ever had as a child. She watched Jude lean her shoulder against his, shoring him up. Emmy felt a flash of irritation with a quick chaser of gratitude, which neatly summed up her feelings about her newly returned older sister. Tommy seemed less conflicted, but it was hard to say with her brother. He was standing on the other side of the grave with the miserable look of a man who was being held at gunpoint. More than any of them, he shared Myrna's discomfort with open expressions of grief. His wife Celia was by his side, gray roots shining through the part in her hair. She winked when Emmy caught her eye. They both knew that Myrna had never approved of her daughter-in-law, which would have been a problem if Celia had actually cared about Myrna's approval. Tommy? Father Nate gestured for Tommy to speak. Tommy wasn't going to speak. He slowly bent down to scoop up a handful of dirt. Instead of dropping it onto the casket, he held his fist to his chest and bowed his head. Emmy couldn't remember the last time she'd seen her brother without a hat. What was left of his graying hair ringed the bald top of his head like the tonsure on a Franciscan monk. She was shocked to see the crepe of skin sag against the cuff of his button-up shirt, the deep wrinkles and discolorations that reminded her of their father's worn hands. The proof of her brother's aging made her heart tremble in her chest. Jude had been long gone and Tommy was already in his 2nd year of college when Emmy was born. She had been what her family called a surprise baby, as if no one could quite figure out how it had happened. And now, Tommy had retired from teaching a few weeks ago. He still hadn't figured out what to do with his days. A bike accident had banged up his knee. A wrong move on the pickleball court had resulted in a sprained ankle. He was going to be in a boot for the next 2 months. Emmy could tell it was wearing on him. Obviously, she had always known her brother was much older, but this was the first time in her life she'd ever thought of him as old. All right. Tommy nodded his head once, then turned, then started limping toward the woods with the dirt still clutched to his chest. Celia didn't follow. She had spent the entirety of her marriage giving various Cliftons their space. Father Nate pivoted quickly. Emmy? The request lodged a shard of glass in her throat. delivering her father's eulogy had nearly cut Emmy in two. Her mind raced for something to say about her mother, something positive and deep and meaningful, but then Jude stepped forward and let loose. In all my days are trances, and all my nightly dreams are where thy dark eye glances, and there thy footstep gleams, in what ethereal dances, by what eternal streams. There were murmurs of confusion, but a faint smile played across Cole's lips. He'd grown up hearing his grandmother quote Edgar Allan Poe. Jude had chosen the perfect lines for Myrna's send-off. She gave Emmy a bittersweet smile. Y struggled to return it. Irritation. Gratitude. Father Nate offered a mumbled amen as he closed his Bible, and that was the end of it. The crowd started to mingle, most of them sticking to the shade of a maple tree's blazing red canopy that would be gone in a few weeks. Emmy saw friends from school and around town, but she lacked the ability to engage. Her cousin Tabby anxiously gripped together her hands, silently conveying her panicked thoughts. People needed to get moving. There was a spread waiting back at her farm, pies cooling on racks, meat in the smokers, cornbread to be eaten, potato salad to be judged. Emmy turned to console her son, but Jude had already taken him aside. Her hand was resting on his arm. Cole was nodding. They practically had their own language now. Help me up. Aunt Millie's gnarled old fingers clutched at Emmy's leg. At 94, Millie was the oldest living Clifton, an honor which seemed more dubious by the day. Her skin felt like a sock sliding over bones as Emmy lifted her from the folding chair. The Colemans are all here, but only the Verona branch came from the Wilders, and I suppose the Gilchrists were too high and mighty to attend. Good riddance. Emmy looked around as Millie pointed out the rest, but only to appease her aunt. Spotting representatives from the leading families of North Falls at her mother's graveside was among the things she cared about the least. There were mostly Cliftons here, though some were related by blood and some were not, which was how Tabby had ended up hyphenating her married name to Clifton. There were poor Cliftons and rich Cliftons. City Cliftons and farming Cliftons. Cliftons were on the school board and at the prosecutor's office or, as with Emmy and Cole, at the Clifton County Sheriff's Department. She was acting sheriff now, at least until the election either made it official or gave it to Brett Temple, a man who was Emmy's subordinate in every way. Her father had served as sheriff for 63 years. As deputy chief, Emmy had basically been running the squad before he'd died, but she hadn't realized until Gerald was gone that there were other parts of the job that he'd never told her about. The glad handing around. Election time. The horse trading. The way you had to look the other way on one thing so that people would look the other way on another. She wasn't sure she had the stomach for it. Is that Ace? Aunt Millie's voice raked up in horror. He has some nerve showing up here. The relief of Millie stomping away was cancelled out by Uncle Penley approaching. As with most of the men on his side of the family, he was pinhead and bottom heavy, his body genetically engineered to withstand a drunken golf cart accident. Sad day. Penley fished a worn leather-clad flask out of his jacket pocket. She caught the familiar whiff of Old Rip before he took a long pull. She loved you. Emmy nodded, because she had never doubted it. We're a little over a month away from the election. Penley gave her a meaningful look. You're gonna have to bring some energy during the debate with Brett next week. Folks gotta feel like you're not just coasting on your last name. We both know it's what your daddy wanted. Emmy let her silence linger until Penley gave up and walked away. The more people reminded her that Gerald had wanted her to take his job as sheriff, the less she wanted to do it. The only reason she was running at all was so that Brett wouldn't win. She'd be damned if she would answer to that jackass. And she'd be doubly damned if Cole had to. Her son had only been with the sheriff's department for 5 years. If anyone was going to teach him how to be a deputy, it was Emmy. "How you holdin' up, lady?" Tabby looped her arm through Emmy's, then patted her hand 3 times in quick succession. "Poor Caitlin's. Sorry she can't make it, but she's about to pop. I told her the baby's gonna have to call me Tay-Tay 'cause I'm too young to be a granny." Emmy had somehow forgotten that Tabby's daughter was a week from her due date. Myrna had loved babies. "I'll tell you what," Tabby said, "losing my mama and daddy when I was young didn't make my life any easier, but I was lucky to have Myrna in my corner. Did you see Cousin Ace showed up? I hope he's not here to make a fuss." The barrage of information was too much to process. Emmy looked for Cole again. He was talking to Celia. Jude was being dragged away by Aunt Millie. She watched the old woman motion for Jude to lean down to share a confidence. Emmy found it strange that Millie turned tight-lipped when anyone asked her about Jude. There was clearly a history between them that neither was inclined to share. Cliftons loved gossip so long as it wasn't about them. Good Lord God, this heat is something else. Tabby fanned her hand in front of her face. Her eyes darted around, desperate for someone who could hold a conversation. "Doesn't feel a bit like fall." Emmy forced a noise from her throat that sounded like agreement. Tabby had never been good with silences. She smoothed back her blonde hair, which hadn't moved since she'd rushed Alpha Delta Pi at the University of Georgia 30 years ago. She looked so well put together that Emmy shuddered to think of the contrast. Tabby gave Emmy's arm another 3 pats. "We should get this thing moving back to the farm. Why don't I start shooing people down the hill?" Yep. Emmy figured she could lead by example and started toward the zigzagging sidewalk to the parking lot. She had no memory of making this same trek on the day they'd buried her father. Law enforcement officers from the tri-state area had covered the cemetery in a sea of uniforms. The governor had attended. A sitting United States senator. Local politicians. News reporters. Emmy had felt like an imposter, wearing her father's sheriff's star. Her dress uniform had been so starched she might as well have worn a cardboard box. Now, she felt wobble. Why in the high heels she'd borrowed from a cousin? The label on the dress she'd bought at the outlet store yesterday morning specified hand wash only, but she'd tossed it into the machine last night and hoped for the best. The best had not happened. Her hip bones felt chafed from the scratchy polyester blend. Every time her arms moved, the zipper bit into the back of her neck like a stinging wasp. Her ex-husband was wearing a navy suit with a stained blue tie and black cowboy boots, the same outfit he'd worn to her father's funeral, and the same suit that had been hanging in the closet when she'd left him 12 years ago. Jonah Lang's smile had the slippery ease of a man who was stoned out of his mind. Emmy looked for his truck in the parking lot. "Did you drive here?" "I showed up for our son like I always do." He left out the fact that he was 3 hours late. "I don't know why, but Cole loved the old bitch." Emmy bit her tongue. "You cleaned up nice." Jonah took her in, head to toe. "Good to see you dressing like a woman for a change." Emmy tasted blood on her tongue. The horrible part was that she knew. He meant it as a compliment. Even worse, for almost the entirety of their marriage, she would have seen it that way, too. Coles back up the hill. She continued the trudge toward the parking lot. The feeling of wrongness flowed back into her body. She was missing something. Doing something wrong. Forgetting something important. Jonah wasn't the reason, but he certainly hadn't helped. Emmy had just buried her mother. Her father was dead. Her prodigal sister had wooed away her son. Her brother had ghosted his own mother's funeral. Her sister-in-law looked ready to pop some champagne. Her ex couldn't go 5 minutes without getting high. She was 42 years old, and she was sleeping in her childhood bedroom. With her son down the hall and her sister on the couch, and she was worried about losing her job to a man who thought his Y chromosome made him more qualified than the woman who was already doing the work. She took a detour from the parking lot and walked toward the stand of oaks in the corner of the cemetery. Emmy had caught a flash of strawberry blonde hair during the service, but she wasn't sure until she rounded the bend that the sun hadn't been playing tricks. Hannah Collier was sitting on the ground with her back against a tree. She was dressed in black but had wisely chosen Nikes instead of heels. A wadded-up tissue was in her hand. Her eyes were bloodshot from crying. She saw Emmy and laughed. Fucking Myrna. She finally found a way to make you wear a dress. Emmy laughed, too. Then she sat on the ground across from Hannah. She let out a long, slow breath. Her shoulders relaxed. Her heart stopped shaking. Some of the wrongness began to seep from her body. She had met Hannah the first day of kindergarten. They had become instant best friends, grown up together, practically lived at each other's houses. Hannah had been the first person to hold Cole. Emmy had been the first to hold Davy, Hannah's son. Then Emmy had made a huge mistake, and years later Hannah had made a huge mistake of her own, and now they were both sitting on either side of a rift that neither of them knew how to heal. Hannah asked, "I wonder who Father Nate was talking about." She sounded like such a gentle creature. Emmy laughed again. "I was trying to remember which book you accidentally dropped in the bathtub that time. The Great Gatsby. Myrna threw her sandal at my head when she found out." Hannah touched her fingers to her scalp, though Myrna's aim had been off. "Remember when you scratched her car with your bike?" "I remember when you scratched her car and told her I did it." Hannah shrugged. "Water under the bridge. Where's Big Dill?" Emmy was about to say it was complicated, but the explanation for why her 8-year relationship with Dylan Alvarez had fizzled was actually very simple. "I pushed him away when Myrna started to spiral. I tried to go back, but he couldn't trust me to stay. So that's the end of it." Hannah looked surprised, not by the reason, but by the candor. "I hooked up with a guy I met in the self-help section at the bookstore." Emmy grinned, because that was the most Hannah of Hannah stories. "I dunno, Em. I was lying in bed after, and all I could think about was how much nicer it would have been if I didn't have to listen to him breathe. Men do like to breathe." His skin radiated heat. It was like sleeping next to a space heater. Emmy raised an eyebrow. "You sure that was him? Don't talk to me about perimenopause." Hannah fanned her face like the mere mention had brought on a hot flash. "I thought you had to wait until you were 50, but Aunt Barb told me Mama was 2 years younger than me when it hit her." "How old was Myrna when it started?" Emmy shrugged, because by the time she'd thought to ask Myrna Couldn't remember. Jude's at least 60. She's gotta be on the other side of it. You should talk to her. Emmy shook her head. She has a tone. My next-door neighbor had a tone. Gave her chlamydia. I think that was your neighbor's piano teacher. Oh, Hannah said. That makes more sense. Emmy smiled when Hannah smiled. She let herself enjoy the ease between them before the awkwardness started to tear at the edges. There was a reason Hannah hadn't been at Myrna's graveside. She hadn't just made a mistake. Her husband was about to be sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Gerald Clifton. Okay, Emmy said. She stood up, brushed the dirt off the back of her dress, touched Hannah's shoulder as she walked toward the parking lot. Clifton's had bottlenecked the exit, which is what happened when a bunch of entitled morons were used to getting all their parking tickets fixed. If Brett had a lick of sense, he'd bring that up at the debate. Cole had Aunt Millie on his arm as he slowly walked her toward her ancient baby blue Cadillac. Emmy let herself enjoy the HT of her son, wearing a crisp suit and tie. His wardrobe usually had two variations, his sheriff's deputy uniform or baggy basketball shorts with t-shirts that had messages she'd aged out of understanding. He looks nice, right? Jude was leaning against Emmy's sheriff's cruiser, which Emmy supposed was her way of asking for a ride. Emmy opened her purse, fished out her keys. Jude said, I heard the school board scheduled Hannah's hearing for the end of next month. Do you think they'll let her teach again? Emmy opened the door. Jude said, one could argue that she's the reason Gerald was killed. One could argue she did you a favor, then. Emmy stared at Jude over the roof of the car. Didn't you vow that you wouldn't step foot back in this town until Dad was dead? I did. Silence ensued, which had its own way of speaking. Jude was a retired FBI agent with a PhD in criminal psychology from Stanford University. Trying to start an argument with her was like sneezing into a windstorm. Cole, Emmy called to her son. Let's go. She slammed the door, kicked off her cousin's ridiculous high heels so her foot could make contact with the pedals. The key slipped out of Emmy's hand when she tried to jam it into the ignition. She quickly snatched it back up. Her hands weren't just sweaty. They were shaking. Her heart was trembling in her chest again. She felt seized by anger. Jude said, I used to have debilitating panic attacks. Emmy was not having a panic attack. Was this before or after you were an alcoholic? Once you're an alcoholic, you're always an alcoholic. Like being in a street gang. Emmy Lou. Without warning, tears sprang into Emmy's eyes. Jude's soft tone of voice, the cadence, sounded so much like Myrna that Emmy turned her head to see if her mother was sitting beside her. Sweetheart, Jude whispered. You can fight the world, but the world is always going to win. Emmy took a stuttered breath. Holy shit, Mom. Cole clambered into the back seat. Whoever that Cousin Ace is, everybody sure hates him. She adjusted the rearview mirror. Straighten your tie. Emmy put the engine in gear. She nosed ahead of Uncle Penley's Jaguar and nearly clipped Taby's Mercedes as she cut the line to leave for the reception at the farm. A few horns were honked, but Emmy ignored them. Her fingers didn't loosen on the wheel until they had reached the interstate. The thrum of tires on asphalt reverberated inside the car. The silence felt companionable until they passed the newly erected sign where I-16 met. 475. Gerald Clifton Memorial Interchange. Jude flipped down the visor so she could see Cole in the mirror. How? Is Cousin Ace related? Millie said he's not something. Consanguineous. Sharing the same ancestors. Okay, that makes sense because he was engaged to Cousin Shannon. Then he cheated on her and called off the wedding, but he wouldn't tell her who he cheated with. Handsome and discreet. Great combination. Emmy tuned out. The after-show commentary. She focused on the road. Her cop's radar silently scanning the surrounding vehicles for expired tags and improper lane changes. Brake lights glowed. Drivers needled down to the speed limit. She took the exit toward Taby's farm. Past the gas stations and fast food restaurants. Darted around a tractor hauling hay. Her hands relaxed on the steering wheel. The feeling of wrongness had finally dissipated. Things would have been so much easier if she could just work all the time. Emmy usually spent her Saturdays catching up on paperwork at the sheriff's station. She should be there right now. There was still a hell of a lot she had to do. Clifton County had a population of roughly 20,000 and was comprised of 4 cities. Fewer than 1,000 people lived in the county seat of North Falls, which was bordered by the Flint River. The actual falls were in Verona, home to a sprawling auto parts factory. Okmulgee had the outlet stores along US 19 that brought in tourists and bargain hunters. The vocational school was in Clayville. The 3 larger cities had their own police departments, but North Falls was under the purview of the sheriff's department and its 16 deputies, all of which fell on Emmy to manage. A burst of laughter pulled her back into the car. Cole asked, "What did she do?" Jude said, "Showed up at the river basin in her house dress and pin curls. Told me to get in the car before I got a spanking." Emmy blinked, and for just a moment, she could see Myrna standing in her faded old house dress with her hands jammed into her hips. Cole said, "One time, she came into my first period math class and dropped my sheets on the floor 'cause I kept forgetting to make my bed." Jude gave a sharp laugh, then tried to pull Emmy into the reminiscing. "What about you?" Emmy had plenty of stories about Myrna's parenting style, not all of them humiliating. Her mother had learned how to play Coldplay's clocks on the old upright in the living room for Emmy's birthday one year. She had walked the floors with Emmy when she was pregnant with Cole. She had loved devising word puzzles, drawing maps for treasure hunts, hiding clues in sock drawers and lunchboxes. Unfortunately, Emmy couldn't share any of these stories because the shard of glass had returned to her throat. She tried to clear it, but that only made the cut deeper. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Jude reaching to offer comfort. Emmy put both hands on the steering wheel and made a quick left turn. Cole shifted in the back seat. Emmy could feel Jude's curious gaze. Emmy had accidentally turned too soon. She should have taken the next left toward the back roads to Taby's farm. There was nothing to do now but go the long way, which was no hardship considering the hundreds of Cliftons who would soon be slurping deviled eggs and whispering too loudly about Cousin Ace having the gall to show up at Myrna's funeral. She dropped the speedometer to 20. They were on Sunf Lower Trail in a residential area of North Falls called Clifton Gardens. All the streets were named after flowers and lined with 4-bedroom colonial revival homes that had been designed and built by a trio of Clifton brothers after the First World War. The real estate market within the city limits was as restrictive as it was incestuous. Homes tended to pass down through generations. Emmy had spent her childhood visiting friends and relatives who lived in the neighborhood. She was as familiar with the layouts as she was with her own home. Jude said, "This used to be where the machinists from the factory lived. Back then, you could make enough money to buy a house and send your kids to college." Cole took the bait. "Wow, tell me more about how great things were in the last century." Emmy rolled down the window, let the warm air tighten the skin on her face and sting her eyes. She glanced into the rearview mirror again. Cole was animated, telling a story about a friend who'd tried to raise alpacas to help pay off his student loans. Jude started laughing. Emmy took a shallow breath. She wouldn't make it through the rest of the day if she stayed in her head like this. She was trying to think of something to say when a sharp, sudden pop cracked open the air. Emmy tensed. Her brain held on to the lingering echo. Not a car backfiring or illegal fireworks. No hunters would be near a residential area, and they would be using rifles. Emmy had been around firearms all of her life. She knew the sound of a small-caliber handgun. So did Jude. She rolled down her window. Emmy tapped the brake. The cruiser slowed to a crawl. She heard it again, too, this time, louder, more distinctive, and very close. Pop pop. They all ducked below the glass line. Emmy felt her heart slam into her spine. Adrenaline flooded her senses, sharpening her vision, electrifying her skin. On the right. Jude pointed up the road, her arm tensed like an arrow notched into a bow. Emmy punched the gas. The cruiser lurched toward the rise. She grabbed the mic off the dash, but Cole was already calling it in on his phone. Active shooter near the 1600 block of Clifton Gardens. Requesting immediate backup and medical. There. Jude was pointing again. One house down on the right. Corner lot. 2-story brick with white trim. Both garage doors up. Blue Toyota RAV4 parked nose out in the driveway. Trunk gaping open. Suitcase on the ground. Front door closed. Side window broken. A girl's bicycle was lying on its side on the front lawn. Pink frame. White seat. Long sparklers draping down from the handlebar grips. Emmy swerved against the driveway, angling the cruiser to block the intersection. She released the latch on the trunk before she got out. Her mind rolled through the possibilities as she rushed to the back of the cruiser and grabbed her 12-gauge shotgun. Home invasion, sexual assault, domestic violence, kidnapping, abduction, burglary gone wrong. Pop. Emmy flinched. The gunshot felt like it was inside her head. She told Jude, "Backup will take at least 10 minutes. I'll cover the rear exits." Jude didn't wait for permission. She lifted Emmy's Glock from the case and jogged toward the house. She had taken off her high heels, too. Her bare feet left impressions in the grass. When she disappeared around the side. "Mom." Cole rapped his knuckles on the back window. He couldn't open the door from inside. She let him out, ordering, "Tell dispatch to send every deputy we've got. Check on the neighbors. Make sure they lock all their windows and doors. Go." "Yes, Chief." Emmy pumped the shotgun. She jammed the butt of the stock into the soft part of her shoulder. Headed toward the front porch. All of her senses were on alert. Her eyes scanned the windows as she climbed the wooden stairs. Her ears strained for sounds. Nostrils flared at the acrid, sulfurous stench of recent gunfire. Finger tensed along the cold metal of The trigger guard in case she had to react. Broken glass littered the porch. Emmy stepped around the pieces. Narrowed herself against the doorframe in case someone was waiting on the other side with a weapon of their own. The bones inside of her fingers felt like they were vibrating as she tried the latch. Locked. 4 gunshots. 4 squeezes on the trigger. Her brain zeroed in on a likely scenario. Wife trying to leave her husband. Suitcase packed. He comes home early. A nasty fight ensues. A gun is nearby because guns were always too close at hand. Pop. Their child dumps her bike on the lawn and runs inside. Pop pop. Double tap, but the kid could still be alive. Pop. Gun to his head? To finish off a victim? A parting shot? There was no way to access the lock on the door through the broken window. Emmy made herself breathe. Tried to calm her racing heartbeat. She'd given Jude enough time to secure the back exits in case the shooter tried to run. It was time to breach. Police. Emmy banged her fist on the door. Open up. She waited, counting off the slowest 5 seconds of her life. Her brain carouseled through what could be waiting for her inside: a bullet, a blast of buckshot, a hammer, a knife, a baseball bat. Police. She took a deep breath, steeled herself. I'm coming in. Emmy's dress was too tight to lift her leg and kick open the door, but she took a running start and threw her body against the solid wood. The deadbolt splintered apart the doorjamb. She stumbled into the foyer, braced the shotgun against her shoulder and turreted around. Dining room on the left. Formal living room on the right. Curved stairs up to the second level. Skinny hallway leading to the back where she would find the kitchen and a small den with a rear staircase, because the bones too. These old houses never changed. Emmy carefully stepped into the dining room. The swinging door to the kitchen was closed. Someone had used the table for work. Papers were scattered everywhere. A broken laptop was on the floor. A chai jar was overturned. A girl's backpack had been dumped out. Math textbook. History, English. Emmy moved quickly, keeping her head on swivel, the shotgun out in front of her. She reached for the swinging door. A bloody handprint stopped her. Just below where Emmy would have placed her own hand. Small, the size of a teenager's. Emmy held her breath, listened for sounds. The child. The victim. The shooter. Nothing. She felt resistance when she tested the door. She picked at the edge. Pried it back a sliver. Saw a woman's unmoving hand resting on the tiled kitchen floor. The diamond in her wedding ring was streaked crimson. A gold watch band was hanging from her broken wrist. Index finger and thumb blown off. Steak knife lying in a pool of blood on the floor. Emmy pulled back the door another few inches. No one else in the kitchen. No one in the den. She looked down. The victim's gray blonde hair went past her shoulders. Her face was slashed with blood, lips a deathly shade of blue. Still, Emmy pressed her fingers to the woman's carotid. Skin still warm. No pulse. Emmy was about to continue her sweep of the house when she noticed the watch. The face showed a gold detective's shield overlaid with 3 words: courage, integrity, trust. The layout of the colonial revival wasn't familiar because they were all familiar. Emmy had been inside this house before. She knew the victim. Detective Allison Vickery was a 20-year veteran of the Clayville police force. She had a 16-year-old daughter and a husband who sold high-end appliances at his family store. Emmy kept to a low crouch as she entered the kitchen. The side door to the garage was closed. The door that led to the backyard gaped open. Bloody bare footprints tracked from the kitchen into the den and disappeared up the back staircase. Emmy suppressed a curse as she scanned the empty backyard. Jude had already checked on the victim. She wasn't securing the rear exits. She was clearing the upstairs rooms. Pop. The sound of gunfire shook the air. Emmy ducked behind the kitchen island. Her vision stuttered. Sounds overlapped from upstairs. Footsteps. Glass breaking. A guttural moan. Then there was a thud that gave her the same sickening feeling as when her mother's coffin had hit the ground. Jude. Emmy was already running up the back stairs before her brain told her body to move. The treads were worn and narrow. The walls closed in on either side. She threw herself around the landing. The door at the top was ajar. Emmy launched herself through the opening with the shotgun out in front of her. She slid on her side, furiously searching for a gun pointing in her direction. The hallway was empty. She scrambled to stand, kept to a low crouch as she walked to the front of the house and glanced down the large, curving front stairs to make sure the shooter wasn't on his way out the door. She swung back around. The long, wide hallway traversed the length of the house. 4 bedrooms spoked off the sides. 2 on the left. 2 on the right. 1 hall bath. 1 laundry room. 1 linen closet. Emmy methodically checked the 2 front bedrooms, cleared the closets, then the hall bath. The back left bedroom had to belong to Allison's daughter. K-pop posters. Laptop on a white IKEA desk. Pillows. And stuffed animals overflowing the bed. Clothes everywhere. She was about to check the closet when a floorboard creaked behind her. Emmy didn't have time to swing around. A hand clamped over her mouth. Her heart filled with needles, then her eyes found the mirror over the desk. The hand belonged to Jude. Blood streamed down the side of her sister's face. She'd been shot. The bullet had grazed her temple. The difference of a few millimeters was the only reason she was still standing. Jude locked eyes with Emmy's reflection in the mirror, shored her up. The same way she had done with Cole at the funeral. She slowly removed her hand. Nodded at the open doorway across the hall. The shooter was in the last bedroom on the right. Larger than the others. Ensuite bathroom. Walk-in closet. Before Emmy could react, Jude took point. She two-handed the Glock. Kept herself low as she crossed the hallway. Emmy took a deep breath. Then trailed after with the shotgun. The lights were off. The afternoon sun sent shadows dancing across the tan walls and brown carpet. Clothes had been tossed into an open suitcase on the bed. 2 sets of windows. 1 closed. The other broken. Curtains rippled from the breeze. Bloody handprints pushed up against the bottom of the sash. Emmy felt a wet sucking around the sole of her bare foot. A warm, red liquid squirted between her toes. The carpet was soaked through. She was standing in a pool of blood. Jude came out of the bathroom, then pivoted into the walk-in closet. Seconds later, she said, "Clear." Emmy let herself breathe. She rested the barrel of the shotgun against her shoulder. She looked out the windows. A covered porch was directly below. A single, black nitrile glove had been dropped on the flat roof. The neatly mowed backyard was bordered by a dense forest. It would have been easy to climb out the window, jump onto the roof, drop down to the deck, run down the 3 steps, and disappear into the trees. Especially since the person who'd said she would cover the back exits had not stayed outside to cover the back exits. Emmy turned to Jude. Did the FBI forget to teach you how to secure a perimeter? I know Dad taught you to never go in without backup. Jude paused to let the words land. Where's Cole? Cole was safe outside knocking on neighboring doors. Priority Number 1 is locating the victim's teenage daughter. Allison Vickery is. Tick. Emmy looked at Jude. She'd heard it, too, like the second hand on a stopwatch resetting to 0. Tick. The sound had come from the patch of soaked carpet under the window. They both looked up. Both took a step back, weapons raised. The ceiling was bulging in the middle, saturated with blood. There were holes where the sheetrock had pulled away from the screws. Cracks ran along the seams. Particles of insulation floated through the air. Tick. Another drop hit the wet carpet. Then the ceiling split open, and a body collapsed onto the floor. Chapter 2. Emmy's brain glitched in a way that made her incapable of comprehending what her eyes were seeing. The revelation came in short, sharp flashes, a white sock on a slender foot, a purple Nike on the other. Blue running shorts, matching top with white piping, streaks of pale flesh. Curtained by blood. Allison Vickery's 16-year-old daughter. She'd been shot in the head. The bullet had opened up a furrow on the left side of her skull. White bone flashed between sinew. Blood pulsed from the entry wound. With every heartbeat. Slow, erratic, a faint signifier of life. Jude moved first, dropping to her knees, rolling the girl onto her back. She grabbed a shirt from the bed and used it to staunch the wound. Mandy. The name of Allison's only child rushed out of Emmy's mouth. The girl had been a tween the last time Emmy had seen her, gangly and awkward and trying too hard to grow up. Mandy. Emmy dropped the shotgun. She knelt down, gripped the girl's hand. It's Emmy Clifton. I'm here with my sister. We're gonna take care of you, baby. You need to hold on. She heard a noise behind her. Cole stood breathless at the doorway. He must have come running when he'd heard the last gunshot. His mouth hung open at the spectacle in the room. Go outside, she ordered. Flag down the ambulance. Seal off the crime scene. We need teams searching the woods. The shooter is armed. And dangerous. Cole disappeared into the hall. Mandy? Jude's hands were on the girl's face. Mandy? Emmy caught a flash of white beneath flickering eyelids before they closed. Jude pressed her ear to the girl's chest. She stopped breathing. They both moved in tandem. Jude tilted back the head, pinched the nose closed, sealed her mouth over Mandy's. Emmy laced together her fingers, rested her palms on the chest, lined up her shoulders over her hands, locked her elbows. She felt Mandy's chest rise as Jude gave her the first breath, then lower as the lungs emptied, then rise again on Jude's second breath. They both waited on the exhale to see if Mandy breathed on her own. She did not. Emmy started compressions. The girl's ribs flexed under the weight of Emmy's body. Breath huffed out of her mouth. CPR was an act of brutality, a desperate measure to force the heart to circulate blood, to keep the organs functioning, to Prevent the brain from dying. Emmy felt one of Mandy's ribs dislocate. On the next compression, but she kept pushing to a 2-inch depth. Releasing, then pushing again, rhythmically counting off each reset until she reached 30. Jude leaned down and forced 2 more deep breaths into the girl's lungs. Mandy's chest rose and fell each time, but she didn't take her own breath. Emmy started pushing again. She felt the sharp snap of a rib fracturing, the breaking sensation reverberating into the bones of her hands. She pushed again. Then again. 30 times. Then Jude took over. And the process repeated. They were on the 19th round of CPR when Emmy finally heard the blessed howl of overlapping sirens in the street. Sweat was pouring off her body. Her shoulders were aching. The tendons in her wrists felt ready to snap. Her heart had turned into a hummingbird trapped inside her chest. Footsteps pounded up the front stairs. 2 paramedics rushed in with a backboard and medic kits. They quickly took over. Equipment came out, syringes and shears and a breathing tube and packets of gauze and gloves and a portable defibrillator. Emmy's hearing felt muffled as Jude told them what had happened, what they had done, what wasn't working. Emmy wiped grit from her face. She was covered in white dust from the sheetrock. Her black dress showed dark spots where she'd knelt in blood. She reached for the closest thing to help her stand, but Jude grabbed her wrist. No. She'd been reaching for the windowsill, about to contaminate the crime scene with her own blood-stained fingerprints. Jude pulled her up to standing. Dragged her into the hallway. Leaned her back against the wall. She braced her hands on Emmy's arms. Looked her in the eye. Stroked back a strand of her hair. Cupped her hand to Emmy's face. It was the most intimate thing that had ever happened between them and, despite the young girl bleeding out 5 feet from where they stood, the paramedics shouting, and Cole running back up the stairs, Emmy wanted nothing more than to put her head on Jude's shoulder and cry. Instead, she walked toward the curving staircase. Cole shot her a questioning look. Emmy turned away from him, going into the front bedroom on her left. She couldn't leave Allison's child alone in the house to die with strangers. She looked out the window into the front yard. Her vision was doing that shaky thing again, hands still vibrating with the sensation of breaking bone. From the back bedroom, the sound of the portable defibrillator charging up reminded Emmy of an emergency flare whistling into the air. The paramedics' voices took on an urgent treble under the staccato of Emmy's heartbeat. She silently swore at herself, tried to snap out of it. This was an active crime scene. A killer was on the loose. A cop was dead. A young girl was just as good as. Emmy pulled her fingers into fists, blinked her eyes to clear them. Looked out into the street again. Police vehicles were angled like pickup sticks. An ambulance was parked in the driveway. Uniformed men were rushing around. Brett Temple was leaning against his cruiser, phone to his ear like he was ordering pizza for the tailgate party. She heard the hard punch of the defibrillator delivering a charge. Emmy let her eyes close, conjured the image of Mandy's body arcing into the air, the electric shock miraculously pulling her back into the living. The Ood wail of the flatline snatched away the fantasy. She went back into the hallway. Cole's eyes carefully tracked her approach. Dried blood-lined Jude's face where the bullet had nearly killed her. Okay. Emmy couldn't speak more than one word at a time. She told Cole, report. The defibrillator sent up another flare. Seconds passed. The charge hit. Flatline. Cole's eyes shifted to Jude, then Emmy, then back again. Deputy. Emmy forced strength into her voice. Report. Cole reluctantly obeyed. Crime scenes taped off. Neighborhoods being locked down. We've got cruisers at all entrances and exits. Brett's coordinating the house-to-house and the search of the woods. I requested a forensics team from the GBI. I called the other cities for support. Highway patrol's been alerted, too. Jude said, well done. Emmy cleared her throat. Looked down at the floor. Her bare feet were stained red. She'd left bloody footprints across the wide plank. Floorboards in the hallway. The victim downstairs is Allison Vickery. She was a detective with the Clayville Police Department until last year. Took her full retirement. Was doing PI work. Clear, one of the paramedics called. There was another hard punch to Mandy's chest. Then the flatline screaming out their failure. Jude shushed out a slow breath. What about Mandy's father? Never been in the picture. Allison married a man named Bill Garrison. 6 years ago. Dated him for 4 years before that. Do you know if she was cheating on him? Emmy turned to Cole. Tell Brett to peel away 2 deputies to locate Bill. Keep it off the radio. We don't want some jackass from Clayville going in hot. Jude said, you need to go in hot. The husband is your top suspect. He could be destroying evidence or covering his tracks. Emmy hadn't asked for her opinion. Jude wasn't her boss, and this wasn't her case. You want me to perp walk him in front of the entire town? We're not in San Francisco, Dr. Archer. I'm not gonna ruin a man's reputation because I've seen too many datelines. What aren't you telling me? Their eyes met. Another flare went up, a long, deafening whistle of the machine recharging for another attempt. Jude recalibrated. This is an expensive neighborhood on a detective's salary. Bill is North Falls people. Garrison Supply. Jude nodded. The family name went back to her time, but the phrase North Falls people had its own connotations, wealthy, connected, and mostly untouchable. Clear. Another hard punch. Emmy held her breath. Hoped. Even prayed. And then a short, sharp beep came from the machine. Then another. Then another. We've got her back. Emmy was finally able to pull enough air into her lungs to fill them. Jude bent at the waist, rested her hands on her knees, took a deep breath of her own. The paramedics rushed past with Mandy lifted on a backboard. Her shirt had been cut open. Her arms and legs were strapped down. The girl was intubated. Blood was already staining the bandage wrapped around her head. The ambu bag made a hard hissing sound as air was squeezed into her lungs. The silence they left behind had an ominous feel to it, like none of this was over. Jude looked like she was going to ask Emmy if she was okay again. Did you see the shooter? Jude's mouth made a noise like she was choosing whether to let Emmy change the subject. No, but I was standing over there when the gun fired. Emmy studied the spot that Jude had indicated, the center of the hallway between the 2 back bedrooms. She guessed from the fine mist of blood that the shooter had been standing in Allison's doorway when he'd fired at Jude. Emmy couldn't let herself think about her sister almost dying, or the fact that Jude seemed more worried about Emmy than herself. She walked back into Mandy's bedroom. Tried to follow the Probable trajectory. After grazing Jude, the bullet had punched a hole in the wall directly behind her. The exit hole had blown through the sheetrock. The bullet had crossed the room and chunked into the wall. Near the headboard on the bed, Emmy could see a glimmer of brass. Inside the dark insulation where it had finally come to rest. She looked back across the hallway. She could see straight through to the broken window overlooking the backyard. Was Allison's bedroom door open or closed? No idea. I'm blanking on a lot of the details. I know I fell because my elbow and hip feel sore. The next thing I remember is seeing you with the shotgun. Jude's hands went to her hips the same way Myrna's used to when she was about to spout off a lecture. The kinetic energy from a bullet often causes damage remote to its path. There was no loss of consciousness, but temporary amnesia is an indicator of concussion. Emmy wasn't going to ask her if she needed to go to the hospital. There was a more important question on her mind. Jude was obviously wondering the same thing. How did Mandy get into the attic? Emmy walked back into the hallway. Looked up. She spotted the panel for the attic pull-down stairs between the two front bedrooms. There was no cord, just an eye hook. You'd need a pole with an open hook to pull down the stairs. And the strength to pull them down. And to pull them back up. Jude weighed in with the obvious again. There must be another point of access. Emmy walked into Allison's bedroom. She fanned her hand in front of her face to disperse the debris in the air. The air conditioner had turned on. A breeze was coming in through the broken glass in the window. Particles of blown insulation swirled around the room. Jude used her elbow to turn on the lights. Between the mess from the busted ceiling and the detritus left by the paramedics, the space looked more like a war zone than a crime scene. Blood spatter mixed with white dust and particulate. There were empty gauze packets, exam gloves, a pair of trauma shears. A purple Nike running shoe was on the other side of the bed. Left foot. The matching right shoe had still been on Mandy's foot when she'd been carried from the room. Emmy's shotgun was on the floor beside it. Emmy asked, "How many gunshots did you count in the car?" 4. Emmy nodded. That was her recollection, too. Jude held up her hand. Allison's thumb and forefinger were blown off. I imagine her training kicked in and she reached for the gun. She wouldn't have just stood there waiting to be shot. That's how she made it to the kitchen before the kill shot to her chest. Emmy hadn't noticed the chest wound. She'd been too staggered by the prospect of her sister lying dead upstairs. The glass panel beside the front door was broken from the inside. The first bullet probably passed through her hand. Jude studied the room. Obviously, forensics will track it down, but the fourth bullet was probably the one that shot Mandy. The fifth one was fired at my head. Lucky me the killer is a bad shot. She would have been even luckier if she'd stayed in the backyard like she was supposed to. In my opinion, the chances that Mandy will survive are very low. Jude was looking at the Nike. The impact had knocked the shoe off Mandy's foot. It's not the head wound. She lost a large volume of blood. In a very short period, enough to soak through half an inch of sheetrock. She went into hypovolemic shock on the floor. If they can't stop the bleeding in her brain, they won't be able to replace the blood. It's like trying to fill a sieve. Emmy went into the closet. Found the light switch. The first thing she saw was a bloody handprint wrapped around the edge of one of the shoe cubbies. The print was a few inches above her head. She let her eyes trace the path upward. An access panel in the ceiling showed where two hands had furiously grabbed at the plywood and pushed it aside. She asked, how did Mandy get up there with a bullet in her head? Fight or flight? Jude guessed. Reduced pain perception. Increased physical performance. Elevated heart rate and blood flow. Sharpened senses. With head wounds, sometimes the part of the brain that turns it off is too damaged to disengage. Adrenaline's a hell of a thing. Emmy was more interested in the shoe cubbies, which stacked almost to the ceiling. There was a his and hers side, but Allison had clearly taken both for herself, cramming high heels and loafers and tennis shoes into the dozens of slots. The paint had yellowed over time. Years of wear had exposed the wood underneath, but not in the way you'd expect. At the corners and alternating. Right corner. Left corner. Right corner. Left corner. All the way to the top because someone had figured out the cubbies worked as a ladder to the attic panel in the ceiling. The wear marks indicated someone had climbed up there repeatedly. The house was huge. There were lots of places to get away, but the attic was a place you would go to hide. A child could easily slip up there. A grown man would have more of a struggle. Jude chimed in with the obvious again. Who was manned? Why hiding? From? Emmy grabbed her shotgun on her way out of the bedroom. She started down the curving front stairs. Jude trailed behind her. Emmy wiped her face with the back of her arm. Sweat and blood had turned the grit on her skin into a paste. The shotgun showed pink fingerprints against the black barrel. Brett was still leaning against the cruiser. Cole was talking to him. Every available vehicle in the sheriff's department was parked in the street. Even the school resource officers had joined the hunt. Brett pushed away from the car. Hooked his thumbs in the armholes of his duty vest. Emmy, Sheriff, Jude corrected. Cole, drive your aunt to Taby's farm. Emmy turned to Brett. Anything on Bill Garrison? I've got McGuire and Vanderbilt out looking. He'll show up. Eventually. People with that kind of money don't disappear. They hire a lawyer and fight it out. He looked at Jude, then back at Emmy. Sheriff. A white van with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's crime scene unit logo turned onto the street. An unmarked black Ford Police Interceptor trailed closely behind. Emmy recognized the government ride. Special Agent in Charge Sherry Robertson, the GBI field officer for the area, was behind the wheel. Emmy told Brett, help them set up. I don't want anybody in or out of that house who isn't me or the GBI. You included. Understood? Yes, ma'am, Sheriff. Emmy returned the shotgun to the trunk of her cruiser and grabbed the extra shirt she kept for emergencies. She felt exposed without her duty vest and utility belt, but they were both hanging on a hook at home. So was Gerald's gear. So was Cole's. Myrna had complained about the scuff marks they left on her kitchen wall until she had forgotten that she cared about things. Emmy took a deep breath as she crossed the street toward another imposing colonial revival. Stone statues of ducks and rabbits stood sentry around the front porch. Some were dressed in Braves uniforms, others were wearing Atlanta Falcons and WNBA colors. An older woman around Jude's age was perched inside the window watching the street. Darla Bell had coached Emmy's soccer team in middle school, but she'd Retired a few years ago. Emmy could hear a football game playing on the television from 20 yards away. The sound was muted as she approached. Emmy Lou? Coach Bell struggled to open the window. Emmy helped her lift it from the outside, which said a lot about the casual relationship people had with home security in North Falls. What on earth happened over there? You look a mess. I'm sure I do, Coach Bell. Did you see anything today? I was taking a nap when that young jackass drove by with his radio screeching. The Sadler boy moved back in with his mother last year, after his father died. I was trying to go back to sleep when I heard a gun go off, then, she snapped her fingers. Locks. Lights. Out of sight. Emmy recognized the phrase from the active shooter drills they did at the schools. Lock doors. Turn off the lights. Get out of sight. What a terrible world they lived in. My phone's been ringing off the hook with people wanting to know why every police car in the county is on my doorstep. As if to put a fine point on it, her phone started to ring. What should I tell them? The only teacher Emmy had ever really lied to was Myrna, but she tried. Allison left her gun out and Mandy accidentally fired it. She's gonna be okay, but they took her to the hospital. Coach Bell narrowed her eyes. She had heard better fibs from 13-year-olds. The gun accidentally fired 5 times? Emmy guessed that verified the number of gunshots. You notice anything else about the house? Not just today, but the constant screamin' and the hollerin', you mean? Coach Bell toothed her tongue. All hours of the night. Allison yelling at Mandy. Mandy yelling at Allison. You know how it is. She's a sweet girl, just not to her mama. What about Bill? Lord knows he gets his licks in, too. Their eyes met for a second. They both knew that there was a stronger meaning behind her words. Coach Bell spoke first. I haven't seen Bill around for a few weeks, which has been a blessed relief. Did Allison say anything to you about why? Not a peep, but she's always been the quiet type. Likes to handle her own problems. Emmy knew. Honey, I know your mama's funeral was today. I won't say we got along. Lord knows Myrna was prickly. But what I mean to say is that I know you'll figure out what happened over there. She raised you to be an incredibly intelligent and considerate young woman. Her eyes shifted past Emmy's shoulder. Clearly, she learned from her mistakes. Emmy followed her pointed gaze. Jude was making her way up the driveway. Emmy turned back to Coach Bell. Have you seen anybody in the neighborhood recently who doesn't belong? I would have called you immediately. Emmy knew that was true. Thank you, ma'am. Do you mind if I borrow your hose? Just roll it back up when you're finished. Coach Bell glared at Jude before slamming the window closed. There was no telling what that was about. Jude had burned a lot of bridges when she'd left town. Some of them were still smoldering 40+ years later. Emmy tossed her clean uniform shirt over the porch railing. Went to the hose reel. Turned on the spigot. Jude asked, did she see anything? She's really old. Her eyesight is bad. Old? Jude scoffed. She was 2 years ahead of me in high school. Emmy splashed cold water into her face, used her fingers to try to comb out the grime in her hair. I can handle Brett. I don't need my big sister threatening to beat him up behind the school cafeteria. Understood. Are you okay? Emmy directed the stream of water at her blood-stained feet. You used the shotgun instead of the Glock to clear the house. Emmy handed Jude the hose. Grabbed her shirt off the railing. Shotguns have a wide pellet spread. Firing one inside a confined area risks killing T. He people you're trying to save. Jude was back in lecturer mode like she was teaching a lesson at qQQQq. Handguns are more precise and maneuverable, but only if you can stop your hands shaking long enough to aim. Emmy's hands were perfectly fine as she buttoned her shirt. You told me I should have had Cole backing me up. What about you? You slipped up the stairs without telling me to back you up. Jude shrugged. You're right. Emmy didn't have time to sneeze into another windstorm. Wind the hose back on the reel when you're finished. She waved her thanks to Coach Bell before walking down the driveway. Emmy flexed her fingers to keep them from curling into fists. Again. Her muscles ached from holding on to so much tension. Her head was pounding. The soles of her feet felt bruised. Water was wicking into the back of her shirt from her wet hair. The heat was probably going to sour it, but she didn't have time to go home and take a shower. Two of her deputies were already straggling out of the woods. Julian Vanderbilt and Levi McGuire looked sweaty and miserable. Emmy straightened her shoulders, pretended like she was fine in her own body, that her mother wasn't lying in a freshly dug grave, and that her sister wasn't irritating the shit out of her. Hey. Sherry was leaning against the back of her government ride. She nodded to a pair of beat-up Hokas on the wide bumper. Had these in my gym bag. Thank you. The shoes fit more like slippers, but they were better than going barefoot. Brett brought you up to speed? Allison. Emmy saw her own guilt and grief mirrored in Sherry's expression. There wasn't a lot of female law enforcement in the area. They were a tight club. At least they tried to be. What about Mandy? Emmy smoothed together her lips. They shocked her half a dozen times to get her back. Sherry needed a moment to let the information settle. I'm real sorry about your mother. Emmy felt the shard of glass threaten to lodge in her throat again. Thankfully, Sherry gave a quick nod, and the condolences were out of the way. She looked back at the house. I don't envy you having to navigate this sticky situation. Where are we on the clock? Emmy looked at her watch. Time never made sense in these situations. I'd guess 30 minutes from the first gunshot. I'm trying to keep a lid on it until we find Bill. Sherry shook her head at the mention of the man's name. Coach Bell had had the same reaction. Everybody knew about Bill's temper, but nobody ever talked about it. Don't count on that lid holding anything down. You know cops can't keep a secret. At least not with each other. The crime scene. Emmy struggled to find the right words. The bloody handprints on the windowsill were bothering her. The black nitrile glove on the flat roof. Some cops called it a hunch, or an instinct. Or, if it was a female officer, intuition. Her father had called it DFR. Which was as good a description as any. Doesn't feel right. In what way? Before Emmy could respond, a black Dodge Durango Pursuit slid to a stop a few yards away from the house. This was the sticky situation Emmy had to navigate. The driver was Reggie Wilder, the Clayville chief of police. He was Allison's former boss. He was also Allison's former lover. Brett, you're with me. Emmy motioned for Cole to cover the front door as she jogged toward the Durango. She could hear the equipment on Brett's belt hitting his legs. As he matched her pace, Glock, pepper spray, handcuffs, telescoping. Metal baton, all the things Emmy wished she had at her disposal. Because Reggie Wilder was used to giving orders, not taking them. He whipped off his wrap-around sunglasses. His eyes were wet with tears. He was only a few inches taller than Emmy, but obscenely muscled. From going to the gym before and after work every day, and filled with a kind of simmering anger that could quickly come to a rolling boil. She said, "Reggie. Is it true?" His voice strained on the last word. "Where the hell is Bill? Why aren't you out tracking him? Let's go somewhere to talk." "I ain't going anywhere until I see what that bastard did to her." He started walking toward the house, an active crime scene where his ex-lover had been murdered and any DNA and fingerprints could be easily contaminated. Bill Garrison wasn't the only suspect in this case. Reggie. There was a limp to his gait where he'd torn his ACL last year, but his stride was still twice that of Emmy's. She had to jog to catch up with him. "Reggie, stop." He didn't stop. "I need to see her." "Reggie." Emmy tried to block his path. "You can't." He sledgehammered his shoulder into hers. She felt a twinge in her back from the sudden twist. Cole tensed like a runner on his mark, but Emmy shook her head, telling him to stay put. She could feel every eye in the street trained on her. Jude looked worried. So did Sherry. They all knew this could get bad. "Reggie, listen to me." Emmy put herself directly in front of him, walking backward as he kept moving relentlessly forward. "You know, the house is a crime scene. I can't let you." This time, she saw it coming. Reggie raised both of his hands and gave Emmy a hard shove. She had a millisecond to brace herself by shifting her weight to her right foot. What she didn't account for was the loose-fitting shoes. Emmy tripped and landed flat on her ass. Several things happened very quickly. Cole took off toward her. So did Jude. So did Sherry. Emmy jumped back to her feet, grabbed the baton off Brett's belt, swung it through the air and slammed it into the side of Reggie's knee. He didn't have the breath to scream. He crumpled to the ground, clutching his leg, groaning. The pain was so intense that vomit coughed out of his mouth. Cole stopped in the street. Jude and Sherry did, too. Emmy took a quick breath. Her shoulder ached. Her tailbone felt bruised where it had cracked against the pavement. Sweat dripped into her eyes. "Jesus, Emmy." Brett sounded appalled. "You know he's got a bad knee." She handed Brett the baton. "He can leave in his own car, or he can ride in the back of yours. Make the choice." Emmy hadn't realized Reggie had knocked her out of her shoes until she felt the heat of the asphalt singeing the soles of her feet. She approached her deputies. Julian Vanderbilt, Greg Davenport and Levi McGuire had all been hired in the last 5 years. All but Greg had made it clear they preferred working under her father. She asked Greg, "Status report?" Emmy watched his mouth move, but she couldn't process what he was saying. Instead, she worked to put herself back in her body. Context told her everything she needed to know. 3 of her deputies had been sent into the woods to search for a killer. They were now standing in the street. Ergo, they hadn't found the killer. She saw Cole approaching. He had collected Sherry's shoes in one hand. His phone was in the other. He waited until Greg had finished speaking. Cole said, "Chief, I wrote out that press release like you asked." She had no idea what he was talking about, but she took his phone. When he handed it to her, he'd typed out a single line on the screen so that only Emmy would know. Bill Garrison is at the North Falls Baseball Park. Chapter 3. Emmy held her phone to her ear as Greg drove her cruiser to the baseball park. Dr. Layla Paulson was the medical director of the Evelyn Gilchrist Trauma Center in Albany. She was personally overseeing Mandy's care. The girl had immediately been taken into surgery. The prognosis sounded grim. The bullet's pathway was shallow through the left side of her head. Controlling the bleeding is our main concern. She's still losing more than we can replace. Emmy remembered Jude's comment about the sieve. I know it's hard to guess the odds. It is, Layla said. But Mandy's young, which matters a hell of a lot. In trauma cases, it's the one factor in her favor. I promise you we will do everything we can to keep her with us. Okay. Thanks for the update. Greg glanced at Emmy as she ended the call, but he didn't ask questions, which was why he was driving her and not another deputy. She had instructed him to turn on the lights but not the siren. Cars darted out of the way at the last minute. A few pulled over to the side of the road. Greg was a skilled driver, but Emmy still itched to be behind the wheel. She silently ran through all the tasks she'd assigned back at the scene. She'd told Brett to pull back the search of the woods and flood the neighborhood with deputies. She wanted them to go door to door, conducting interviews. The closest license plate scanners were being scoured for unusual vehicles. They also needed to identify witnesses who'd seen anything unusual in the vicinity or been on the street around the time that the gun was fired. They had to locate Ginny Sadler's son, who drove with his music turned up too loud. Check any doorbell camera footage for suspicious activity. Find out whether anyone knew the name of Mandy's birth father. Sherry Robertson was going to look for Mandy's birth certificate and Allison's while the forensic team processed the house. Allison's parents had died several years back. She'd been an only child. If her daughter survived surgery, a legal guardian would need to make decisions about her care. Then, there was the task that only Emmy could perform, figure out a way to interrogate Reggie Wilder about his whereabouts at the time of the murder. She felt her stomach clench. Nobody refused to talk to the cops like a cop refused to talk to the cops. There were all sorts of hoops Emmy would have to jump through just to schedule a formal interview. Reggie would definitely bring a lawyer. On top of Miranda rights, Garrity rights came into play because Reggie had gone through an employment review for engaging in a sexual relationship with Allison during a time in which he was her superior officer. Government workers could be compelled to answer questions under threat of disciplinary action, but Garrity rights ensured that anything they said as part of a formal hearing couldn't be used against them in a criminal proceeding. Which made Emmy hope like hell that Reggie wasn't involved in Allison's murder. Her phone vibrated in her hand. Another text. Then a second one. Then a third. Tabby had been peppering her screen with rows of question marks for the last 20 minutes. Emmy had somehow managed to push Myrna's funeral to the back of her mind. She didn't need it coming front and center right now. Her father had always told her that the best thing to do when you felt like your life was falling apart was to put your head down and do your job. She swiped away the texts and pulled up Bill Garrison's Facebook page. 2 of her more seasoned deputies had been sent out to comb the streets in search of Allison's husband, but her 23-year-old son had found him online in under a minute. Emmy scrolled through the page. Bill had posted hundreds of photos featuring him, Allison and Mandy fishing and hiking and doing things. That gave the appearance of happiness, because if there was one thing the Garrisons were known for, it was pretending that they were all one giant happy family instead of miserable assholes who cheated on their spouses, let their children run around like hyenas, and weren't beneath using their fists when money didn't get them what they wanted. Garrison Supply had been around for nearly a century, which still put them several generations after the first Cliftons. The family business had started out as a lumber yard, then branched into building supplies, and eventually opened a high-end appliance division where Bill and his younger brother spent their days taking orders for $5,000 coffee makers and $20,000 refrigerators from rich people all over the country. 2 more brothers ran the building supply side, while Bill's widowed mother juggled the accounting in between attending mass, serving on the town council, and trying to get books banned from the library. Bill's Facebook profile picture was a drawing of a tiger tossing a baseball into the air. That's how Cole had located him. Garrison Supply sponsored the North Falls Tigers, a junior league ball team on the travel circuit. Bill served as head coach. One of his nephews played third base. They were facing off against the Okmulgee Panthers this afternoon. As alibis went, it was a pretty good cover. The game was scheduled to start at 2 o'clock, which was roughly 45 minutes after Allison Vickery had been murdered and Mandy had been shot in the head. Brett was right about one thing: a man with Bill's resources didn't run. He stuck around and fought it out. Emmy tucked her phone into her shirt pocket as Greg pulled onto a patch of grass in front of the ballpark. The lot was filled with SUVs and minivans with bumper stickers supporting either team. Emmy shielded her eyes as she got out of the cruiser. Rolling hills surrounded 3 diamonds and half a dozen tennis courts. Sunlight was bouncing off the surface of the lake. The adjacent park was where North Falls' annual 4th of July fireworks display took place. She saw the new sign beside the soccer field: Gerald Clifton Memorial Park. Emmy felt her throat go tight as she looked away. This whole town was a graveyard. She identified Bill Garrison's white Chevy Silverado by the license plate number. Emmy pressed her hand to the hood. The metal was hot. She walked around the vehicle, looking for blood or anything that might give probable cause for a warrant. A set of golf clubs lay in the bed of the truck. A tackle box. A lone kayak paddle. The windows were rolled up. She cupped her hands to the glass to see inside. Empty McDonald's bag in the passenger seat. Plastic water bottle in the cup holder. An iPhone was hooked up to the charger. The screen glowed. She squinted her eyes at the notification that popped up, a text from someone named Kirk. "Where are you dude? Cops are all over your hood." Emmy started toward the baseball field. She could hear clapping and yelling as the game kicked off. In an ideal world, she would have brought more deputies with her for backup, but she couldn't risk Reggie getting wind of Bill's location. He'd already assaulted a fellow officer. There was no telling what he'd do to Bill. Not even Greg had known where they were going until they'd gotten into the cruiser. The Clayville Police Department had multiple use of force violations on their books, and their SWAT team had been subjected to numerous lawsuits. Emmy could easily envision a scenario where Reggie took matters into his own hands, either out of revenge for Allison or to frame Bill for murder. In either case, he was a man who was used to justifying casualties. She told Greg, "Post up beside the bleachers in case Bill runs. Keep it Cool. We don't want a panic. He's a person of interest, not a suspect. Got it, Chief. She weaved between cars, her feet sliding in Sherry's hokas. Emmy had already set out a plan: halt the game and approach Bill for a conversation. Take him somewhere off the field and away from the kids. Deliver the news. Gauge his reaction. Drive him to the station for a longer talk so she could turn up the heat. If Bill was not responsible for the murder of his wife and the shooting of his stepdaughter, he deserved respect. If he was responsible, she didn't want to spook him so much that he lawyered up or pulled out the murder weapon and shot her in the face. The smell of hot dogs and nachos swirled from the concession stand. The bleachers were full because there wasn't much else to do in North Falls on a scorching Saturday afternoon. Emmy recognized most of the faces. Their eyes were trained on the players. She checked the scoreboard, which had the words Garrison Supply running along the top in loopy cursive. No hits, no runs, no errors. Bottom of the first. 2 balls. No strikes. 12 seconds on the clock. The game had started 8 minutes late. She spotted Bill Garrison in the Tigers' dugout. White shirt with the Garrison logo on the breast pocket, cargo shorts, sneakers, Tigers. Baseball hat. No sunglasses. No visible wounds or blood. No gun in sight. But his shirt was untucked and his shorts had a ridiculous number of pockets, and there was a zipped gym bag a few feet away with the Garrison logo. Emmy nodded for Greg to move in closer. She studied Bill from a distance. He hadn't changed since the last time she'd seen him. Average height. Bulging gut. Receding hairline that he was overcompensating for with a bushy mustache. His knees were bent. His focus trained on the player at bat. Swing and a miss. Bill clapped his hands. He called, "Good effort, Bailey. Let's go." Emmy felt the heat of a few curious stares. Some of the fans in the bleachers had taken notice of her presence. She considered what they were seeing. The interim sheriff wearing a freshly starched uniform shirt over a blood-stained black dress, borrowed shoes sliding around her bare feet, wet hair looking dirty and lank despite her best efforts with the garden hose. Then she saw Hannah, who was sitting by herself. Empty space had cleared around her as if she had a disease nobody wanted to catch. She had changed out of her funeral clothes and into jeans and a t-shirt. Large sunglasses shielded her eyes. Her Tigers hat was pulled down low. Emmy shouldn't have been surprised to see her here. Hannah's son had played ball since Pee-wee. Her head turned toward Emmy. Emmy lifted her chin. Hannah stood up. People stared with open hostility as she walked down the bleachers. Emmy didn't think it was because they had loved Gerald Clifton so much as because they loved having someone to hate. Hannah's sunglasses came off. She gave Emmy's outfit a quick glance. "I heard about the shooting in Clifton Gardens." "What did you hear?" Hannah offered her hat to Emmy. "That a little girl found a gun lying around an ACC. Identically shot herself." Emmy guessed Coach Bell had started answering her phone. She twisted her hair into a knot on the top of her head, then used the hat to trap it in place. Hannah had noticed Greg on the other side of the bleachers. His hand was resting on the butt of his Glock. "Do I need to take Dave home?" "Wait until I get Bill out of the way." Emmy started to leave, but Hannah grabbed her arm. She slipped off her Nikes, slid them toward Emmy with her foot. They had always worn the exact same size. Emmy stepped out of the Hoka's, knelt down to tie the Nikes tight. I'll always keep him safe. I know. Emmy walked onto the field, waving for the umpire's attention. He gave her a frown of disapproval but held up his hands to stop the game. Bill glared at her, crossing his arms over his chest, tracking her progress with his beady, mean eyes. She couldn't tell if his fury was from guilt or because he'd never come across Emmy under good circumstances. Or Gerald, for that matter. That's what happened when you used your fists to get whatever you wanted. Especially if you used them against your wife. Bill, I need to talk to you. He tensed, but he didn't reach for a weapon or try to run. I don't know if you noticed, sugar, but I'm kind of busy here. She nodded him away from the dugout. Bill hesitated before following Emmy up the foul line. She led him past the first base coach and didn't stop until they were through the side gate and standing in the parking lot. The fence was on Bill's left. Greg positioned himself on the right. Bill made a point of noticing they had boxed him in. His eyes narrowed. Hands pulled into loose fists. He looked at Emmy with something like disgust. They had stood like this before, each squaring off against the other in a parking lot. Emmy had been threatening to arrest him for choking his wife until she'd lost consciousness, and Bill had been threatening to have Allison arrested because she had fought back. Bill asked, "Is this about last night? What happened last night?" His mouth twisted into a sneer under his mustache. He knew how to navigate a domestic violence interrogation. Emmy made a point of looking at his hands, arms, and legs to check for scratches or bite marks. "Could you lift up your shirt for me, please?" He snorted. "We were both hammered." She gave as good as she got. Poor Bill. Emmy kept her voice low. "Were you terrified she would hurt you? Break the bones in your face? Rupture your spleen? Strangle you until you passed out? Were you in fear for your life?" Emmy tensed when Bill's hands moved, but he was only lifting his shirt to show underneath. He did a slow turn, making a show of it. Emmy ignored his hairy belly hanging over the tensed waistband of his shorts. No weapons. No dried blood spatter. No defensive injuries. "You happy?" Bill let his shirt drop. "I could sue you for abuse of power. See if you win the election with that hanging over your head. I need you to account for your movements today. Are you kidding me?" He glanced back at Greg like he needed a man to weigh in. "Are you really asking me for an alibi? What happened? Allison stub her toe and blame me?" Emmy waited him out. "I was at the Lazy 8, okay? I've been living out of a goddamn motel for 2 weeks because my lawyer says I can't go back inside my own goddamn house that I'm still paying for." Emmy was very familiar with the circumstances that might compel a lawyer to tell a man he couldn't go home. "Allison filed a restraining order against you?" "She filed everything against me. I got served papers at the store. My family's place of business. That's the kind of psychopath she is. My mother was there, for Chris' sakes. She nearly had a heart attack. God knows how much this is gonna cost me. Damn lawyer made me pay $5,000 up front just to talk to him." Emmy needed a second to process the information. She had begged Allison for years to leave Bill. Allison filed for a divorce 2 weeks ago. "Are you stupid?" Bill asked. "Yes, she filed for divorce 2 weeks ago. No, I'm not gonna roll over for her no matter how many cops she sends to harass me." What other cops did she send? Take a guess, Scrappy-Doo. Reggie? Bill opened his mouth, then closed it. He looked back at Greg. Noticed that the kids were no longer on the field. Emmy could tell from the sudden change in his demeanor that he'd finally taken in the fact that the sheriff and a deputy had stopped an afternoon baseball game to talk to him. What's going on here? There's no easy way to say this, so I'm just gonna be straight with you. Allison is dead. He laughed. Then he saw that Emmy wasn't joking. Still, he shook his head in disbelief. What? An intruder shot and killed Allison at the house. No, his head kept shaking. That can't, no. Emmy gave him time to come around to the truth. You got any idea? Who would want to hurt her? The word got caught in his throat. Everybody knows. Reggie's got a temper. Mandy was shot, too. Bill looked genuinely stunned. Tears sprang into his eyes. He took off his hat. Used the back of his arm to wipe his face. They've got her in surgery over in Albany. It's not looking good. Why you? Bill's voice was shaking. You know I would never hurt Mandy. Emmy thought about the worn shoe cubbies that had served as a makeshift ladder to the attic. You didn't hide from somebody you knew was never going to hurt you. Mandy wasn't more than a baby when me and Allison got together. I watched her grow up. I know I'm not her real father, but I've always been her dad. Just 'cause I never signed the paperwork don't mean she's not mine. He covered his eyes with his hand. Jesus. Who would hurt that sweet little girl? There's gotta be somebody, Bill. Allison pissed off a lot of people. His hand dropped away. He was on firmer ground with somebody else to blame. She was on the job 20 years, then she was running around town spying on cheaters. She arrested her share of bad guys. Worked with even worse ones. You know what happened when she left? She threatened a lot of folks who don't like being threatened. What folks? Bill wiped his eyes again. Stuck his hat back on his head. Do you have a family app on your phones, something like Life 360? Maybe we can figure out who she's been talking to by tracking her recent locations. Bill reflexively reached for a phone in his pocket. Emmy couldn't tell if he was remembering it was left in the truck or coming up with a lie. No, we never used anything like that. Emmy guessed lying had won out. She needed to keep him talking. Preferably in a confined space. Let's go back to the station and see if we can come up with some names. Maybe there was a suspect she mentioned or... No, I need to be with Mandy. He started toward the parking lot. I don't want her waking up all alone. Somebody who loves her ought to be there. Emmy walked beside him. You're in no state to drive, Bill. Let me take you. It'll be faster in my car. I'll put the lights on. He hesitated. All right, yeah, thanks. Emmy motioned for Greg to toss her the keys. Bill had almost reached her cruiser when he abruptly stopped. He turned to look at Emmy. His beady eyes had narrowed again. He'd seen through her ruse. I'll drive myself. Emmy watched him walk toward his Chevy. She motioned for Greg to let him go. Bill only looked back once before climbing into his truck and speeding off. She told Greg, put a cruiser on him. Make it conspicuous. Greg clicked his radio for dispatch. Emmy took out her phone. She Texted Layla Paulson at the trauma center to make it clear that Bill Garrison was not Mandy's legal guardian and was not allowed near the girl unless Emmy was standing between them. Then she sent a second text to Brett telling him to request a search warrant for the CCTV footage from the Lazy 8 motel going back 14 days. Greg asked, "Where to, Chief?" "Back to Allison's." Emmy waited to dial Taby's number until they were on the road. Her cousin sounded more anxious than usual when she answered the phone. "Where the heck are you, lady?" Taby had to raise her voice over the boisterous crowd of mourners. "You're missing your own mama's funeral." "I'm sorry." The apology sounded perfunctory even to Emmy's ear. "Listen, I need to know if you've got a client named Allison Vickery." Taby went uncharacteristically silent. She was a divorce lawyer with a reputation for flaying her adversaries to the bone. Emmy should have used her when she'd divorced Jonah, but she hadn't wanted her cousin to find out what a fool she'd been. "Taby?" The background noise faded, then stopped altogether. There was the soft tap of a door closing, then the sound of Taby's heels across wooden boards. She'd gone outside for privacy. "It's a lie, isn't it? The little girl who accidentally shot herself?" Emmy didn't answer. Neither did Taby, because in addition to being a Clifton, as an attorney, she knew the person talking was always going to be the person giving too much away. Emmy relented. Allison was murdered. Mandy was shot. Her chances of making it are slim. Taby sucked air through her teeth. "Was it Bill?" Emmy figured she had confirmation to her question. There had been whispers in town about Allison and Bill getting physical with each other. But not many people knew the extent of the abuse. "When did Allison hire you?" "I'd have to look at my files for the exact date. It was a few months after they got married." Emmy had thought she was finished with surprises for the day. That was 6 years ago. "I tried to refund the retainer when Allison went back to him, but she asked me to hold on to it. Wanted an escape hatch, I guess." Taby huffed out a frustrated breath. "She showed up at my office maybe 8 months later. Had her arm in a sling. Told me she was really gonna leave him this time. But she didn't. Then a year later, the same thing, but with a bruise on her face the size of a goose egg. The next time, he ruptured her spleen. This was probably a year ago. We got as far as hiring a forensic accountant to look at the books, but she called it off before Bill could be served. Allison had never told Emmy that she'd gotten so close to leaving, but it made sense. Statistically, it took an abused woman roughly 7 attempts before she finally managed to leave an abusive man. Bill said he never formally adopted Mandy. Taby laughed. "Allison told me he used to dangle it over her head. Even got a lawyer to draw up the paperwork. But he never went through with it. God forbid the Garrisons let some of their precious money pass outside the family." Emmy didn't think the Cliftons had much room to talk. Taby's farmhouse had been built by one of the original Clifton brothers in the 1800s. She was such a fan of nepotism that she'd married a third cousin once removed. "I really thought Allison was gonna get away this time." Taby's voice was filled with sadness. She was so determined. "I told her to be careful. Bill never suffered a damn consequence for anything in his life. His family's always kept him out of trouble." Emmy switched the phone to her other ear. "Every time I tried to arrest him, he threatened to have Allison arrested, too. She was terrified of losing her job. Taby's laugh this time was more of an incredulous bark. Lady. Remember who you're talking to. No cop is gonna lose their job off a domestic violence charge. She woulda gotten desk duty, then she woulda been back on the street a few months later. Emmy stared out the car window. They were turning into Clifton Gardens. Sunflower Trail rolled out ahead of them like an expensive carpet. Taby said, I'm sorry you're having to deal with this today, cousin. You should be here grieving your mama. Emmy had been grieving the loss of her mother since the Alzheimer's diagnosis. Nobody would blink twice if you headed over here for half an hour. I know you like being alone, but times like this, it's good to be with your people. Greg pulled onto Iris Drive and parked behind the GBI's crime scene van. Emmy looked at the house. Crisp white trim. New windows and doors. She remembered Jude's observation, it was a nice place for a cop's salary. There was no way Allison could have afforded it on her own. How much money did Allison ask for in the divorce? Taby let out a long sigh before she answered. There was no prenup. I was ready to rip out Bill's short hairs, but she told me all she wanted was her retirement and the clothes on her back. Poor thing was barely getting by with her PI work and consulting jobs. She told me it was worth it just to get away. The suitcase in the driveway. The half-packed bag on the bed. Allison had almost made it. Thanks, cousin. Emmy ended the call. She turned to Greg. Find Brett and tell him I need a status update. Yes, Chief. Emmy got out of the car. Cole was leaning against his cruiser reading his phone. He was wearing his uniform and duty vest instead of his funeral suit, which meant he'd gone home to change in addition to disobeying her order to stay with Jude at Taby's. Mom. Cole pocketed his phone when she approached. I filed search warrant requests for the CCTV from the Lazy 8 Motel, all of Allison's credit card and bank statements, and both her and Mandy's cell phone records. Uncle Cletus is still at Taby's. He says he'll sign off on everything as soon as he finishes his cobbler. Her clever son was making a show of usefulness, but Emmy hadn't wanted him to be useful. I told you to drive your aunt to the farm and stay there with the family. Jude wanted to go home. He shrugged off the fact that Jude was not his boss. I need to work, Mom. You know what Papa always said. Keep your head down and do your job. Emmy felt her teeth grit. Did you think to bring me a clean uniform? From the house? Yes, ma'am. He opened the back door of his cruiser. Handed over a duffel bag and her HAIX tactical boots, then slung her equipment belt over his shoulder. Like he'd just taken down a grizzly bear. Emmy ignored the smug grin on his face as she started walking toward the GBI's crime scene van. The back door was hanging open. The space was tight, but there was enough room to move around. She threw the duffel bag inside, climbed in, left the door cracked so that Cole could hear her. Anything from Sherry yet? No, ma'am. They've been processing the house since you left. Though. Emmy took off her shirt. Opened the duffel. There was no way her son had thought to put a hairbrush, deodorant, and wet wipes in the bag along with clean underwear and socks, which meant Jude had done the packing, which churned up the familiar wave of irritation with an undertow of gratitude. Cole said, I checked out Mandy's socials. Looks like she's into shopping, K-pop, and fairies. Complains about her mom a lot. I saw a few group videos with some goo. YS she hangs out with, but it's hard to tell if anything was serious. Looks like her core group is 2 girls. Talia Wilkinson and Skylar Guthrie. Emmy's shoulder pinched when she reached back to unzip her dress. She was going to have a nasty bruise where Reggie had shoulder-checked her. Did Mandy ever mention her birth father? Not that I could see. Chunks of sheetrock fell out of her clothes when she undressed. Emmy grabbed the packet of wipes. Did you happen to get contact details on her friends? Yes, ma'am. Already tracked down their addresses and phone numbers. Just waiting for your instructions. He was being annoyingly thorough today. What do we know? Cole cleared his throat. He recognized the prompt. Gerald had taught it to Emmy. Emmy had taught it to Cole. He said, at approximately 1 o'clock, 4 shots were fired at 1601 Iris Drive in the Clifton Gardens neighborhood. 2 victims were found at the scene, Allison Vickery, deceased, and her 16-year-old daughter, Mandy, who suffered a gunshot wound to the head. The gunman fired on one of the responding officers before fleeing the scene. Your aunt is not an officer. She's a retired FBI agent. A responder, then. Cole continued. The subsequent search of the woods came up empty. License plate scanners didn't throw out any unusual cars. Door knocking is ongoing, but so far, no neighbors report seeing anything suspicious in the area either today or in previous days. We provided an email address to upload all footage from doorbell cameras. I've made a list so we can follow up on people who haven't sent anything by tomorrow morning. There are reports of a red Hyundai Kona speeding down the road prior to the first gunshot. The driver has been identified as Drake Sadler, 28 years old. 2 speeding tickets. No prior arrests. Works in electrical over at the factory. Lives with his mom. Emmy slipped on her pants. She knew Ginny from book club. Did anybody talk to Drake? Not yet, but we've got a bolo on the Hyundai and I called Uncle Wally at the factory to get a list of guys who work on Drake's shift. A few of them picked up when I called. Sounds like none of them knew Drake that well. So, I went down to Ms. Sadler's to ask if she knew how to find him. I think she was in bed when I rang the doorbell. Didn't look so good when she opened the door. Ginny had probably been sleeping off a Friday night binge session. Keep going. She told me Drake spent the night out and she hasn't seen him all day. Emmy was about to task him with finding out who Drake had spent the night with, but Cole beat her to it. His girlfriend's name is Haley West. 23. Lives in Okmulgee and works part-time at the Good Dollar so she can go to college at night. I called her up. Drake left her place a little before noon. But he didn't say where he was going. Priority 1 is to locate Drake. He's our only known witness. I'll find him before the sun goes down. Emmy ignore. Ed the gunslinger bravado. She brushed her hair, used the tie Jude had packed to twist it into a loose knot at the back. She slipped on her duty vest. The weight of the ballistic panels felt reassuring. It was like she'd put her skin back on. She gave Cole the second prompt. What do we think we know? The victim was leaving her husband. There's a long history of domestic violence. The most dangerous time for an abused woman is when she's trying to leave her abuser. Emmy sat down on an overturned bucket to lace up her boots. A jolt of pain took her breath away. She had forgotten about her bruised tailbone. Broaden the scope. Who else? I mean, he paused. Reggie, right? Ignore Reggie. Who else? Cole paused again to think. Allison tried to sue the police department for wrongful termination. She dropped the case last year, I think? But it pissed off a lot of people. She dropped it 2 months ago, and it was for workplace retaliation. Emmy said. Who else? Cole went silent for a beat. He was trying to put together the pieces. If you take out Bill and Reggie and all the other stuff we know, that leaves a retired cop and her daughter both being shot in broad daylight in the middle of a residential area on a Saturday afternoon. Emmy placed Hannah's Nikes on top of her dirty clothes inside the duffel. She pushed open the door, reached out for Cole's hand so she could jump down without jarring her tailbone. Keep going. That's a really brazen way to kill somebody. It's like they're trying to send a message. Emmy traded the duffel for her utility belt. Who's they? Allison used to run the narcotics squad. Could be she put away a trafficker who bided his time to get revenge. Emmy checked her Glock to make sure Jude had left a round chambered. I imagine Reggie's thinking the same thing. He's probably got his people combing through her cases right now. But Reggie had a thing with Allison, right? Emmy nodded. So if Reggie's actually the shooter, then he's going to find someone else to pin it on. Emmy reached into the trunk of her car and fished out her first aid kit. She was dry swallowing some Tylenol when 3 figures in full Tyvek suits came out of the house. She recognized Sherry before the masks and hoods came off. She was shorter and slimmer than the men who flanked her. She had to tilt up her head to talk to them. Emmy knew what that was like. Sometimes she got home at the end of a shift and felt like every nerve in her neck was pinched. Sherry unzipped the suit as she walked down the porch stairs. Emmy asked, "You find anything?" "Not much," Sherry said. "Just the murder weapon and $300,000 in cash." Chapter 4. Emmy felt sweat racing down her back. The hooded Tyvek coveralls were so swelteringly claustrophobic that she longed to rip them off and run over to Coach Bell's front yard to hose herself down again. Instead, she nodded to Sherry that she was ready to go. They walked in tandem across the yard, the IR suits crinkling as they climbed the porch steps. A numbered, yellow marker had been placed by the broken glass from the side panel by the door. Emmy steadied herself on the railing while she slipped a pair of booties over her boots. "What do you think?" Sherry kept her voice low. "Was it Bill?" "Don't know," Emmy admitted. "You'd have to be a psychopath to beat a woman the way he beat Allison and still show up smiling at church every Sunday. Faking some tears would be easy." "And Reggie?" Emmy walked across the porch, picked her way past the shattered glass. A fine aerosol of blood spider-webbed across the pieces. She pushed open the door. The deadbolt stuck out like a tongue as it pulled away from the splintered jamb. She had breached the house under 2 hours ago, but it was a very different experience without the fear of being gunned down. All the overhead lights and lamps had been turned on. Everything was on full display. To her right, she could see a chocolate-colored leather couch and a matching love seat in the formal living room, both of which looked like they'd never been used. 2 more yellow markers had been placed around the oak coffee table, calling attention to what looked like large globs of blood. The one on the right glistened under the light from a bronze floor lamp. She told Sherry, "Mandy's wound was shallow. The bullet should be in the house. We'll find it." Emmy turned to her left. The dining room was even messier than she'd remembered. She couldn't really examine anything until Sherry had processed the room, but it was easy to see that the killer had been looking for something. Papers were scattered everywhere, invoices, receipts, file folders, photographs. Mandy's backpack had been emptied. A box of colored chalk had fallen onto the floor beside the broken laptop. There was no telling how long it would take for the GBI's tech team to break into the hard drive. Everything would take weeks or months to come back. Blood analysis, DNA, fingerprints. She asked, "You locate the birth certificates? A will?" No sign of a will. Birth certificates were upstairs in the suitcase on the bed. No father listed. I asked Allison about him once and she told me Mandy was her reward for enduring a stupid mistake. Emmy knew a lot of women who felt that way. She turned her attention to the foyer. The mouth of the curving stairs filled the right-hand side. The narrow hallway tucked down to the left. Beige tiles in the foyer gave way to dark hardwood floors everywhere else. Light brown carpet runner on the stairs. Tan walls. Oriental carpets. In more variations of brown. The only bright colors came from the yellow evidence markers and fresh blood, spatter on the tiles near the door, spray around the broken side panel, a marker by a brass shell casing. There were very few knickknacks on the entry table, 2 crystal candlesticks, a diffuser with black reeds. A muted print of Andrew Wyeth's Christina's World hung over a solid oak entry table. An olive green leather keychain with an embossed was in a glass bowl beside 3 library books. Emmy saw a Toyota key fob. What looked like a house key. A dimple key for a high-security lock. A barrel key, which was a specialized, tube-shaped key that was used to open circular locks. Like the kind you'd find on a safe. She asked, "You figure out what these keys go to?" "Haven't processed them yet, but there's no safe of any kind in the house." Emmy felt a flicker of surprise. Not even a gun safe? Sherry shook her head, but she was clearly thinking the same thing. An abused woman with a kid in the house should have kept any weapons locked down tight. Especially a cop. Emmy leaned down to read the spines on the stack of books. She recognized 2 of the titles, but Feynman's Tips on Physics struck her as far outside Allison's area of interest. Her back twinged when she stood up. She noticed a purple velvet Crown Royal bag on the floor in the middle of the hallway. The string was loose. The bag looked empty. She said, "We had one book club meeting here when Allison and Mandy first moved in. The whole time, Bill wouldn't leave her alone. Kept coming down the stairs asking Allison to help him pick out a shirt. Or find batteries for the remote or make him some tea. She never hosted. Again. I can't remember the last time she even showed up for a meeting. Asshole. He got exactly what he wanted." Sherry didn't bother to keep the anger out of her voice. "She never called you to the house off a DV? Never to the house." Over the years, Allison had reached out to Emmy at least a dozen times with complaints of domestic violence. It was always after the fact. She'd call me from work or find me in town. The next day, I'd go to Bill's office to talk. Then I'd go back to her, and she would tell me it was nothing, that it all just got out of hand and to forget about it. Me, too. Every time. The guilty expression was back on Sherry's face. Emmy's own guilt was amplified by a detail she was too ashamed to share. 2 months ago, Allison had left a voicemail on her phone saying that she was finally going to leave Bill. Emmy had let several days pass before she'd returned the call. Allison had lost her nerve by then, and Emmy hadn't pushed her on it because retreating fit the pattern. She had lost count of the number of times she'd met Allison for a drink at the Clifton beer garden or sat in the passenger seat of her car, watching her cry, or slinked around the back of the sheriff's station to listen to Allison talk about leaving Bill or having Bill arrested, or somebody talking some sense into Bill or putting the fear of God into Bill, and none of it had ever worked because Allison always went back to him. She would never go back to anyone now. Sherry asked, "What about Reggie?" Emmy stepped around another marker beside pin drops of blood. "You got him pretty good in his bad knee." Did Allison ever mention she was having trouble with somebody she put away? She RRY paused before responding. "You think this was a targeted hit? Bad guy gets out of prison and wants revenge?" Emmy didn't know what she was thinking. Her cop's intuition, her "don't feel right," was flashing like crazy. Allison got her private investigator's license after she retired last year. "I heard she was consulting for the Clayville PD, too." Emmy nodded. "They couldn't fire her after she filed the lawsuit." "Do you know what she was doing for them?" "Going through old cases looking for easy solves, I think." "We haven't processed the dining room yet, but I don't see any Clayville police files. Just PI work." Sherry indicated the mess of paperwork. "Typical divorce case stuff. Invoices for expensive jewelry. Credit card records. Viagra. Scripts. Meal receipts. Photos of couples going in and out of rooms at the Dewdrop Inn." Emmy was familiar with the No-Tell Motel, which was one of the only businesses in the county that didn't have some kind of security cameras installed. Guests appreciated their round-the-clock discretion. Prostitutes used it on nights and weekends. Cheating spouses used it during banking hours. Emmy asked, "How did the killer enter the house?" "The garage doors were both up, but the side door to the kitchen has a digital lock. The front door was locked with the deadbolt. All the downstairs windows are still locked from the inside. Most of the upstairs are painted shut. Jude told me the back door was ajar when she came inside, so we're assuming that's his point of entry." Emmy wasn't happy that Jude had stuck around to talk to Sherry. "You find any shoe impressions?" "We checked the perimeter. Nothing." "Okay." Emmy looked down the hallway toward the back door. "Bill would have entered the house through the front or used the garage door that led into the kitchen. Reggie probably would have, too. Unless this was planned from the beginning." "What's your theory of the shooting?" "Allison was probably standing about here." Sherry positioned herself so that she was facing the front door. "I'm thinking she came back inside to finish packing, but she locked the door behind her in case Bill, or whoever, showed up. So, she's got her back to the hallway. She uses her key to lock the deadbolt. Drops her keys into the bowl. Then she hears someone coming up behind her." Emmy conjured the images as Sherry spoke, Allison turning toward the hall, the shadowy figure of a man pointing a gun. The black nitrile gloves must have sent a spike of terror into her heart. Premeditated. Not spur of the moment. Before the killer had entered the house, he'd already thought about covering his tracks. So, Sherry continued. "Allison's kids upstairs. She's not going down without a fight. She reacts, tries to disarm him. As she's reaching for the gun, the killer fires. The first bullet takes off the thumb and index finger of her right hand. You can see them over there." Emmy looked at the yellow markers near the coffee table in the living room. The glint of light was off Allison's thumbnail. The bullet passes through and breaks the side window panel by the door. The casing is there. We used the metal detector to find the slug in the yard. Before the killer can shoot again, Allison runs into the dining room, exits through the swinging door, and enters the kitchen. In her head, Emmy saw Allison use her injured right hand to push open the door. The print had appeared smaller because she was missing her thumb and index finger. She told Sherry, "There's no way Allison thought she could outrun him. She was looking for a weapon to defend herself." Right. Allison hadn't been a stranger to sudden violence. Her body had been trained to react by years of abuse. But instead of the killer following her through the swinging door, he goes back the way he came. Emmy trailed Sherry down the hallway, tracing the shooter's possible path to the kitchen. The narrative paused for a moment. They both stood in respectful silence. Allison's body was still blocking the swinging door. She was on her back, head propped at an awkward angle against the base of a cabinet. Blood soaked the front of her shirt where she'd been shot in the chest. More blood was congealing on the floor. A steak knife was by her right hand. 2 white bones jutted out from the bloody stumps where her finger and thumb used to be. Emmy realized that Allison's wrist had broken when she'd fallen backward. The pool of blood indicated her heart had still been pumping when she'd hit the floor, which meant she'd been aware she was dying as she bled out from the chest wound. Jude would have probably said that a surge of adrenaline had bridged the horror, that Allison's fight or flight would have convinced her this wasn't the end, but all that Emmy could think about was the fact that Allison had died knowing that Mandy was all alone inside the house. Sherry was right. The woman would not have been thinking about her own life. She would have been terrified for the life of her daughter. Okay. Emmy turned to Sherry. Allison comes through the swinging door. The killer runs down the hallway. Then what? There's no time for her to go out the garage door. She grabs a steak knife from there. Sherry pointed to the empty slot in a butcher's block on the counter. Blood spatter dripped down the side. She prepares to confront the killer at the swinging door, but then she realizes he's already in the kitchen. She turns again. He fires twice. The first bullet goes wide. Hits to the right of the door. Emmy saw the hole the slug had made between the trim and the cabinets. The second bullet hits her in the chest. She drops the knife. Falls to the floor. Probably bleeds out within a couple of minutes. 2 minutes. The cruiser had been parked outside between the third and the fourth gunshot. They'd burned through time gearing up, preparing to breach. Was the last thing Allison heard before the blood left her heart the sound of Emmy coming through the door? She couldn't let herself think about that right now. Emmy looked for the empty shell casings that would have been ejected from the side of the gun each time a bullet was fired. They were clustered near the kitchen island. The killer was standing close when he shot her, roughly 10 to 12 feet away. Did he search her? He definitely touched her. Medical examiner will be able to give us more. She'll be here in about an hour. What are you thinking? Emmy was thinking about the bloody handprints on the window sash upstairs. You didn't get your hands wet standing 12 away. The shooter had touched Allison's body. Tell me about the murder weapon. The gun belonged to Allison. Emmy felt acid flood into her stomach. It was a terrible thing for a cop To be shot with her own weapon. Even worse, the parts of the crime scene that had made sense suddenly didn't make sense at all. Only a fool premeditated a murder and forgot to bring a weapon. Glock 19, Sherry said. Allison registered it 17 years ago off a private sale. Probably used it as her backup piece. Hard to tell if we'll be able to get prints off it. There was a lot of blood. Emmy realized she had stopped breathing. She parted her lips, drew in some air. The G19 holds 15 rounds in the magazine? Right, but Allison must have kept one in the chamber. There's only 4 rounds missing from the mag. We found 3 shell casings down here. Haven't found the 4th one yet, but when we do, that'll tell us the location where Mandy was shot. The 5th casing from the bullet that was fired at Jude should be in the main bedroom, but the way the ceiling came down, it's a lot to comb through. You're sure about Allison's movements because of the blood from her hand? She has to get shot in the foyer first to leave the bloody print on the swinging door and on the butcher's block? Yes, and she's not getting up after that kill shot to the chest. Emmy tried to find logic in the illogical. The killer is wearing gloves. He doesn't bring his own gun. He comes in through the back door. He takes Allison's Glock from where? Probably there. Sherry indicated the green leather crossbody bag hanging from the back of one of the kitchen bar stools. You saw the Crown Royal bag in the hallway? Jude told me that's an old school trick for carrying your gun in your purse. Keeps lint off the firing pin. Emmy felt her jaw clench. Jude had apparently been treated to a tour of the crime scene, too. That means the killer knew where the gun would be. Or he came in looking for a knife and found the gun. Emmy didn't like how convenient that sounded. Why don't you think the killer was already here talking to Allison? You mean she got into a fight with Bill and he grabbed her gun out of her purse, then chased her up the hallway to the front door? Emmy figured it could have just as easily been Reggie, but she nodded. Anyway, you've been on hundreds of domestic violence calls. Do their houses look like this? Emmy to admit she was right. Except for the mess in the dining room, there were no overturned chairs or tables, no broken glasses or holes in the wall where someone had punched a fist or banged a head. There was also the fact of the black nitrile glove. You didn't stop in the middle of a violent physical altercation to slip on some gloves before you killed somebody in a fit of rage. Whoever had come here to kill Allison had entered the house and killed Allison. Still, she said, I'll check with Brett to see if anybody in the neighborhood reported seeing Bill's car this morning. Jude already sent Cole to talk to the woman across the street. She told him that Allison's Toyota was the only one in the driveway when the kid in the red Hyundai drove by with his radio up. Shots were fired a few minutes later, so Bill's car would have been parked outside if this was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Emmy felt herself starting to bristle over Jude again. She motioned for Sherry to follow her back up the hall. It felt wrong to be tossing around theories in front of Allison's dead body. Isn't there a scenario where Allison took the gun out of her purse when she heard the intruder? She might have been off the job, but she was still a cop. If I'm in a situation where I draw my weapon, I'm not the person who's gonna end up dead on the floor. Especially with my kid in the house. That was true enough. You think Mandy saw it happen? I think after the killer shot Allison, he went into the dining room to search through the paperwork. Mandy could have thought he was gone. She walked down the stairs, or she accidentally made a noise, and he chased her upstairs and shot her. My guess is it happened in the main bedroom since that's how she accessed the attic. She couldn't have gone much farther with that kind of injury. Poor lamb must have been terrified. Emmy looked out the windows at the front yard, trying to keep the image of a scared 16-year-old girl out of her mind. Where'd you find Allison's Glock? Under her bed upstairs. Shooter probably ditched it before he escaped. Jude says that could point to somebody who came here with a plan. He wore gloves. Left the murder weapon behind. Made sure nothing could be traced back to him. Didn't hesitate when he realized Mandy was here. Emmy ignored the Jude part this time. She was more interested in why everything felt so off. You saw the glove on the flat roof? Jude said that could indicate the scene was staged. Emmy's jaw started to ache. It was déjà vu going in the wrong direction. She say anything else? That the shooter could have broken the glass in the window and tossed the glove onto the roof to give himself a head start. Jude was blacked out in the hallway after the bullet grazed her temple. He probably thought she was dead. Then he heard you come running up the back stairs. He escaped down the front stairs, ran down the hall and exited through the back door. The glove on the roof sent your guys into the ODs and gave him time to bolster his alibi. At the baseball park. Or the Clayville police station. Or a drug trafficker's stash apartment. The dude drop-in wasn't just a haven for prostitutes and cheating couples, nor were illicit sexual encounters the only reason there wasn't a single CCTV camera on the premises. One of the region's most prolific drug dealers worked out of room 19 in the back. The Clayville Police Department had known about the location for years, and for years they had done absolutely nothing about it. Then again, neither had Sheriff Gerald Clifton. Tell me about the $300,000 in cash. Found it in the attic about a foot away from the access panel in the closet. 3 bricks of $100 bills inside a sealed, blue plastic bin with a red top. I've got my guy recording the serial numbers on the bills so we can file a trace request with Treasury. We should have the name of the bank Allison made the withdrawals from by the end of next week. Looks like she got them in batches of $9,900 each. Jude said. Emmy didn't need to hear what Jude said. The Bank Secrecy Act required financial institutions to report any withdrawal over $10,000 to the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, which was under the umbrella of the U.S. Treasury Department. Allison was keeping the withdrawals below the threshold so a report wouldn't be filed. Of course, structuring withdrawals to avoid reporting was also illegal, but it usually took a long time for FinCEN to put that together. Emmy said, if she stayed under the reporting level, that's roughly 30 withdrawals, right? Yeah, but she was with Bill for 10 years. Mandy was only 6 when they started dating. That's a long time to build a nest egg. Tabby had said that Allison hired her shortly after the marriage. It made sense that Allison had started stockpiling cash then. Sherry said, we're talking about this money like it's Allison's. Are you sure it's not Bill's? Bill told me that Allison served him with divorce papers 2 weeks ago. There's no way he would have left it behind. Sherry looked staggered by the news. Emmy had felt the same when Bill had thrown it in her face. For years, she had pleaded with Allison to leave him, and to have her finally do it without letting Emmy know felt like some kind of weird betrayal. She told Sherry, I heard from another source that Allison hired a forensic accountant last year to dig into Bill's finances, but she dropped it when she went back to him. You think she stayed with Bill so she could siphon money from his Accounts? Sherry considered the ramifications. He's rich, but he's not that rich. 300 grand is a shit ton of money to go missing. And I don't mean to be judgy, but Allison was always cheap with her money. Emmy took in the disarray in the dining room office. If I came to this house looking for my stolen 300K, I wouldn't start with all the paperwork on the table. I'd be looking for a safe, tearing open mattresses and cushions, punching holes in walls. And I wouldn't shoot the only person who could tell me where it was. That's some bad math, Emmy. Sherry's voice was little more than a whisper. You know how this is gonna look. Dead cop plus 300 grand equals dirty cop. Emmy wasn't ready to go there yet. Did you find any electronics? Allison's phone was in her purse. The biometrics were turned off, so we'll have to crack the password. Same with the laptop in the dining room and the tablet and laptop in Mandy's bedroom. I'm assuming the girl's phone was in her back pocket when she fell through the ceiling. The screen was crushed. It'll take us a while to figure out if we can salvage any data. For what it's worth, Jude had Cole check all the 9/11 records. Doesn't look like Mandy called for help. Emmy wondered if that was because Mandy had panicked or because the Clayville chief of police was already downstairs. Or maybe Mandy had known about the $300,000 in the attic. Or maybe all of those things had nothing to do with the shooting, because every time Emmy pulled on a thread, another theory started to unravel. Sherry asked, ready to go upstairs? Emmy's foot was on the bottom tread of the stairs when she heard rap music playing loud enough to shake the windows. She looked out into the street. Saw a red Hyundai Kona pull to a stop behind the crime scene van. The light outside had changed since they'd entered the house. Dusk was brushing against the treetops. Cole had found their witness before sundown. Chapter 5. Emmy unzipped her Tyvek coveralls as she walked down the porch stairs. Cole jogged toward her. The temperature had dropped with the setting sun. She felt the cold air chilling the sweat on her body. The relief was short-lived. Her shoulder was throbbing. Her lower back was tight. Her tailbone ached with every step. She had a hitch in her gait. At least both of her knees still worked. Boss, Cole said, and she temporarily blanked on everything that came after. He'd always called her mom, or, when he was around other deputies, chief, because she had been the chief deputy for 12 years. Boss had been what everybody had called her father. Emmy turned her head. Looked down the street at Ginny Sadler's boy. Late 20s. Hairline already receding. Pencil mustache. He was leaning against the side of his car, sucking on a vape pen. He'd lost his father to bone cancer a year ago, then lost his mother to Jack Daniels shortly after. Mom? Cole said. You okay? She snapped herself out of it. You find anything off those doorbell cameras? 6 people emailed files so far, but there's nothing that helps us out. Not even the sound of the gunshots. We've got 65 houses in the neighborhood and 22 doorbell cameras. Only 11 of them record to the cloud. Everybody else uses the live feed. That made sense. Most people in North Falls installed doorbell cameras to check their porch for packages and hide from Girl Scouts. Selling co. Okies. I want you to watch everything again with your headphones at the station. There's got to be something. Yes, boss. She kneaded her fist into her back to work out the kink as they walked toward Drake Sadler, who took a hard hit off his vape pen while he waited for them. He was dressed in a Falcons t-shirt, khaki shorts, and hunter green Crocs. His brown hair was long in the back. The skinny mustache curved like a baby caterpillar over his thin lips. He had a very wary look on his face, which made her think that this was going to be more of an interrogation than a conversation. She'd met Drake a few times when he'd dropped off his mother for book club. He'd always been polite but clearly uninterested in talking literature with a bunch of women over 40. He said, "Hey, Miss Emmy. You know what happened at Miss Vickery's house today?" "Yes, ma'am." Drake had caught her businesslike tone. He pushed away from his car. "My mom said you wanted to talk to me, but I didn't hear anything." Emmy wasn't surprised he couldn't hear over the music. "Did you see anything?" "No, ma'am." He took a deep drag off his pen. His gaze went to Cole, then back to Emmy. His anxiety was palpable. "Nothing. No other cars on the road?" "No, ma'am. Most people in the hood are gone on Saturday afternoon. Chores and things." He blew a plume of smoke out of the side of his mouth. The nicotine was doing nothing to soothe his nerves. "Sorry, I can't be more helpful." "You didn't see any people out walking? Maybe one of the neighbors with a dog?" "No, ma'am. Folks usually get that out of the way in the early morning. Or later at night." He took 2 quick puffs on the pen. "I was driving. Looking at the road." "What's going on here, Drake?" "Nothing, ma'am. Like I said, I wish I could help you. If I think of anything, I'll definitely give you a call." He tried to open the car door, but Emmy bumped it closed with her hip. Their eyes met for a moment. The metal pen clicked against his teeth. When he jammed it back into his mouth, he left it there without inhaling, chewing it like a pacifier. Emmy let her silence linger. He was so damn jittery it made her brain hurt. He coughed quietly, looked out over the street. He'd clearly seen something before the shooting, or someone. "Drake, people who lie to me only lie for 2 reasons. They've got something to hide, or they're hiding something for somebody else. Which is it?" His hand shook as he took the pen out of his mouth. Sweat dotted his forehead. Emmy realized she'd misjudged the situation. He wasn't being cagey. He was scared. Which meant the person he had seen was someone who held a lot of power. Not Bill Garrison, who only threatened women. Maybe a cop. Maybe the Clayville chief of police. Reggie Wilder would know the layout of Allison's house. He would know where she kept her backup weapon. He would know how to stage a crime scene. She nodded for Cole to give them some space. Watched the desperate way Drake's eyes full owed her son all the way back to Allison's front yard. "Drake, look at me." Emmy waited for him to comply. "I get that. You're afraid to say the man's name. Maybe you think you have a good reason. He might be somebody with a lot of power in the county. I promise you that I won't let him use that power against you. Anything you tell me stays with me. I won't even write it down." He sucked on the pen, held the swirl of chemicals in his lungs before doing a slow exhale. She tried an easier question. "When you drove by here earlier, did you see a car parked in the driveway that didn't belong?" "No, he never." Emmy watched the panic take hold again. "He never parked his car in the driveway?" Drake tapped the power button on the pen until it shut off. He jammed it into his pocket, squared his shoulders. "I don't have to talk to you. Not legally. You're right. He was going to talk to her if she had to drag him down the street to his mother's house and get Ginny to force him. But Ms. Vickery was murdered. Mandy's still in surgery. She's probably not going to survive the bullet wound to her head. Whoever you're protecting came here to murder a woman and her child in their own home. Drake looked away again. Tears wet his eyes. He swallowed with an audible gulp. Emmy could tell he was going to break. All he needed was a few more seconds for his fear to negotiate with his conscience. When he finally relented, it was only by degrees. He's a bad guy, but I don't think he'd hurt her. Not like that. Ms. Vickery, for sure. But not Mandy. She waited. I don't know if he loved her, but he must have cared about her, right? Drake sounded desperate for confirmation. I mean, he was taking a huge risk just being with her. Mandy's barely 16, right? Dude's my age. Emmy's mouth filled with bile before her brain had time to really process what she was hearing. The entire case had just shifted. Reggie Wilder was almost 2 decades older than Drake. He was giving her another suspect. Of all the scenarios Emmy had considered, Mandy being groomed by an older man had not been one of them. It's hella risky, right? Drake asked. I know Ms. Vickery was retired. But she was a police officer. Chief Wilder used to park outside her house. Until a few weeks ago. You don't keep seeing a girl like that unless you love her. Emmy had to clear her throat to speak. Tell me what you saw. I never even thought about it until Ms. Vickery asked me if I'd ever seen him hanging around the house. I didn't want to get in the middle of it, but she was really upset. Like, she was already crying before she got out of her car. Emmy kept her mouth shut so that Drake would keep talking. She said she was gone a lot, and her husband was always working. And she was worried 'cause she knew Mandy was skipping school at lunchtime and meeting some guy at the house, but she wasn't sure who the guy was. And I told her she could set up a camera or something, and she said that cameras could be hacked. And she didn't trust them. She just wanted confirmation that he was here. Emmy didn't push for a name. When did this conversation take place? 2 days ago. Thursday? Yeah, I was just getting home from work, so around 5, maybe. She came to the house to talk to me 'cause she knows I go home for lunch. And she thought maybe I'd seen something. Did Ms. Vickery tell you why she was worried? He looked away. His fear started pulling at his conscience again. She said that Mandy had bruises on her back like somebody had beaten her. That Mandy wouldn't tell how they got there. That maybe she had a boyfriend who was hurting her. Allison didn't think it was Bill? No, ma'am. She straight up said she knew it was somebody else. That somebody had already warned her, but she needed to know how long it'd been going on. Drake's shrug was more like a jerk of his shoulder. I wasn't gonna say anything at first, but then Ms. Vickery told me about the bruises and, I mean, that's pretty bad, right? Getting all bruised up like that. Mandy's just a kid. Emmy tasted bile again. Drake, what did you tell Ms. Vickery? That I'd seen the guy there a couple of times, but Drake's voice trailed off. His cheeks flushed. He looked over her shoulder, then at the ground. I'm not weird, okay? I don't drive fast. I go the speed limit. And if something catches my eye and I see it, it's natural to slow down. Right? Human nature. What did you see? He kept his gaze on the ground. About 2 weeks ago, the garage doors were up, and I glanced over, and he had Mandy backed up against the storage shelves and he was touching her face, like, real intimate. Stroking her cheek, you know? And she wasn't trying to stop him or push him away. Her hands were on his shoulders. She was looking up at him like she wanted him to kiss her. She was obviously into it. Emmy ignored the voyeurism. Her focus was on the brazenness it took for a nearly 30-year-old man to intimately touch the face of a 16-year-old cop's daughter in broad daylight. That was the first time you saw him with Mandy at the house, about 2 weeks ago? Drake nodded. The last time I saw them was 3 days ago. He was on the porch and Mandy was standing at the front door. They were super close, like close enough to kiss. And I figured they were making out again, you know, like about to go upstairs. But he pushed her back inside the house. And I didn't think anything else about it until Ms. Vickery asked me about what was going on, and then I thought, wow, he didn't push her. He shoved her really hard. Like, she stumbled backward, and I saw her start to fall before he slammed the door behind him. So maybe none of it was, like, consensual. Maybe Mandy was scared of him. Emmy tried to keep the image out of her mind. How many times total did you see him at the house over the last 2 weeks? That's what Ms. Vickery wanted to know. Maybe 3 times he was with Mandy? Usually during lunchtime, but I had to take my mom home from work early 'cause her stomach was upset and we drove by. And I saw him through the front window on the far side of the house. Looked like he was alone. Emmy gestured toward the house. The left side, where the dining room is? Maybe? And you told Ms. Vickery that, too? Yeah. He took the vape pen out of his pocket, nervously twisted it back and forth between his fingers. She tried to be cool with me, but I could tell she was pissed off and scared at the same time. She got in her car and headed toward the interstate. Laid down some rubber. Left tire marks in our driveway. You can still see M. And you're sure you had this conversation with Ms. Vickery too? Days ago? 100%. Thursday was my girlfriend's birthday. I was about to jump in the shower when Ms. Vickery rang the doorbell. Drake stopped twisting the pen. There's other people who know what she did next. Like witnesses, but I doubt they'll talk to you. Emmy felt her brain working the puzzle. She could guess why Drake was so scared to say the man's name. What did Ms. Vickery do next? I mean, it's what I heard she did. He shrugged again, but there was no uncertainty in his tone. Drove over to the motel. Kicked down his door. Pulled out her gun. Stuck it in his face. Said she'd kill him if he didn't leave her baby alone. Emmy felt all the fine hairs on the back of her neck stand to attention. She knew the answer, but she had to ask, what motel was this? The Dewdrop Inn. Emmy nodded, but only to buy herself some time. What did he do? When she threatened him? Laughed at her. Kept laughing until she left. He's always been that way. He's a stone cold? Drake cut himself off before saying the word, but Emmy said it for him. Killer? He looked away. Took a deep breath. Slowly shushed out air between his teeth. Drake, I need you to say his name. Miss Emmy, I. Say it. He kept his gaze on the ground. Let out another long sigh. She could smell the sickly sweet stench of vape on his breath. His voice was no more than a whisper when he finally mumbled. Woody. Emmy had known it was coming, but it still felt like an explosion had gone off inside her skull. Wesley Woody Woodrow had come onto her radar 12 years ago. Back then, he'd been a junior in high school slinging hard drugs to North Falls kids. Now, he was helping his grandfather run the family's drug trafficking business. Emmy asked, "Do you know what kind of car he drives?" Mercedes G63. Black with black rims. Emmy was more than familiar with the nearly $200,000 vehicle. Have you ever seen it in Ms. Vickery's driveway or in the neighborhood? No, ma'am. Drake took another shaky breath. I figure he parked it somewhere on the other side of the woods and walked up from the back. Emmy watched his hands shake as he tried to power the pen back on. She heard an owl in the distance. Dusk was quickly turning into night. The air felt ominous, like the darkness been summoned. The streetlights flickered on. Okay. Emmy braced her hand on the roof of the car. Look at me. He looked up, his gaze locking on to hers. I need you to forget we had this conversation, all right? Don't tell your girlfriend or your bros or even your mother. Just keep it to yourself. And I'll do the same. You didn't see anything on the street. You've never seen anyone at Allison's house who didn't belong there. That's what my report will say, and that's what you'll put in your witness statement. You had your radio turned up and you were minding your own business, all right? His fear had gone phosphorescent under the glow of hers. Yes, ma'am. Emmy motioned for Cole to join them. She told her son, Drake didn't see anything. Take his statement and cut him loose. Her phone started to buzz as she walked away. Emmy saw a text message from Layla Paulson at the trauma center. Mandy was still in surgery. The bleeding was finally under control. Things were touch and go, but the girl was still alive. For now, at least. She texted Brett to send a deputy to the trauma center immediately to ensure Mandy's safety. She tucked her phone back into her vest pocket. According to Drake, Allison had already been warned that Woody was spotted at the house with Mandy. There was only one person Emmy could think of who would give that warning. She ignored the pain in her body as she jogged up Coach Bell's driveway. The woman had moved to a recliner in front of a huge television so she could watch a different football game. Emmy knocked on the window, then pushed it open. Emmy Lou? Coach Bell stood from her chair and walked over. Has something happened? No, ma'am. Did you ever see Mandy with a boy at Allison's house? During the day? The woman looked shocked. You don't think Wesley Woodrow did this? Emmy clenched her teeth so tightly that her jaw muscle spasmed. Coach Bell picked up on her anxiety. Oh, no, honey. I'm so sorry. I would have told you before if I thought it was important. How many times did you see Woody over there? Only once, she said. 2 days ago, which was Thursday, I was checking my mailbox and I saw him with Mandy at the front door. They were standing very close. She looked uncomfortable, but I assumed that was because she knew I'd tell her mother. You're sure it was Woody? Absolutely. He stared me right in the face. It was chilling. She leaned her elbow on the windowsill. I had that nasty piece of work in my health class one year. He was very polite, always did what he was supposed to do, but there was something about him that reminded me of a snake. His eyes were so cold, always studying you like you were a bug. He wanted to squash. I went to school with his grandfather. Your sister could tell you some stories. Leroy Raleigh was the exact same way. Emmy didn't need more horror stories about Leroy Bubba Raleigh. She'd grown up hearing them at the family dinner table. You told Allison that you saw Woody with Ma. NDY? Immediately. Coach Bell stared across the street as if she could still see Woody and Mandy there. I assumed he was selling her drugs. He might be a Woodrow, but he's a Raleigh through and through. That's the family business. Selling poison to children. They did more than that. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Emmy helped her close the window. She thought about the cash-in Allison's attic as she walked down the driveway. Every woman she knew kept an emergency stash, but they accumulated it in 10s and 20s. Over time, not bricks of hundreds, and they usually couldn't afford to sit on more than a few hundred at a time. She could think of only 2 scenarios where Allison might be able to build that kind of nest egg. One had been shot down by Sherry earlier, skimming from Bill's accounts. The other reached back into Allison's time as lead detective on the narcotics squad of the Clayville Police Department, being paid off by the Raleigh family to look the other way. There wasn't a cop below the Mason-Dixon line who didn't know the Raleighs. For generations, they had been an integral link in the drug supply chain from Florida up into New England. Back in the 60s and 70s, Leroy Raleigh had controlled half the state for the Dixie Mafia. Leroy Jr. had started running heroin in the 70s before overdosing on his own supply. Leroy III, who reportedly went by Bubba, had trafficked crack in the 80s, then followed the trend into meth, then oxy, and was currently a key supplier of fentanyl in the region. Bubba's younger sister, Tanya, had done her best to stay away from the family business. His wife had died in childbirth. Their daughter, Violet, had ended up marrying a man who'd beaten her to death. That man, Avery Woodrow, had been dealt with by the Raleighs, never to be seen or heard from again. The son, an 8-year-old named Wesley, had been raised by Tanya until she died of cancer a few years ago. By that time, Tanya was firmly back in the family fold, as was Bubba's grandson. With the serpent's eyes. As Coach Bell had said, Woody was a Raleigh through and through. With any other suspect, Emmy would have contrived a reason to bring him into the station for a chat. Woody was not any other suspect. There was no way he'd voluntarily go to the station, let alone speak to her, without one of his $1,000 an hour Atlanta lawyers. Woody was cunning and clever, and he knew his rights better than most cops. If Emmy picked him up, it had to be to arrest him, and to arrest him, she needed iron-tight probable cause, not off-the-record testimony from a terrified witness and a statement from a woman who thought she was standing up to a petty thug but was actually taking on an entire criminal organization. Loud music pulled Emmy out of her thoughts. Drake was making a 4-point turn to leave the scene. Boss. Cole jogged over. 2 more doorbell camera files came in. I can get in the cruiser. Emmy climbed behind the wheel. Cole got in beside she didn't speak until they were back on the 2-lane, heading into town. Mandy's friends. Was there one she was closer to than the others? She called Talia Wilkinson her best friend in one of her videos. Cole took out his phone, scrolled through his notes. The Wilkinsons live on Roanoke. Her mom's North Falls people. Put your seatbelt on. Cole did as he was told, keeping his mouth shut while Emmy took a hard left onto the back roads that ran behind Taby's farm. She knew that he had questions. Her son was green, but he was not stupid. The closer they got to town, the more tension she felt radiating from his side of the vehicle. He shifted in his seat, pulled at his seatbelt. She bit her tongue to keep from telling him to stop fidgeting. She needed to think about Mandy's best friend. 16-year-old girls tended to tell each other everything. If Mandy had been groomed by an older man, then her best friend would know, and that same best friend might be able to offer up some details. Did Mandy ever meet Woody anywhere other than the house? Were there any photographs of the two of them together? A chance that a CCTV camera might have caught them? Did Woody ever give Mandy money? Buy her jewelry? Give her a burner phone? How did they communicate? Did Mandy ever confide that Woody had hurt her? That she was scared? Did either girl keep a journal where they talked about the illicit relationship? Emmy might not be able to arrest Woody off the murder just yet, but she sure as hell could arrest him for the statutory rape of a minor. Cole said, "It's the blue house on the left." Emmy pulled over to the curb. They were in downtown North Falls, 3 blocks from the police station. She took a deep breath to help focus her thoughts as she got out of the car. She caught Cole looking around the neighborhood. He had a wistful expression on his face. The first 11 years of his life had been spent living in a similar cottage 4 streets over. Emmy had inherited the house from her grandmother. She'd been in the process of restoring it bit by bit until her divorce from Jonah had forced her to sell. He'd used his part of the proceeds to buy a seedy bar on the outskirts of town. Emmy had taken full custody of Cole and moved them in with her parents so she could build up her savings, which is a thing that never happened because Cole had kept needing things like healthcare, braces, and food. He adjusted his duty vest. "You spent an awful long time talking to a witness who said he didn't see anything." Emmy climbed the stairs to the front of the house. She gave the door 3 hard raps, then stepped back and waited. The woman who greeted them was about Emmy's height, but with a short, choppy haircut and round glasses. "Sheriff?" Emmy said. "Ms. Wilkinson." "Valerie," she interrupted. "Is Mandy okay?" "She's still in surgery. I think all we can do right now is keep her in our prayers. My only prayer is that whoever did this gets worse than the deet penalty." Emmy figured the death penalty was pretty bad. "Is Talia home?" The woman chewed her bottom lip. She was clearly torn between a desire to help and the natural need to protect her child. "I read the horrible stories online about Bill. Is it true that he abused Allison? Do you think he hurt Mandy?" Emmy said. "Valerie, I know this is difficult, but your daughter could have important information about the man who did this." She was clearly still conflicted, but she opened the door anyway. "Talia's lying down in her room. I'll go get her." Cole closed the door behind them with a soft click. They both looked around. The house was compact, the living room giving way to the tiny dining room that led to a galley kitchen that shot down the side of one of the 3 bedrooms. The layout matched her grandmother's bungalow, but the explosion of colors would have set Nana's hair on fire. Orange walls, overstuffed white marshmallow chairs and a couch in stripes of blue ticking. Red and yellow rag rugs had been laid over a purple-painted floor. Emmy tried not to think about all the hours she'd spent on her hands and knees scraping white paint off her grandmother's kitchen hardwoods only to have Jonah drop an entire bottle of red wine that had stained the wood like a crime scene. Cole said, "I loved our old house." Emmy tried to ignore the wistful tone in her son's voice. "I'm sorry, Sheriff Clifton. Valerie had her arm wrapped around her daughter's waist as she led her up the narrow hallway. Talia was slim, with long dark hair and high cheekbones. She's still a bit out of it. Emmy could tell the girl had been drugged. She could also see why. Talia's face was swollen from crying. Red lines crisscrossed through the whites of her eyes. She looked incredibly young and vulnerable, which summed up every 16-year-old child. The violence at Allison's house had been a life-altering trauma. Even if Mandy survived, things would never be the same. Talia was clearly struggling with this fact. There was so much pain in her expression that Emmy felt guilty for intruding. Still, she tried. Talia, do you mind answering some questions for me? Talia sniffed. She waited for her mother to nod before giving an answer. Yes, ma'am. Emmy perched on one of the marshmallow chairs. Cole stood with his back to the front door. Valerie hesitated before leading her daughter to the couch. She rested a protective hand over Talia's, then nodded for Emmy to begin. I'm so sorry about what happened today. I know Mandy is your friend. I want you to know that there was nothing that happened today that's your fault. Or Mandy's. It's nobody's fault except the bad man who did it. Talia wiped her nose with the back of her hand. Tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Is she going to be all right? I don't know, Emmy admitted, because lying wouldn't help build trust. The reason I'm here talking to you is I need to know a little bit more about Mandy's life, and I'm hoping you can help fill in some blanks. Okay? Talia nodded. A lot of times, when you're friends with somebody, you make promises to keep secrets, but I need you to know that there's nothing you can tell me about Mandy that's going to get her into trouble. Right now. We all need to work together to do everything we can to help her. Does that make sense? Talia glanced at her mother before nodding at Emmy. Can you tell me about the last time you saw Mandy? Talia wiped her nose again. Cole handed her his handkerchief. She looked startled, as if she hadn't noticed he was there until now. Emmy nodded for her son to move to the other side of the room. Talia wiped her nose with the handkerchief. She was with me yesterday. We went to her house to hang out and study. How did you get there? On our bikes. Emmy knew that kids cut through the back roads from town. She had done it herself as a kid. Do you usually go to Mandy's house after school? Valerie jumped in. They're here most days. I work from home on Mondays and Fridays, so they always go to Allison's on those afternoons. She's never home. They have the place to themselves. Emmy caught the subtle dig at Allison's parenting. Mandy, was Bill at the house yesterday? No ma'am, he's always at work. Thank God, Valerie muttered. Talia. Emmy put emphasis on the name, trying to get Valerie to back off. I need you to think through the last few weeks, not just yesterday. Was Mandy acting differently? Talia looked down at her hands. She started folding the handkerchief into a tight square. She was happy 'cause her mom made Bill move out. And Mrs. Vickery was gonna get a divorce and they were both gonna move away. Valerie looked shocked. Allison was leaving Bill? Talia nodded and shrugged at the same time. Emmy asked, did Mandy say where they were going to move to? Talia shrugged a shoulder. Just away. Can you tell me a little bit about Mandy's life? Emmy could see the confusion in the girl's eyes. Did she get an allowance? Yes, ma'am. Allison gave her $100 a month. Did Mandy save her money or spend it? Talia's shoulder went up in a shrug. We bought stuff at the outlet mall. Sometimes, or we went to the Good Dollar for candy. Did Mandy have a phone? She had her mom's old iPhone, but it wasn't new or anything. And that's the only phone she had? Talia nodded. Does Mandy have a boyfriend? Talia shook her head. No, ma'am. She likes Denny Wright, but he's a senior and he already dates a cheerleader and he's never even talked to her. Did she used to date somebody? No, ma'am, not really. We hung out with boys but nothing serious. Emmy knew about those crushes. Did Mandy tell you anyone was bothering her lately? Maybe in the past few weeks? No, ma'am. What about 2 days ago? Were you with Mandy after school on Thursday? No, ma'am. She went home early 'cause she had bad cramps. Emmy knew that was the day both Coach Bell and Drake Sadler had seen Wood. Why at the house with Mandy? Did she tell you that anyone was at the house? No, ma'am. She said she went home and slept. Did Mandy ever skip school? Talia glanced at her mother, then looked down at the handkerchief. Again. Sometimes. Valerie asked, did you skip with her? Talia shrugged and shook her head. Not really. Talia. Emmy leaned toward the girl. She knew in her gut that Talia was hiding something more important than skipping school. Baby, it's all right to tell me if Mandy was seeing anybody. A couple of people have already told me the truth. You'd just be confirming what I already know. Talia's gaze went back to her mother. Valerie said, you need to be honest. Talia swallowed so hard that her throat made a sound. Mandy told me she was seeing somebody, but Emmy waited for her to finish the sentence. It's a secret 'cause he's older. Emmy felt her stomach clench. Older like my son? Talia's gaze flitted toward Cole before resting back on the handkerchief. I don't know. She never said. Did she tell you his name? No, ma'am. She wasn't allowed to 'cause it was a secret and her mom would get really mad if she found out they were spending time alone together. My God. Valerie's hand went to her heart. Was he ever alone with you? Talia shook her head. She was more alert now, being careful with her words. I think I saw her get in his car once, but they were really far away. So I didn't see his face or what kind of car it was. I promise. Emmy kept her voice calm. Did Mandy describe the man, or give you any details about who he was? Talia shook her head. She never talked about him. She said they would both get into really bad trouble if people found out. Emmy paused to think through the next part, because relationships between girls were complicated. Would Skylar Guthrie know? My son told me that she was one of Mandy's friends, too. Talia shook her head again. Mandy wasn't talking to Skylar lately. They were mad at each other. Do you know why? No, ma'am. Emmy couldn't tell if she was being truthful, but she moved on. Let's talk about this older man. How long had Mandy known him? Another shoulder shrug. A few months? Do you know how much time they spent together? Again, she shrugged, but said, a lot, 'cause she stopped hanging around with me as much, especially the last few weeks. Okay. Emmy tried to regroup. This next question might sound bad. But I promise you, no one will be in trouble. Have you ever heard Mandy say the name Woody? Oh. Talia's eyes went wide in surprise. She clearly knew who Woody was. No, ma'am. Mandy would never. That's not the name of the older man she was seeing? No, ma'am. He was older than that. At least she made it seem like he was. He had a real job and everything. What kind of job? She didn't say, only that he got paid and sometimes he bought things for her. Do you know what things he bought? Talia was sitting up straighter now. She shook her head. Emmy pressed, was Mandy using drugs? Drugs? Valerie sounded aghast. She squeezed Talia's hand. Have you been using drugs? No, Talia said. Mom, obviously not. Nothing is obvious, Valerie insisted. You never told me any of this. Mandy's hanging out with a grown man, doing drugs, skipping school. Lying to her mother? God, Mom. Mandy's probably gonna die and you're worried we smoked some weed? Weed? Valerie's voice trilled up. When did you start smoking? Weed? Jesus. Emmy was helpless to stop the girl when she pushed herself up from the couch and stomped down the hallway. Talia. Valerie had stood, too. She threw her hands into the air in frustration. She asked Emmy, should I have her tested for drugs? What? If she's doing fentanyl? Emmy wasn't going to weigh in. Do you mind answering some questions for me about Mandy? I don't think I know anything about her. Valerie sat back down. She was clearly still angry. Mandy's practically lived here since the first grade. Apparently, she's been putting on an act this entire time. Valerie, Mandy's still a child. Does it really matter if she skipped school and lied to her mother? My jail would be full if I went after every kid in town who made a stupid mistake. Valerie shook her head. The anger was gone. Now there was only self-recrimination. What did I miss? If you're like me, you missed everything. Teenagers hide stuff from their parents. It's a rite of passage. Normally, it doesn't matter. This time, it does. Valerie let her head fall into her hand. I'm not sure I can add anything to what Talia's already told you. Did you notice a change in Mandy lately? She was obviously about to say no, but then she stopped herself. Actually, she seemed lighter lately. More like she was before Bill came into the picture. Emmy gave her time to think. Mandy was effervescent as a child. So funny and light. The first time Talia brought her home, I was delighted. She was just such a beautiful, sweet girl. Emmy knew there was a second part. And then things started getting serious between Allison and Bill and Valerie huffed out a breath. I didn't put it together at the time, but I've been reading these posts online about people seeing Allison with a black eye or a cut lip. She'd say it happened at work, but I don't think that's true. It makes sense that Mandy changed, especially when they all moved in together. I guess that was 6 years ago? She became quieter. More introspective. I thought it was tween stuff. Talia was a handful at that age, believe me. Moody and angry 1 minute, happy and excited the next. But Mandy's swings were darker, more serious. I should've noticed, but I didn't. Emmy knew how easy it was to miss things. Did Mandy ever confide in you about anything? No, she was very hesitant to open up. Now that I know what was happening at home, I understand why. She never invited Talia to sleep overnight once they moved in with Bill. I should have seen that summit. Hing was off. Did you ever have any conversations with Mandy? She chewed her lip. It was always very superficial. How's school? What are you enjoying? What are you reading? We never talked about anything deeper than that. What about Allison? Did you know her very well? We were mom friends, but her world was so different from mine. I look at spreadsheets all day. She chases bad guys. Or at least she used to. I heard she's been doing private investigator stuff since she retired, but it's been years since I've had a real sit-down with her. I'm a single mother with a mortgage. I have to triage my time. Emmy knew exactly what she meant. You said that you asked Mandy about school. Did she ever talk about teachers she liked? Maybe she confided in one of them. She never mentioned anyone. I know that Talia loves your brother, Tommy. She was in his advanced history class before he retired to take care of your— Oh, no, Valerie's hand fluttered to her heart. She looked aghast. Your mother's funeral was today. The piece of glass lodged itself back in Emmy's throat. I'm so sorry. With all that's happened, I had forgotten. Emmy worked to keep her expression neutral, but the wrongness flowed back into her body. She had forgotten her own mother's funeral, too. Thank you, Valerie said. I can't imagine how you're handling all of this. Thank you, Emmy repeated. Her voice had a strange echo inside of her head. The room suddenly felt claustrophobic. How had she let herself forget? Ms. Wilkinson, Cole said. I wonder if you would mind if I asked Talia to show me her phone? Her phone? Yes, ma'am. Cole gave Emmy a careful look before turning back to Valerie. It might help us identify the older man that Mandy was seeing. I'd only need to look at Snap or Discord to get the connections. Do you think she'd be open to showing me? I think so, yes. I've got this, boss. Cole gave Emmy that same, careful look again. You can take the cruiser. I'll walk back to the station. Okay. Emmy started to leave, but sheer repetition put the right words in her mouth. Valerie, I appreciate your cooperation. We'll do everything we can to make sure we get justice for Allison's family. Valerie shook her hand. Thank you, Sheriff. Emmy grabbed at the Velcro straps around her duty vest as she walked out the front door. She got no relief from pulling the heavy ballistic panels away from her body. The next few minutes skipped forward like a bad recording. She was opening the door, cranking the engine, driving down the street. 2 right-hand turns put her in the station parking lot. She was out of the car. She was walking through the squad room. She bypassed her father's office. The office they had shared for 10 years. Emmy's office alone for the last 6 weeks. Then she was pushing open the bathroom door. Then she was on her knees in front of the toilet coughing up strings of bile. Emmy sat back on her heels. Her brain felt like it was throbbing against her skull. She could hear a ticking sound coming from the dripping faucet because no one in this station ever bothered to turn it all the way off. She looked up at the bright overhead lights, sniffed to clear her nose, forced herself back into her body, felt the ache in her tailbone, the twinge in her shoulder, the tightness in her back where the muscles were looking for an excuse to seize. Jesus, she whispered. She was turning into a basket case. Even Cole had noticed, which meant that Emmy had managed to unlock a new level of bad parenting. The labored groan that came out of her mouth when she stood reminded her of her father getting out of his cruiser on cold mornings. She went to the sink, gulped water from the faucet, turned the handle all the way off to stop the incessant dripping. She stared at her reflection in The mirror. Dark circles under her eyes. Octopus tendrils of hair sprouting from her head. Her skin still felt filthy from sweating at Myrna's grave. Then being covered in sheetrock, then sweltering inside the Tyvek suit. She needed to get her shit together. Emmy put her phone on the counter. Slid her fingers across the screen. Tapped a familiar number. Tommy answered on the third ring. "What's up, kiddo?" He sounded the same as always, which was exactly what she needed from her brother right now. Just hanging out in the toilet. Fun times. Emmy noticed the sound of gentle shushing in the background. "Are you at the river basin? Thought I'd go fishing." "It's nighttime, Tommy. Might catch a starfish." Emmy laughed, but only for the release. "Do you remember a girl from your history class named Talia Wilkinson? Turned in her work on time. Stayed out of trouble." Emmy had been raised by a teacher. She knew this was high praise. "She's friends with a girl named Mandy Vickery. Both her and her mother were." "I know what happened." There was a weight to their silence. Tommy said, "Never had Mandy in my class. Celia might know her." Celia was one of the vice principals at North Falls High School. She would be a good source, but Emmy wanted to talk to her brother. Or listen to him breathe as he watched the Flint River roll by. Emmy leaned back against the sink. Pressed the phone to her ear. Focused on the sound of the water sliding over rocks that had been worn smooth by friction and time. Her eyes closed. She felt tears start to well up. She wondered what Tommy had done with the handful of dirt he had carried away from their mother's grave. Her phone buzzed in her hand, work trying to pull her back into reality. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand. "I should go." "Hey," Tommy paused. "You know, kid, I love you so much. If you ever need to talk anytime, day or night, all you have to do is call Jude." She laughed so hard the sound echoed against the tiles. "Tommy, I want you to know that you can call her, too. Jude is always there for you. No, she's there for you." Emmy grinned as she brushed away her tears. "Oh, my Lou," he sighed. "A long time ago, Mom told me that people are like boomerangs. The harder you try to throw them away, the harder they come back at you." She heard a hint of melancholy in his voice. She could have offered to come find him at the river. To call Celia. To get Jude and a six-pack to mark the passing of their mother, but instead, she told him, "I hear it's actually really difficult to throw a boomerang the right way so that it comes back." "Then it's not a boomerang," Tommy said. "It's a stick." Emmy smiled. "Okay." She ended the call. Dropped her phone face down on the countertop. Surround. Splashed more water on her face. Tried to neat her hair. The vice that had tightened around her chest had loosened enough so that she could draw in a full breath again. She pressed her hands on the counter. Put her head down. Thought about her job, because the only way to help Mandy Vickery right now was to find the person who'd murdered her mother and left her fighting for her life in a hospital operating room. Emmy looked at her reflection in the mirror. She didn't see herself. She saw the badge that her father had worn for 6 decades. She heard the voice of his experience in her head. "What do we know? Allison was murdered with her own gun. Mandy was shot. There was $300,000 in cash hidden in the attic. Last year, Allison broke off an affair with a volatile cop who was her superior officer and subsequently retired from the force. 2 months ago, she dropped her lawsuit against the city. of Clayville for workplace retaliation. 2 weeks ago, she filed divorce papers on her abusive husband. Woody was seen several times with Mandy by 2 different witnesses over the past 2 weeks. This afternoon, Allison and Mandy were packing their bags to leave town. What do we think we know? Talia had mentioned an unnamed older man who was grooming Mandy. Or maybe the older man was Woody, and Mandy had lied to Talia. Which meant that Woody was still at the top of Emmy's list of suspects, but just because the Raleighs were murdering drug dealers didn't mean one of them had murdered this particular woman. There were other men in Allison's life with motive, means, and opportunity. Bill Garrison wasn't the type of psychopath to let a woman have the last word. Reggie Wilder was not accustomed to being told no. Allison had spent 20 years locking up the worst of the worst. Drug dealers, human traffickers, murderers, rapists, any of whom could be out by now and looking for revenge. What do we do next? Emmy needed to speak to Skylar Guthrie, Mandy's friend she'd fallen out with. Hopefully, Cole would find some information from Talia's phone that led them to either Woody or the unknown older man. Brett would have to report in at some point about the canvas of Allison's neighborhood and the strip malls on the other side of the woods behind her house. Emmy needed to verify Bill Garrison's alibi that he was at the Lazy 8 when Allison and Mandy were shot. She needed to ascertain Reggie's whereabouts at the same time. To ask questions around town in case somebody bad had come into a large sum of money recently that might indicate a gun for hire. Woody's movements would be more difficult to pin down, but Emmy would have her deputies talk to every drug addict in the county to build a timeline for his day. Anyone with half a brain was terrified of the Raleighs, but just about every addict on the street would trade information for a get-out-of-jail-free card the next time they were picked up for using. She took a full breath, held it in her lungs for a beat. She felt clear-headed, ready to jump back into the investigation. If her father had taught her anything, it was how to build a case. All you had to do was keep picking at every thread until you found the one that connected the killer to the crime. Her phone buzzed again. Emmy flipped it over and looked at the screen. The first message was from Bernadette Grayson, the mayor of Clayville. The second was from Chief Reggie Wilder. They were both demanding answers about the Allison Vickery investigation. They were both on their way to the station. Chapter 6. Emmy sat at her desk trying to tune out the gratingly loud tick of the second hand on her father's ancient wall clock. She had rushed through a lukewarm shower and changed into a fresh uniform so she would look presentable by the time the Clayville mayor and the chief of police showed up for an unscheduled meeting in the middle of an active murder investigation, but neither had appeared yet and neither had returned Emmy's texts asking for an ETA. They would have never ignored a direct question from her father. Then again, her father had seemed to have an extra gear he could shift into when a case approached the 12-hour mark. By contrast, Emmy felt achy and exhausted. There wasn't enough coffee to chase away her headache. Her vision doubled on the list of names Cole had gotten from Talia Wilkinson's social media apps. Mandy's friendship group had been extensive, but her core circle seemed to consist of Talia Wilkinson and Skylar Guthrie. Between Discord and Snap, they checked in with each other multiple times a day. Emmy had already called the Guthries, who'd informed her she would have to wait until after church tomorrow morning to speak with Skylar. She'd tried to push, but they had pushed back harder. It didn't help that Pam Guthrie, the mother, was a lawyer. She knew that Emmy couldn't force the girl to talk. She looked back at her laptop. Emmy had been doom-scrolling Mandy's social media. She'd paused a video of Mandy, Talia, and Skylar from last year. The three girls had been rafting down the Flint. They were all dressed in two-piece bathing suits, big sunglasses, and floppy hats. Mandy had chosen Espace Supernova for the background music and double-timed the video to match the frenetic energy of the song. They looked so much older than they really were. It was only when you slowed down the vid that you saw the awkward angles of their elbows, the newness of figuring out what to do with their long legs. Emmy couldn't help but think about the unknown older man seeing this video and targeting Mandy, who was the conventionally pretty of the group. Sandy blonde hair down past her shoulders. Heart-shaped face. Rosebud lips. Curvy figure. Emmy closed the video. Clenched her hands to rid herself of the memory of Mandy's rib cracking during CPR. Her phone buzzed. The screen lit up with a long text from Dr. Layla Paulson. For once, Emmy read some good news. Mandy was finally out of surgery. The neurosurgeon had managed to stop the bleeding in her brain. An orthopedic surgeon had used titanium plates and screws to repair a shattered right femur and broken wrist sustained during the fall from the ceiling. The next 24 hours would be critical. The neurosurgeon wanted to talk to Emmy. Layla had sent his number. Emmy was about to call the man when another call came in from Sherry Robertson. She got up and closed the door for privacy before she answered. "Tell me you found something." Allison had 2 fake Georgia driver's licenses in her back pocket. One for her, one for Mandy, under the names Sally and Cooper and Ashley Renee Cooper. I ran them through all the databases, but nothing was flagged. I'll text you photos. They look legit as hell. Allison might have pulled some strings at the DMV to get them. Emmy recorded the names in her notebook. What's the date of issue? 2 months ago. Emmy put down her pen. 2 months ago seemed to be a marker of something big in Allison's life. A decision made. A newly discovered way out. Anything else? We haven't found the 4th bullet yet, but Mandy was definitely shot in Allison's bedroom. The 5th shell casing is still unaccounted for. Sherry paused. She was clearly going through a list. Electronics are gonna take weeks. Treasury will take its time on the 300 grand. In the attic. The downstairs has been processed, so you can at least go through the paperwork on the dining room table. We've still got another full day ahead of us before we finish upstairs. How's Mandy doing? She's alive. Emmy sat down at her desk, wincing from the pain in her tailbone. I know it's late, but I need to ask you to do something for me. You personally. All right. Emmy glanced out at the squad to make sure no one was listening. Could you go to the trauma center and process Mandy? You mean a rape kit? Emmy heard the alarm in Sherry's voice. No, I mean check for defensive wounds, scrape under her fingernails for DNA, look for bruises, that sort of thing. You think Mandy confronted the shooter? Emmy didn't think the girl had been given the chance, but she knew that Sherry would document any bruises on Mandy's back or find signs of past abuse, which would lend support to Drake Sadler's story about Allison confronting Woody. She told Sherry, I know it's a big ask. If you want me to send someone else. She's Allison's baby, Sherry said. I need to swing by the house and feed my dog, but I'll take care of it after. Thank you. Emmy ended the call, then tapped open the text from Sherry. She was Right about the fake driver's licenses. They looked genuine, right down to the real ID star in the upper right-hand corner. Sherry had black-lighted the images to show that nothing had been tampered with. Emmy looked at the matching issue dates on both IDs. 2 months ago. Right around the last time that Allison had reached out to Emmy. She pulled up her voicemails, flipped through the endless list of names until she found Allison's. She recognized the date and vividly recalled the circumstances surrounding the 4:31 a.m. call. Emmy had been in the emergency department of the same trauma center where Mandy was currently fighting for her life. She had sent Allison's call to voicemail because she was afraid if she opened her mouth, she would start sobbing. An Alzheimer's diagnosis came with endless cruelties, but nothing prepared you for the unbearable torture of night terrors. Emmy, Tommy, Gerald, Cole, none of them had experienced more than a few hours of uninterrupted sleep during the last 2 years of Myrna's life. Even on peaceful nights, Emmy hadn't been able to close her eyes for fear of waking to her mother's terrified wails. On the morning that Allison had reached out, Myrna had punched her fist through a window because she'd thought that a demon was on the other side. Blood had sprayed everywhere. The glass had sliced a tendon in her finger. Emmy had been waiting to talk to the hand surgeon when Allison's name had shown up on the caller ID. It wasn't just a fear of losing her cool that had kept Emmy from answering. She hadn't had the patience to listen yet again to Allison defending Bill, saying he was a good man with a bad temper, that she loved him, that she knew she needed to leave him, that she was going to leave him, that she promised she would go first thing in the morning, that she meant it this time. Now, Emmy tapped the voicemail. Put the phone to her ear. The sound of Allison's almost manic tone sent a jolt into her brain. Hey, you. I'm sorry it's so early. I'm hoping you're asleep right now. I'm leaving this message so that I won't back out. I want you to know I've got a plan. Don't worry. I'm being careful. I just need a little help. That's all. Just a little help. You were always so good at figuring things out. Your mama raised a smart girl. Call me back. Bye. Emmy returned the phone to her desk. Guilt tightened the vice around her chest again. She should have called Allison back immediately, but she had needed a few days to recover from the ordeal with Myrna, to brace herself for yet another conversation with Allison where she invariably backed out. But now, Emmy could only wonder what would have happened if she'd answered the phone at the hospital. If she'd called back the very next morning instead of days later. If she helped Allison go to a motel or even offered her and Mandy the pull-out couch. A plan, that's what women in abusive relationships were told to have. Don't just walk out the door. Prepare yourself ahead of time. Gather emergency cash, clothing, important phone numbers and documents, and hide them in a safe place. Practice your escape. Rehearse your plan so you know what you're going to do if your abuser tries to stop you with his fists. Was leaving Bill the plan that Allison had been talking about? Or was it a different plan, one that involved obtaining fake IDs and hiding $300,000 in her attic? A plan that had her packing up her bags in the middle of a Saturday morning. A plan that had put her daughter in the hospital and gotten Allison murdered. A plan that might have worked out if Emmy had only called her back sooner. Emmy could tell herself that her own life had been in freefall when she'd postponed returning the call. That it was reasonable to prioritize her own family. That Allison had always backed out. That Emmy wasn't Allison's only friend. But the fact of the matter was that Emmy had been Allison's friend. Even without that, Emmy had a duty of care as a law enforcement officer to help an abused woman. But she had been tired. Just so heart-achingly, bone-crushingly tired. For the last 7 years, every second of her life had been trapped in a state of pre-bereavement. Even now that her mother lay in a grave, she didn't know how to wrap her head around mourning the loss of a body, when the loss of her mother's mind had been an excruciatingly slow turning of the screw. 2 sharp knocks on the office door pulled Emmy out of her misery. Brett walked in without waiting for an invitation. Okey doke. He slouched into a chair and put his boots up on her desk. Just got off the phone with Vanderbilt. They finished the door-to-door at Clifton Gardens. Talked to everybody except 2 folks who are out of town. Nobody saw nothing before, during, or after the shooting, is the upshot. Emmy wasn't surprised. North Falls residents tended to be proactive in reporting suspicious people in their neighborhoods. They didn't wait for the cops to knock on their door. She asked, "How well did you know Allison?" "Enough to say hey, but that's about it. You know how the drama queen freaks out when I talk to other women." Emmy wasn't a fan of Brett's wife, but she knew he'd given her good reason to freak out. Did any of our cases overlap with Allison's while she was working narcotics? Beats me. You were chief when she was heading the drug squad. That'd be your territory. Why were you asking? Emmy wasn't going to explain that she was looking for connections between Allison and Woody. She waved for Cole's attention, beckoning him to join them. "Yes, boss?" He leaned his shoulder against the door jamb. He looked tired. She was about to make his long day even longer. "I need you to cross-reference any investigations our department worked on with Allison Vickery or T. He Clayville Drug Squad." "Might wanna expand that," Brett said. Something interesting came up during the door knocks. Couple of the folks thanked us for being in the neighborhood so much. Said it made them feel safe. Emmy skipped the part where he was just now deigning to drop this information. "We don't have any patrols in Clifton Gardens." "Exactly," Brett said. "So, I asked them what color the squad cars were, and they said black with blue stripes. There was only one force in the county that drove vehicles with those colors. What are Clayville squad cars doing patrolling North Falls streets? You can ask Reggie when he shows up. Heard he had to get the fluid drawn off his knee after your little run-in." Brett gave her a stern look. "You know, Emmy, I've never known you to play dirty like that." "It's boss." Cole's tone was clipped. "She's the sheriff, so you should call her boss." Emmy snapped, "And Brett's your superior officer, so you shouldn't be telling him what to do." Cole's cheeks flushed. She asked him, "Did you get anything off the doorbell cameras?" His Adam's apple bobbed in his throat when he swallowed. "Nothing. Yet." For cameras caught the sound of gunfire. "I emailed the files to you." "Good. Send them to Sherry for analysis." "Anything else?" He glanced at Brett before looking back at Emmy. "Yesterday, a Clayville squad car was parked at the curb in front of 1488 Dahlia Drive for 28 minutes. Emmy verified, "That's one street over from Allison's house?" "Yes, ma'am. The next-door neighbor's camera caught it." Emmy felt the same roil in her stomach from before. "Was it Reggie?" Brett said, "Reggie drives an unmarked." "He does now." Cole's tone was sharp. "He hydroplaned off the interstate a few weeks ago. Just got his ride back today." Emmy didn't need an accident report. She asked Cole, "Could you see inside? Catch a squad number on the car? License plate?" "No, ma'am. I saw the driver's side door open, but not who got out." The camera was pointed down more toward the porch. "But I saw a marked Clayville SUV on 2 different cameras 3 days ago. One driving west on Sunflower and the other heading south on Dahlia. Couldn't see inside. Didn't see the plate or number. But the left front bumper was cracked, so I know it was the same SUV." "Okay," Emmy said. "Pull somebody off patrol to help you look at all the footage. I want to know how often Clayville squad cars have been in Clifton Gardens." "Yes, ma'am." Emmy watched Cole shuffle toward his desk. She didn't have time to regret embarrassing him in front of Brett. Her focus had been on Woody and the unknown older man, but now she was wondering about Reggie. Again. Brett said, "Come on, them. He's not a bad kid. Cut him some slack. Get your feet off my desk. How did you know Reggie's on his way here?" Brett's feet hit the floor, but his mouth couldn't find a plausible explanation. "What? You said, you can ask Reggie when he gets here," Emmy quote. "D. How did you know he's on his way?" Brett's cheeks were more flushed than Cole's had been. "I just assumed. Since Cole's looking at the camera footage, I need you to cross-reference those cases. Anything Allison or the drug squad worked on with our department. Search back at least 5 years. Prioritize any investigations that crapped out without an arrest." Brett studied her for a beat. "You got it, boss lady." Emmy opened her laptop so she had something to occupy herself, while Brett shut the door behind him. She gripped her hands into fists, looked over her laptop into the squad room. Cole was slumped at his desk like she'd spanked him at the grocery store. Brett had started ordering around deputies like a drill sergeant. And Emmy was the nasty bitch who was pretending to work in her office. She opened her email, clicked on one of the files that Cole had sent. Emmy's eyes blurred on the image of a black and blue striped squad car pulling up to the curb in an otherwise empty street. There was no sound on the video. The station had gone silent. The ticking clock on the wall hit her eardrum like an ice pick. Her own heartbeat provided a jumpy staccato. She thought about all the times she had sat across from her father at this same desk and asked him for advice on how to be a good leader, and all the times she had gone home and sat at her mother's kitchen table and begged for guidance on how to be a good mother, and Emmy was so overwhelmed by a sense of aloneness that she had trouble drawing in a full breath. A bark of male laughter pulled her out of her head. Brett was talking to Reggie Wilder. The police chief had changed out of his uniform and was wearing black sweatpants and an aggressively tight navy t-shirt. He was leaning on a black cane. His left knee was bent at an awkward angle. A rigid plastic brace with a metal hinge made his leg look like he'd taken it off a robot. Both men turned to look at Emmy. Brett's discomfort was palpable, like he'd been caught by the teacher. He patted Reggie on the shoulder, then gave Emmy a mock salute before slinking off to his desk. "Boss lady. When you were too much of a coward to call a woman a bitch to her face." Emmy stood up, opened the door. She girded herself as Reggie limped toward her. She knew he was here to try to bully his way onto the investigation. There was no way Emmy was going to let that happen. Allison and Mandy had been shot in North Falls, which meant the investigation belonged to the Clifton County Sheriff's Department. And Reggie Wilder still fell squarely on her list of suspects. "Emmy," Reggie said. "Let's get this over with." She was saved a response by the lobby door swinging open. Bernadette Grayson, the mayor of Clayville, was on her phone. There was a no-nonsense air about her, like she had a lot of other places she needed to be. Everyone knew the mayoral job was a stepping stone to something bigger. She held up her finger to Emmy, asking for a second to finish the call. I don't know what to tell you," Bernadette said. "I don't know how long I'll be." Emmy recognized the tone of a woman who was arguing with her husband. There was no amount of money or power that could insulate you from that. Emmy looked away, pretending like she couldn't hear every word of the call. Reggie offered no such favor. He stared openly, clearly enjoying Bernadette's discomfort. The city of Clayville had a long history of mayors who'd been elected to clean up the police department. Reggie had outlasted them all. "Oh, for the love of," Bernadette looked at her phone. Clearly, her husband had hung up on her. She dropped the phone back into her purse. Her expensive-looking heels stabbed at the floor tiles as she walked through the squad room. The mayoral gig was a side hustle. Bernadette's real life was spent as a named partner at a law firm that represented most of the agricultural businesses in southwest Georgia. Emmy bet the big, leather bag hanging from her arm could pay her electric bill for the next 50 years. Reggie stepped in front of the mayor, slowing down her pace, leaning heavily into his cane as he walked toward Emmy. Bernadette muttered a curse. They looked like siblings in a competition to see who could annoy the other one the most. Emmy went back into her office, sat down in her chair. Over the years, she had watched her father navigate countless pointless meetings with politicians and city law enforcement. Gerald had been a master at shutting people down. Cliftons tended to come in three varieties: talked too much, didn't talk enough, or talked to themselves. Gerald had fallen squarely in the middle of the scale. No one questioned him because they knew he wasn't going to give answers until he was damn good and ready. "See, you've redecorated." Reggie's stout body filled the doorway. He paused dramatically before heading toward the chair farthest from the door. He sat down with an audible grunt. "Sorry I'm late." Bernadette took the other chair. "I wanted to swing by the hospital to check on Mandy. Poor thing didn't even know I was there. Father Nate was praying for her when I left. Speaking of which, I'm so sorry I couldn't make it to your mother's funeral." Emmy felt sucker punched. She managed a nod. "All right, ladies. Let's go." Reggie pounded his cane into the tiles. "Emmy, I know you talked to Bill at the ballpark. What were you thinking, letting him walk away like that?" "I was thinking that people have constitutional rights. You know as well as me there's ways to get around that." "For God's sakes," Bernadette muttered. "Reggie, must you telegraph your crimes?" Reggie smirked. "Emmy." Bernadette leaned forward in her seat. We're here to offer our help. Whatever you need, whether it be manpower or logistical support, the city of Clayville will do everything we can to help bring this monster to justice." Emmy summoned one of her father's pithy responses. "No, thank you." "What?" Bernadette's voice had gone up in surprise. She'd clearly thought this was a formality. "Our budget is twice yours. We've got more resources, more officers. No offense, but you don't even have full-time forensics. You'd rather lean on the GBI than your neighbors?" Correct, she said. Thank you. Reggie snorted. Stop bullshitting around, all right? Everybody knows. The garrisons have a lot of power in North Falls. If you're too afraid to arrest Bill this close to the election, I'll do it myself. Emmy forced herself to not take the bait. On what evidence? Whatever evidence I damn well find. Reggie jabbed his finger in her direction. You'd know how to build a case if you'd spent more than a minute outside your daddy's shadow. Reggie, shut up, Bernadette snapped. Emmy, why don't you tell us where you are in the investigation? She gave them her prepared, Gerald-like response. I've got suspects. I've got leads. There's nothing definitive. I'm not ready to arrest anybody. Thank you for coming. Reggie laughed. You ain't your daddy. You can't get away with that shit like he could. Bernadette said, Emmy, I hate to agree with him, but one of our officers was murdered in her own home. I expected more than 4 short sentences and a thank you. Emmy said, the city of Clayville has no jurisdiction in North Falls. Bernadette frowned. Honey, I know Gerald did things his own way. Rest his soul, and he was a good man, but we're in the 21st century now. Government officials should be transparent in their actions. You're right. Emmy took a moment to appreciate her father's stealthy approach, because it had walked them all up to the line she needed to cross. Tell me about Allison's lawsuit against the city. The energy from the panicked look between the two of them could have powered the sun. Emmy said, Allison felt like she was forced into retirement after she ended her sexual relationship with Reggie. She filed a lawsuit against both the city and the police department for workplace retaliation. Correct? Reggie hissed air between his teeth. Careful, girlie. Emmy said, Allison was demoted from the drug squad after she ended the affair. Bernadette said, well. Emmy waited, but there was nothing more from either of them. Allison withdrew the lawsuit 2 months ago, right? Bernadette turned cagey. I'm not sure about the timing. Did you get to the deposition stage? Emmy sensed a thread she could pull. I'd like to read them. Good luck, Reggie said. The case was sealed. The depositions from a lawsuit against the city are not available to the public? Emmy felt the thread start to play out. Who asked the judge to seal it? Bernadette looked out at the squad room. Her lips were pursed. I wish I could tell you more, but we're under an NDA. You signed a non-disclosure agreement in a case that was withdrawn? Emmy pulled at the next thread. Or maybe it wasn't withdrawn. Maybe you settled privately with Allison so that she would drop the law suit. Bernadette didn't respond, but the truth was fairly obvious. Reggie gave a dramatic sigh. Look it, sugar, you're hunting with the wrong dog. Bill is who you need to focus on. Are you gonna arrest him? Or do I have to step up? Emmy doubted he could get out of the chair without assistance. Do you think it's a good idea for the ex-lover of a murdered woman to arrest her husband? You gonna keep playing dirty like that, somebody's gonna put your ass in the mud. Are you threatening me? Hey, now, Bernadette said. Let's dial down the temperature. Please. Emmy wasn't going to dial down anything. Reggie, the thing you were saying before about the husband always being the top suspect. Does that apply to the ex-lover, too? Reggie started twisting his cane like he was screwing it into the floor. Emmy asked, Chief Wilder, can you tell me where you were today? Between the hours of noon and 1:30? The question changed the tone of the conversation completely. No one spoke. The only sound was the loud tick as the second hand traveled around the clock. All righty. Bernadette broke the silence. Her legal brain had clearly told her not to witness a conversation she might later be called on to testify about in court. She grabbed her purse and stood up. Sheriff, thank you for your time. I trust you've got the investigation under control. The mayor left so quickly that the only thing left was the scent of expensive perfume. Reggie's eyes tracked her progress across the squad room and through to the lobby. Emmy couldn't tell if he was being predatory or appreciative. Bernadette was the kind of rich that took years off your face and added tone to your body. Reggie waited until she disappeared into the lobby, then he reached out with his cane and closed the office door. He studied Emmy with a very different look from the one he'd given the mayor. That's why you didn't want me inside the house, right? I'm a suspect? Emmy said nothing. You coulda told me instead of taking out my knee. You coulda complied with my order to stop. Reggie leaned his cane against her desk, sat back in his chair. Emmy didn't know what she was expecting him to say, but of all the possibilities, it never occurred to her that he would actually answer her question. Saturdays are pancake day. I cooked breakfast for the wife and kids. I was at home with them until around 11:30, then I told them I had to work for a few hours, and that I was gonna swing by the hardware store to pick up some string for the weed trimmer on my way home. You told them, she repeated. What did you actually do? Swung by a friend's house. Reggie rubbed his jaw as he chuckled. I've been catching a little side action with a lady who wishes to remain anonymous. It was mind-boggling that so many women found him attractive. You know I'm going to need to talk to her. You were asking about the lawsuit before. They left me out of the negotiations, and Allison was cagey about the number. But I heard she walked away with $100,000. Emmy needed to understand why Allison had done nothing with all that cash. When was this? Like you said, a couple of months ago. The city lawyers ran the numbers. Cheaper to make her go away than fight it. Reggie shrugged. Bill didn't know about the money. She told him the lawsuit fell apart. That I lied in the deposition. Which was fine by me. I was glad she got paid. Gave her the chance to make a clean break. To start over with. Mandy. Emmy couldn't help but think of Allison's voicemail. Maybe the plan had been based on the payout from the settlement. Emmy wondered what had made Allison back out. Legal fees would have cut the money in half. Still, with the cash in the blue bin, $350,000 would have gone a long way toward starting over. She asked Reggie, did Allison tell you that anybody was hanging around Mandy lately? Reggie cut her with a sharp look. Who was hanging around her? Emmy moved to her next question. How did Bill feel about you? Screwing his wife? He hissed out a stream of air between his teeth. Made our poker games a tad bit uncomfortable, but you know Bill was cheating on her too, right? Like, even before they were married. With whom? Any gal he could whom it into. Reggie shrugged again. He's a regular at the Dewdrop Inn. He says paying for it keeps things clean. But I wouldn't call those girls clean. Emmy knew who Bill really paid. The Raleighs ran all the prostitutes in the county. She went back to Reggie's alibi. I need the name of the woman you were with when the shooting happened. Let's see how this little investigation of yours shakes out. My lady is a good woman. I don't want to blow up her marriage. Or mine. Emmy was damned if she'd take his word for it, but there were other ways to find out. He said, I know you want to think Allison hated me after what happened on the job, but we still cared about each other. We were screwing around because we were bored, and it felt good. Neither one of us wanted anything permanent. She looked out for me. I looked out for her. Allison wouldn't be dead if that was true. Something changed between you two lately. A witness told me you stopped parking in her driveway a few weeks ago. I heard your regular ride got banged up. Kind of stupid to take one of your marked cruisers from the motor pool. Reggie scratched his neck. We've got it all on camera. Dates, times. Your fling lives on Dahlia Drive, right? He shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Me and Allison fell out a few weeks ago. It was nothing big. We always made up. What did you argue about? About the same damn thing we always argued about. Bill beating the shit out of her and Allison making excuses. He near about knocked her head off. Herniated a disc in her neck. She was having all kinds of pain down her arm. Couldn't even take the trash out. I thought for sure that was finally it. She was really going to leave him. Then she starts weaseling around like, I dunno, Reg, his voice took on a falsetto. Bill's a good provider, he loves Mandy, he gets in these moods and it's my fault for not leaving him alone. That sounded familiar, but Emmy wasn't going to let him off the hook. Bill told me you tried to put the fear of God into him. More than once. Never did a damn bit of good. Did Allison tell you she filed for divorce? Yeah, after she found out Bill gave her the clap. Emmy felt her head spinning. What? I told you he was a regular at the Dewdrop. Bound to happen. Eventually. Allison was pissed the hell off. No idea why that's what finally pushed her over the edge. Everybody knows Bill's been paying whores for years. She got him served with divorce papers at work. I bet his mama had a heart attack. He laughed, but then his expression suddenly turned serious. He gave a rueful shake of his head. Maybe it would have stuck this time. I heard she had her bags packed when she was killed. She was so close. Emmy wouldn't let him sidetrack her. So which thing did you and Allison argue about, Bill herniating a disc in her neck or Bill giving her the clap? His eyebrow raised in a gesture of respect. He wasn't used to people calling him out on his inconsistencies. I might have made some off-color jokes about Bill's proclivities. Emmy had seen the way Allison quickly rallied to Bill's defense whenever anyone pointed out that he was actually a piece of shit. Why did you demote Allison from the drug squad? Because nobody on her team trusted her anymore. I didn't have a choice. She couldn't bust down a door not knowing who was gonna have her back. He paused a beat. She agreed with me when it happened. She was ready to ride a desk. More time with Mandy, got to keep her rank. Didn't take a hit on her salary. Slow walking into retirement. That's not a demotion. That's a gift. Then why did she quit? She hit her 20 years. Reggie shrugged. Damn, Emmy. Don't tell me you haven't thought about it. You wanna be up to your ass in alligators all day or sit on a beach somewhere collecting a pension? She didn't sit on a beach. She got her PI license. She kept working. It's hard to stop chasing bad guys. Emmy knew that, at least, was some truth. Why did her team stop trusting her? He didn't answer immediately. There was something furtive about him. He checked the squad room for eavesdroppers. Then he leaned forward, his meaty hand resting on her desk. Dropping that case last year was a bad look. Wasn't her fault, but you know how it is, all the blame, none of the glory. What case last year? Reggie looked genuinely confused. You know the case. If I knew the case, I wouldn't be asking. He gave her a look like she was bullshitting him. Your dad never told you? Emmy had no idea what he was talking about. Seriously? Reggie gave an incredulous laugh. You're telling me your dumbass ex-husband was caught buying 10 grams of fentanyl and your dad never said a word? She felt like he just set the room on fire. Her eyes searched for Cole. His headphones were wrapped around his head. Still, she kept her voice low, because she had spent Cole's entire life protecting him from the abject stupidity of his father. Buying fentanyl from whom? Whom do you think? There was only one name that came to mind. The Dewdropin' was not Wesley Woody Woodrow's only place of business. From all reports, he'd set up a satellite office in the back of Jonah's bar. If fentanyl was being sold on the property, it was being sold by Woody. She said, tell me exactly what happened. Allison made the arrest around midnight. Your dad knocked on my door half an hour later. I didn't even know we'd picked up Jonah. Took me a while to understand what Gerald was asking. I thought he was a pretty straight shooter. Shocked the shit out of me, if I'm being honest. Her teeth set. She could tell Reggie was enjoying dragging this out. What did my father ask you to do? Make the case go away. Reggie shrugged. Which wasn't easy. You know what a dick Jonah is. Allison's whole squad was ready to send him to big boy prison. Emmy was momentarily speechless. Her father had bent the rules, but to her knowledge, he'd never broken any of them. What did you do? Reggie motioned for Emmy to lean in closer. I had Allison lose the fentanyl. Never made it to the lab. No lab test, no proof, no charges, no case. Emmy felt her mouth go spitless. Did Dad know you destroyed evidence? Course he did. That's what he wanted. Problem was, some of the guys on Allison's squad figured it out, too. They were super pissed off. Reggie shrugged again. Didn't help that Jonah bragged about skating on the Fenty. The squad assumed Allison did it as a favor to you. Women. Covering for other women, that kind of thing. Made the guys question her loyalties. Like, if shit got real, was she gonna be on their side or yours? There weren't supposed to be sides. They all wore a damn badge. And you never told her team what really happened? Nope. He leaned back in his chair. She could have told them herself. But she didn't. We both respected your dad too much. He was a legend. Emmy didn't buy it. Gerald Clifton asked you to destroy evidence to protect Jonah Lang? Nah, he didn't give a shit about Jonah. Reggie dragged it out. Another beat. He asked me to kick the case because he didn't want to burn a valuable source. Emmy shook her head. None of this made sense. What source? Reggie basked in her confusion for a second longer. Gerald really never told you? Told me what, Reggie? According to your dad, Woody was his confidential informant. Chapter 7. Emmy gripped the steering wheel with her hands to keep her world from spinning out of control. She had been parked outside the house for 20 minutes but couldn't make herself go inside. Not because anyone Was there. Cole was at the station watching videos. Jude's rental Jeep wasn't in the driveway. The only light came from the porch off the kitchen. Emmy couldn't move because she couldn't bear the thought of finding out that her father wasn't just a liar. He'd been a dirty cop, too. She used her sleeve to wipe her eyes. Gerald had spent the last year of his life training Emmy to take his place as sheriff. She hadn't been happy with the thought of his leaving, but she'd paid attention to everything he'd passed along because she'd always been desperate to learn from her father. He'd never told her about Jonah's arrest for buying enough fentanyl to land him in state prison. He'd never mentioned anything about working with Woody or the Raleighs, let alone having an actual confidential informant. There was a process for establishing a CI, a formal set of guidelines to keep everything above board. None of that had ever happened because Emmy had assumed it wasn't necessary. Occasionally, Gerald would tell her that he knew a guy who would talk, or that another guy owed him a favor, but these were relationships that were out in the open. Cliftons, Coleman cousins, old schoolmates, business owners, people in town who'd known each other so long that no one could remember how or when they'd even met. Not once had Gerald indicated that he needed to meet someone alone. Not once had he told her to give him privacy so he could make a phone call to a source. They had lived together, worked together, sat across from each other at their desks and at the kitchen table. They had spent hours driving around town in Gerald's cruiser going over investigations, talking through possible motives, tossing around names of potential suspects. Emmy had spent years earning the right to be taken into her father's confidence. She had assumed that they'd shared everything. She'd been wrong. Emmy made herself get out of the cruiser. She walked toward the equipment shed. Gerald had converted the space into an office after Cole and Emmy had moved back in, and Myrna had refused to give up her reading room. She had been inside her father's office only once since he died, but she'd been too overwhelmed to stay for long. The smell of him had lingered. His prized possessions, his favorite pen, his collection of baseball cards, his vinyl records that dated back to before Tommy was born, had all felt like painful reminders of everything she had lost. There were so many questions she'd never had time to ask. Personal things. Things she could hold on to after he was gone. Why this pen? Why these cards? Why this record? Why that confidential informant? The key was still in its spot over the door jamb. She twisted it into the lock, threw open the door. Her senses braced for the scent of Gerald's aftershave, but all she could smell was damp. She left the door open to bring in some fresh air. Turned on the lights. Everything was still exactly where Gerald had left it. Pen on top of a single file folder on his desk blotter. Chair pushed back where he'd stood. Up to leave, not knowing it was the last time. Filing cabine. TS lined one wall. 2 framed photographs of his children were by the window. One showed Emmy at 8 or 9 holding a kitten. The other showed her 3 older siblings on the cusp of adulthood. They were all in swimsuits, standing at the river basin with the falls in the background. 3 years before Emmy had been born. 2 years before Henry had drowned in the river. 1 year before Jude had run off and Myrna and Gerald had told everyone in town that their oldest daughter had died in a car accident outside of Memphis. It wasn't like Gerald had never lied to Emmy about big things before. She picked up the photo, wondering what else he'd hidden from her. As a child, the image of her older siblings had always made her feel left out, like she hadn't been invited to a fun day at the river. Henry was lean and handsome, his skin more tanned than the others, his body angled to the camera as he posed like an old Hollywood movie star. Tommy looked like what he'd always been, goofy and gangly. His long hair grazed the tops of his shoulders. He was holding his arms out, grinning, looking like he was having the best day of his life. Emmy suddenly understood why Tommy was at the river basin when she'd called tonight. He'd taken the dirt from Myrna's grave and sprinkled it into the same river that had taken Henry's life. Her eyes moved to teenage Jude's face. She studied her older sister with renewed curiosity. Her hair was in a dated, textured cut that was only slightly longer than Tommy's. Her bikini showed the kind of effortless curves you took for granted at 16. She had a snarky twist to her lips that had only become snarkier with age. Heavy eyeliner, dark red lipstick, blue eyeshadow, clumped mascara. She looked like trouble. The kind of girl you didn't want your son hanging out with. So, not much had changed. Emmy returned the photo to its exact place, lining it up to the thin layer of dust. She went to her father's desk, pulled up the chair, sat down. The top was immaculate but for his silver ballpoint pen, an empty file folder, a small plastic trophy that Emmy had won for most improved soccer player in high school, and a photograph of Cole on the day he'd graduated from the police academy. She looked down at the drawers. Her muscles froze. The desk had been bought cheap at an auction from the high school and followed the classic 1960s design. Solid oak. One drawer in the middle. 3 more stacked on the right-hand side. Emmy didn't feel good about this. Going through her father's desk at the station was one thing, but it felt like a violation to rifle through his private belongings. Especially because she was looking for evidence of his lies. Suddenly, her lungs refused to take in a deep breath. Only a shallow gulp filled her mouth. Emmy had to clench her teeth to keep the sound from seeping out. She opened the top drawer. Blank stationery and envelopes, pens, paper clips, an index card with her mother's scribbled teacher's scrawl. The unexpected sight of the card made Emmy feel like a hand had grabbed her throat. As Myrna's memory had started to slip, she had taken to placing index cards around the house to remind herself of her favorite words and their meanings, insuperable taped to the bathroom mirror. Gallimaufry on her nightstand. Mellifluous resting on the windowsill behind the coffee maker. Myrna had always loved making word puzzles, but there was no rhyme or reason to the choice of words or their placement, and even before the diagnosis, she had never explained herself about anything. Emmy looked at the note card her father had kept. Verisimilitude, the seeming plausibility of truth. She didn't have time to ponder a deeper meaning behind either parents' choices. She tossed the card back inside. Opened the large file drawer. Mortgage documents. Thick volumes of healthcare records. Birth certificates. Invoices for house repairs. She thumbed through the tabs a second in case she'd missed anything. Then she double-checked the contents to make sure they were labeled correctly. The center drawer was unlocked and held a wooden case for the revolver that Gerald had taken with him the last time he'd left the office. The contents of the next drawer she opened shocked the hell out of her. The leather-bound flask was identical to the one Uncle Penley had pulled out of his pocket at the funeral, but not as worn from use. Emmy unscrewed the cap, recognized the pungent smell of bourbon. She swirled the flask. It was full. Emmy sat back in the chair. Her father had been a practicing alcoholic before Emmy was born. She knew this from Tommy, who'd witnessed firsthand the weekend benders, the blackout drinking, the long, unexplained absences. By the time Emmy came along, Gerald was completely sober. He'd often told her that Myrna's unplanned pregnancy had been a wake-up call. That Emmy had lifted the despair of losing 2 of his children. That she had been his opportunity to do things right. Now, she wondered if his sobriety was yet another deception. The flask was returned to its spot. She went back to the files. Checked death certificates. Henry Gerald Clifton had died by drowning on June 16, 1983. Emmy had never noticed there wasn't a death certificate for Jude. She hadn't thought to question anything her parents had told her. She ran her hand underneath each drawer in case her father had taped something out of sight. She looked back at the filing cabinets. Gerald wasn't a pack rat, but he'd inherited the Clifton tendency toward careful documentation. Each drawer was neatly labeled with dates going back through 6 decades of law enforcement. Emmy had already perused all of his old case files over the last few decades. She'd told herself that she was looking for insight into his work as a detective, but the truth was, she'd been driven to be exactly like him. He'd embodied everything she'd respected as both a police officer and a parent. Headlights slashed through the front windows. Emmy closed her eyes. Listened for the roar of Cole's cruiser or the purr of Celia's classic Alfa Romeo or the hum of Tommy's Honda CR-V. Instead, she heard the tick of the wonky timing belt in Jude's rented Jeep Wrangler. Tick tick tick. She was being tortured by sounds lately. The heavy crunch of motorcycle boots across the gravel driveway worked on Emmy like the proverbial fingernails on a chalkboard. Jude's look hadn't changed that much since the photo at the river basin. Her makeup was lighter, hair styled in a more modern shag, but she still dressed like she was the front woman in a shitty band that thought it was going to be the next Fleetwood Mac but only got as far as everybody sleeping with everybody else. Which was coincidentally how she'd spent her first few years away from North Falls. Hi. Jude stood in the doorway. She looked up at Gerald's old shotgun mounted above the jamb. How are you holding up? Emmy watched her sit down in the chair that was usually Cole's spot. Jude's presence filled the room, overshadowing what little was left of Gerald. She had been like that from the moment Emmy had met her. Taking up space, erasing everybody else, plopping down in front of you. Like a cat who just assumed you were delighted to be in their presence. Jude said, I need to tell you something. Emmy wasn't interested. Why didn't you go to Taby's farm like I told you? One of us should have been there to help her clean up. In what world would Taby let anyone help her clean? Her tone had a joking quality that Emmy found infuriating. Our mother was buried today. Taby did us a favor hosting all those people at the farm. Do you really think it's okay to ghost her? Did you yell at Tommy for not offering to wash dishes? You don't want to know what I sound like when I'm yelling. Jude sat back in the chair. Crossed her legs. Clearly, this isn't about Taby. What do you want to argue about now? You're mistaking this for a conversation. Stay out of my case. You don't know the first thing about Allison Vickery. Jude took a moment to switch gears. I know that Reggie Wilder became physically violent with you in the street today. I know that you should have put him on the ground the minute he laid hands on you. Dad didn't teach you to give second chances. You don't know a damn thing about what Dad taught me. Be that as it may, you should give Reggie a hard look. If a woman has one physically abusive asshole in her life, she usually has another. Allison filed divorce papers on Bill 2 weeks ago. Emmy let herself appreciate the way Jude's mouth closed. I begged her to leave him for years, and she was finally doing it. But she didn't tell you about the divorce. I can tell by your voice that you only found out today. Is that why you're so upset? Emmy hated how easily Jude could read her. Sweetheart. Jude's tone was gratingly soft. People don't tend to celebrate you for telling them that their life has gone off the rails. Why? Hate you because they're embarrassed you were right. I don't need your counseling. What do you need? I need you to stay out of my business. I need you to stop trying to mentor my son. Jude pressed together her lips. He's my boy. It's my job to teach him. Jude let an exasperated breath slip out. Emmy Lou, I'm just trying to help. I don't need help, and Cole doesn't need an aunt he didn't even know existed until 6 weeks ago coming in here telling him how to think or speak or act on the job or anywhere else. That's exactly what you're doing. Telling him to file search warrants for Allison and Mandy's devices. Getting him to call Uncle Cletus to put a rush on the subpoenas. Pushing him to knock on Ginny Sadler's door. Ordering him to gather information on Drake Sadler's girlfriend. Finding Mandy's friends through her socials and tracking down their addresses. Checking with Darla Bell to see if she spotted any unusual cars in the driveway. Making him check 911 logs to see if Mandy called for help. Jude said nothing, but it was clear Emmy had finally, blessedly, hit a nerve. I know my son. He's good at thinking about first steps, but his follow-through is for shit. He's never gonna learn to take initiative until he learns to take actual initiative. And he didn't pack that goddamn duffel bag. He can't even remember to button his shirt collar half the time. I'm supposed to believe he thought to bring me a brush and a packet of wet wipes? Jude took a deep breath before slowly letting it go. You're right. I told him to follow up. I packed the bag. Let's talk about why that makes you angry. Don't use your psychologist babble bullshit techniques on me. Emmy ran straight into the windstorm. Sherry told me you talked your way onto my crime scene. What the hell were you thinking? That my nearly 3 decades of experience in the FBI might be of some use to you. Oh, right, the celebrated Dr. Jude Archer. Slayer of bad guys. The Lady Catherine de Bourgh of law enforcement. Emmy pounded her fist on her father's desk. I don't need your help. I've got a handle on this case. Sweetheart, you're not handling anything. You keep gripping together your hands to keep them from shaking. You're having panic attacks. Your moods are all over the place. I know you're not sleeping because I hear you pacing at night. You've got PTSD from taking care of Myrna. You buried her this morning after burying Gerald last month, and you're so terrified of losing Cole that you risked your own life rather than ordering him to back you up against an active shooter. And now, you're telling the one person who can help carry some of your burdens to fuck off. Well, goddamn. Emmy huffed out a laugh. Here I was thinking you weren't listening to me, but that last part is like you're reading my mind. Jesus Christ. You're just as pathologically stubborn as your father. And you're just as big of a nasty bitch as your dead mother. Jude looked Shocked. Her mouth dropped open. For once, she was without a response. Emmy was no better off. She was struck dumb by her own cruelty. She could still hear the vicious words echoing inside the room. What the hell was wrong with her? When had she become this terrible person? Jude reached her hand across the desk. Emmy Lou. The kindness was too much. Emmy reared back as if a snake had lunged at her. She stood up so quickly that the chair banged into the wall. She walked out of the office. The cold night air slapped her face. She felt jittery. Time skipped forward again. She was in the driveway. Passing her cruiser, Jude's Jeep, and then suddenly, she was half a football field away from the house following the yellow line in the middle of the road. She looked up at the sky. Pinpricks of light pierced the night's fabric. Emmy opened her mouth, took in a gulp of air. She started to grip together her hands but shoved them deep into her pockets to keep them from shaking. If she started screaming now, she might never stop. The last few minutes hit her like a sledgehammer, the fight she'd tried to pick with Jude, the inexcusable thing that she'd said about her mother. Their mother. If anyone had a reason to hate Myrna, it was Jude. 40 years ago, she had left town and no one, not even her own mother, had come to find her. Instead, Myrna had let everybody think that Jude was dead. Both she and Gerald had lied to the entire town, to the entire family, for decades. Even after Myrna's Alzheimer's diagnosis, even when she was still in her right mind, she hadn't reached out to her eldest daughter to say goodbye. Let alone given Jude the opportunity to make her peace. But it was Emmy who had just cussed her name like a dog. She pressed her fingers into her eyelids, but there were no tears left to cry. For the past few weeks, she had told herself that Myrna's death was perfunctory, the last box to check at the end of a 7-year nightmare. But now, she found herself so filled with grief that she felt broken under the weight of it. She let her knees sink to the ground. Touched her forehead to the asphalt like a supplicant begging for forgiveness. There had been one final day, one single, solitary moment, 3 years ago that Myrna had still been completely herself. They had both been standing in the kitchen arguing about something that meant absolutely nothing now. Emmy had burst into tears, and instead of Myrna chastising her for letting her emotions take over, her mother had grabbed Emmy and pulled her into an almost suffocating hug. They weren't comforting each other so much as holding tight for fear that the other would slip away. Cliftons were not known for their affection, and Coleman's could be downright frigid, but when Myrna chose to, she could radiate a warmth that healed you to the marrow. She had stroked back Emmy's hair, kissed the side of her head, held on to her for what had seemed like hours. Emmy could still remember the sensation of her heart's pinning like a kaleidoscope inside of her chest, and she'd been able to see all the facets of their lives together refracted in vivid color, Myrna reading to her when she was a child, Myrna rushing to pick her up after she fell from her bike, Myrna needing the muscle spasms in Emmy's back when she was pregnant with Cole, Myrna lifting her up every time Jonah had knocked her down, Myrna kissing her head and stroking back her hair in the safety of her kitchen. A sound had broken the moment. As with everything else, Emmy couldn't recall the stray details. A car door slamming outside. The rumble of the pipes as someone turned on the shower upstairs. They had both pulled away at the same time. And then Myrna had looked at Emmy with alarmed confusion, and instead of a mother seeing her child, Myrna had seen a stranger. Before Emmy could say anything, her mother had mumbled a faint apology and walked away. Now, Emmy sat back on her heels. Let herself breathe. Steadied her. Shaking hands. She found her phone in her pocket. Dialed the first number she'd dialed in the 10th grade when she was finally allowed to have a cell phone. 12 years had passed since Hannah had seen Emmy's name come up on her caller ID. Her voice was filled with panic when she answered. What's wrong? Emmy wiped her nose with her sleeve. She'd managed to find some tears after all. What are you doing? Hannah let out a long shush of breath. Aunt Barb took Dave for the night. I'm in my pajamas listening to my Lilith Fair playlist and eating a leftover fried pork chop sandwich on white bread over the sink. Emmy laughed, and the release was like a pressure valve opening inside her chest. That sounds amazing. What about you? She looked around the deserted road. Made herself stand up. Going for a walk. It's past midnight. I didn't have any fried pork chops to make a sandwich. Touché. Emmy wiped her nose again. If she went any farther, she'd be at Celia and Tommy's. She turned, started walking back toward the house. There's a reality show about making pottery that I used to watch with Mom. It was soothing, you know? Repetitive. Everybody being kind to everybody. That sounds nice. Emmy sniffed. Couple of months ago, we were watching it on the couch, and out of the blue, Mom looked at me and said, I could never be a nudist. How would I clean my glasses? Hannah laughed. She was always so funny. I'm sorry I let you go. Emmy blurted out the words. She had no idea where the thought had come from and no desire to trace it back. When you told me that I should leave Jonah, I didn't listen. And when I finally managed to get away, I was embarrassed that I stayed with him for so long. And I blamed you for telling me the truth when I should have blamed myself for not listening to you sooner. I know, Hannah said. But I'm glad you got away. He never hit me, Emmy said. Not with his fists. Hannah's silence had a familiar heaviness. Emmy thought about Allison, all excuses she had made for Bill. Emmy could say it was different with Jonah, that she'd never been sent to the hospital, that she'd never really feared for her life, but arguing about who had it worse took the focus away from the fact that it never should have happened. In the first place, he slapped me. Always with an open hand so he wouldn't leave a mark, but he slapped me. Grabbed my arm. Squeezed my wrist so hard I could feel the bones moving. And he pushed me down the stairs when I was pregnant with Cole. I told everybody I tripped, but Emmy touched her fingers to her cheeks. Her skin felt like it was on fire. After that, I just complied. I never fought back. I never told him to get the hell out of my house. I had a damn gun on my hip. I could've stopped him, but I was scared. And I look at him now and I think, what the hell was wrong with you? No wonder Hannah was so fed up. He's nothing. Just a stupid, inconsequential shitstain who showed up at his ex-mother-in-law's funeral stoned. Emmy had reached the house. She kept walking toward the other end of the road. I'm sorry, Hannah. I'm so damn sorry. Well, Hannah said. Neither one of us made good choices, but we each got an amazing son for our foolishness, and that ain't nothin'. Emmy felt her cheeks glowing with shame again. She was in no position to take credit for Cole after the way she'd treated him today. Jude thinks I have PTSD from taking care of Myrna. Do you think she's right? She must be, because I just told her she's a nasty bitch like our dead Mother. Hannah was quiet for a beat. Of all people, she knew how much that was out of character for Emmy. The irony here is that Myrna would've probably agreed with you. Emmy felt some of the guilt start to ebb. Hannah wasn't wrong. This investigation you're working on, Hannah said. It's a lot. And you don't have your dad to talk it out anymore. Emmy's fingers traced the points on the sheriff's star that was pinned to her chest. She walked back toward the house. Your sister's a hotshot retired FBI agent. She traveled around the country saving abducted children and caught a serial killer in her free time. Yeah, well, even the sun shines on a dog's ass occasionally. Hannah chuckled, but she wasn't easily deterred. The point is, if she wasn't your sister, you'd be going straight to her for help. Emmy had reached the driveway. Jude's Jeep was still there. The light was on in the kitchen. The woman was either a glutton for punishment or she was waiting to rip off Emmy's head. Look, from everything I know about sisters, it's like that scene in that movie where you've got two men who are mad at each other, and they've each got one end of a rope clenched between their teeth, and both of them got Bowie knives, and what happens is, one of them has to let go of the rope, or they both have to fight it out to the death. Emmy's lips curved into a grin. That's from The Long Riders. Mom made us watch it on a snow day. While she graded papers. Well, there you go. You can find a rope and some Bowie knives, or you can work it out with Jude. She made it sound so easy. I hate it when she's right about things. She's only right because she's so much older than you. Emmy smiled at the dig. It's not lost on me that I told you for years to go to therapy, then your prodigal sister shows up and she's a therapist. Criminal psychologist. You're never too old to start criming. They both went silent. Hannah had skirted too close to reality. Okay. Emmy started to hang up, but she caught herself. Thank you. A moth was beating against the porch light as Emmy climbed the stairs. The screen door made a screeching sound when she opened it. There was a black carry-on suitcase waiting by the door. Emmy felt the wrongness start to edge back into her body. There hadn't been a moment in the last 6 weeks when she'd felt happy to have her sister here, but the thought of her leaving filled Emmy with an inexplicable anxiety. She found Jude leaning back against the kitchen sink. Arms crossed. Lips pursed. Emmy blinked, and she saw Myrna leaning the same way. The exact same look of wariness in her expression. Maybe Bowie knives would have been easier. Emmy spoke first. I shouldn't have said that about Mom. Jude narrowed her eyes, clearly waiting for but that ricocheted the blame. Emmy forced herself not to grip together her hands. I think Dad was a dirty cop. Jude's expression didn't change. Last year, Jonah was arrested with enough weight to buy him prison time. Allison Vickery made the arrest, had him dead to rights. Dad asked Reggie to make the charges go away, so Reggie had Allison lose the drugs on the way to the lab. The case falling apart destroyed her career. She rode a desk into retirement. Jude didn't move. She stared at Emmy, clearly trying to make a decision. At the very least, Dad was involved in a conspiracy to destroy evidence. Jude looked away, still lost in the static of uncertainty. Something made her decide to engage. She slowly pulled out a chair. Sat down. Leaned her elbows on the table. She asked, Do you believe Reggie's telling the truth? Emmy couldn't dwell on why she felt so relieved that Jude had posed the question. Why would he lie? Because of this. She pointed at Emmy. You're spinning out instead. of focusing on who murdered Allison Vickery. Emmy wasn't spinning out. Reggie isn't that smart. You don't have to be smart to be cunning. Emmy looked out the kitchen window. That sounded exactly like something her father would say. She turned back to Jude. Reggie told me that Dad was running a confidential informant deep inside the Raleigh family. Do you know who they are? Jude didn't have to answer the question. Her visible unease was like a third person in the room. Tommy and I went to school with Lee and Tanya. Lee? His father was Leroy. We called him Lee. Lee had a daughter. Husband beat her to death. The Raleighs disappeared him. They had a son everybody calls Woody. Emmy sat down across from Jude at the table. Reggie told me that Woody is Dad's guy on the inside. Which makes sense. Nobody's ever been able to catch Woody on anything. He's arrogant, smart, and very good at staying out of trouble. The reason Dad asked Reggie to kick Jonah's case was to protect Woody. Jude stared openly. And Dad never mentioned any of this to you? I thought he told me everything, but I had no idea. Jude sat back in her chair. Looked at the floor as she thought it through. She was making another decision. She looked back at Emmy. You and I have talked about Dad before. The two different versions we each had. Even when he was trapped inside a bottle of Old Rip, my Gerald Clifton was never a dirty cop. I can't believe that your Gerald was either. What's the explanation? Assuming Reggie's telling the truth. Why would Dad ask him to make the arrest disappear? Could be he wanted to protect Cole's father. That he asked Reggie for leniency and Reggie took it to the extreme by destroying evidence. Allison might not have even been a part of it. That sounded like the Allison Emmy had known. Even with the unexplained cash in the blue bin, she didn't buy that Allison was a dirty cop. What about Woody? What about him? Jude asked. Reggie's the one who admitted to you that he destroyed evidence. That's a crime. He could go to prison. We both know he's shady as hell. You can smell it on him from 50 feet. He's found the perfect explanation for the case against Woody and Jonah going away. Dad's dead. Woody won't talk. Jonah is an imbecile. And now Allison Vickery is dead, too. Who's left to testify against Reggie if it gets out that he ordered the destruction of evidence to cover for the Raleigh family? Emmy's brain couldn't hold on to all the theories swirling around this case. Every time she thought she'd zeroed in on a suspect, a new piece of information sent her off in the opposite direction. That's either really convenient for Reggie or you're saying that Reggie had something to do with Allison's murder. Well, Jude's response was cut off by the sound of Emmy's phone buzzing. She looked at the caller ID. Sherry Robertson wouldn't be calling this late without good reason. Emmy put her on speakerphone. What's up, Sherry? I just talked to one of Mandy's doctors. She's not out of the woods. But she's been trying to wake herself up. Blinking her eyes. Moving around. Figured you'd want to be here in case she can talk. Emmy couldn't feel any relief. She'd picked up on the tension in Sherry's voice. Is there something else? Yeah, Sherry said. I'll tell you when you get here. The call ended. Emmy looked at Jude again. I asked Sherry to process Mandy for evidence. I think she probably found signs of recent abuse. Go. Emmy stood up. Saw the suitcase by the door. Jude said, "We can talk about that later." Emmy unclenched her teeth. "You can tell me on the way to the hospital." 32 minutes after the shooting. Chapter 8. During the last decade of her career at the FBI, Jude had spent a great deal of her free time driving from San Francisco down to Folsom State Prison, where she'd sat across from a man who had abducted, tortured, raped, and murdered at least 12 girls between the ages of 14 and 17. Frederick Arnold Henley had been a psychopath, but he'd also been at turns both charming and insightful. Their relationship had been purely transactional. Jude had been desperate to locate the bodies of his victims. Freddie had been desperate for a distraction from the tedium of prison. For years, they had talked politics and current events and geology, the latter of which had been Freddie's area of educational expertise. Occasionally, he would tell Jude where to find a victim's body. Occasionally, he would grow reflective about the events that had led him to the eternity of California's death row. As with every psychopath before or since, he had been fascinated by his own twisted mind. He'd also been highly invested in excusing his sadism as some sort of evolutionary urge beyond his control. "Doll," he had once told her, "anybody is capable of murder. You push them hard enough, you make them feel helpless enough, and they'll slit a throat or pull a trigger without a second thought." Jude had emphatically disagreed. While she believed that she could kill someone in defense of herself or others, she could not imagine a scenario where she would murder someone in cold blood. And then she had watched Reggie Wilder shove Emmy so hard that she'd stumbled backward and hit the ground. Jude couldn't recall making the decision to run toward Emmy. Her body had moved of its own accord. Her vision had taken on a predatory sharpness. Rage had infused every muscle and nerve. If Emmy hadn't taken down the cocksucker with a metal baton, Jude would have beaten him to death with her fists. She was still seized by an impotent rage as Emmy limped toward a group of sheriff's deputies who'd done nothing to protect their boss. When Reggie had assaulted her, Jude forced herself to look away. She focused on slowing her breaths, studied the variations in color that speckled the asphalt and the road. Let her gaze travel to the neatly mowed grass in Allison's front yard. Jude nodded to herself, a physical check-in with her brain that she was okay. She walked to Emmy's cruiser, found her shoes where she'd kicked them off. She wiped the dirt and grime off the soles of her feet before slipping on the heels. Then she checked her reflection in the side mirror. Blood had trickled down the side of her face where the bullet had grazed her temple. Jude found a pack of tissues in her purse. There were only a few left. It was hard to think that a little over half an hour ago she was burying her mother. She'd offered the tissues to Emmy in the church, but Emmy had looked at Jude as if she was trying to share a bump of coke. "Hey." Cole jogged over to Jude. Anxiety radiated off his body. "You think Mom's okay?" "She'll be fine, sweetheart." Emmy hadn't been okay for a very long time. Jude looked in the mirror again, wiped at the blood on her face. "Your mother knows how to take care of herself. What about you?" Cole still looked worried, but this time, his concern was directed at Jude. "You could have died in there." Jude made a show of struggling to stand. "It's just a flesh wound." "Still," Cole said, missing the joke by about 50 years. "You should take it easy." Jude brushed his shoulders with her hands. His beautiful black suit was covered in a layer of white dust. She picked chunks of sheetrock out of his wavy, dark hair. "How did you get this messy? You look like John." Wayne Gacy asked you to smile for the camera. He still wouldn't laugh. He was watching Emmy talk to a group of deputies, clearly eager to join in. Jude was keenly aware of Cole's frustrations. The fact that his mother kept throttling his leash had been the subject of many late-night discussions. Jude said, "Remember what I told you? How can you make yourself useful?" Cole half shrugged. "I looked on socials to see if I could find Bill Garrison. He doesn't have any accounts." "He's Allison's age?" Jude waited for his nod. "Would he be on TikTok and Snap?" "Shit." Cole's phone came out of his pocket. His body contorted into what Jude thought of as the posture, shoulders rolled in, head bent over his phone, thumb scrolling the screen. In the 6 weeks that she'd known Cole, she had seen more of the top of his head than his actual face. He said, "Bill's on Facebook. There's mostly pictures of him and Allison. Some with Mandy." Jude pointed to the banner at the top of the page. "What's that?" Cole started nodding as he typed in a search for the North Falls Tigers. "There's a game at 2 o'clock over at the baseball park. I'll tell the chief." Jude caught his arm before he could go. "Is there a way to tell her? Without the information getting back to Reggie Wilder?" "Yes, ma'am." He walked with his head down as he typed into his phone. Jude took a moment to breathe. The rage against Reggie was still roiling inside of her. She looked down the street. Brett was helping the cocksucker limp to his car. Darla Bell was perched in her window like a judgmental crow. Sherry Robertson was zipping herself into a protective suit. One of the GBI techs was filling her in on his preliminary walkthrough. The rumble of a car engine pulled Jude back to Emmy. She was climbing into the passenger's side of her cruiser. She'd asked another deputy to drive her to the ballpark. Yet again, Cole was left standing around with nothing to do. The look on his face tugged at Jude's heart. She nodded him back over. "What's your plan?" "The chief ordered me to take you to the wake at Taby's farm." "That's not happening." Jude couldn't be pecked to death by hundreds of Cliftons right now. "Your mother's going to be pissed when she gets back here and sees you." "Are you saying I should go to the farm?" "I'm saying the way you get onto a case is to make yourself valuable to the case." She could almost hear the wheels turning in his brain. He tried, "I can help search the woods." If the killer was in the woods, they would have found him already. Jude saw Sherry walking toward the front porch. It was too late for the Socratic method. She rattled off a list of things for Cole to do, from checking with neighbors to pushing for search warrants. She was about to send Cole off when she thought of one last thing. "Sweetheart?" "What?" "Did you call Papa when he was in charge?" "Boss." "Then that's what you should call your mother." He gave one of his thoughtful nods. "Yes, ma'am." Jude quickened her pace so she could catch Sherry before she disappeared into the house. "Special Agent Robertson?" Sherry had been in the process of putting on her mask. She let it drop, a smile spreading across her face. "Dr. Archer, please call me Sherry. I'm trying not to fangirl. I cited your study on community-wide trauma responses to childhood abductions in my college thesis." "How wonderful." Jude felt approximately 10,000 years old. "Do you mind if I shadow you inside?" Sherry's smile glowed. "I'd be honored." Jude made quick work of suiting up, navigating her dress, feeling like a ridiculous TV detective as she slipped a pair of booties over her high heels. Sherry handed her a mask. "Ready?" Jude stepped inside the foyer. Everything was a depressing shade of brown. Sherry pointed to a purple velvet bag on the hall floor. Not sure whether the killer dropped it or Allison did. When I first started on the job, we weren't allowed to wear holsters. Too unladylike. We put our guns in Crown Royal bags so the firing pins didn't build up lint inside our purses. Sherry looked at the bag with renewed interest. If Allison pulled her gun, we haven't found it yet. Early days. Jude kept looking around. The house was at least 3,000 square feet. The team was going to be here for a while. Can you take me through it? One shot fired here in the foyer, 2 more in the kitchen, then 2 upstairs. Jude was more interested in the state of the dining room. Papers, photos, files, a broken laptop. She knew the answer, but she wanted to show deference to Sherry. Do you think the killer searched this area? Definitely. Allison didn't leave messes like this. That much was clear from the house. Barring what had happened upstairs, there wasn't a speck of dust or a sign of clutter anywhere but the dining room. Jude imagined that the papers had been neatly stacked prior to the shooting. She walked closer, stepping around a broken pack of Crayola sidewalk chalk. The blue, red, purple, green and orange sticks had shattered into pieces. Jude used her foot to angle the cardboard pack. The yellow was missing. Sherry said, most of these photos are from the local hookup spot, the Dewdrop Inn. Jude knew the spot. Allison was working as a private investigator? Yep. She took retirement last year. Should have probably done it sooner, but she wanted to hit her full 20. Sherry shrugged. A case went sideways. She got the blame. You can get away with a lot in this job. If you're a man, but a woman screwing up like that, no way. Not to mention her marriage was a mess. Jude waited for more. Bill was abusing her. Emmy and I tried, but she wouldn't leave him. Jude felt some of Emmy's earlier silences take on a deeper meaning. She skimmed the photographs on the floor. She easily recognized the Dewdrop Inn, which hadn't changed since she'd sneaked into vacant rooms to get drunk and high with the wrong kind of man back in high school. She assumed Emmy's team would run down the identities of the couples who'd been caught entering various rooms. There were dozens of photographs of cars that captured license plates. A few showed men handing over cash at the front desk to pay for rooms. Another showed a different man standing by one of the distinctive, old-fashioned lampposts that lined the streets of downtown North Falls. His haircut was high and tight. He was dressed in a nondescript dark suit, red tie, dark sunglasses, and black leather derby dress shoes. Sherry said, looks like an insurance salesman. Any news on Mandy? Nothing yet, but Jesus, she's gonna be devastated if she makes it. Allison was a terrific mom. Showed up whenever Mandy needed her. She could have done a hell of a lot more with her career, but she prioritized her kid. Allison's husband never hurt Mandy? God, no. We would have been here years ago, only Bill would have been the one lying dead on the floor. You think Bill is the killer? Sherry shrugged as if to ask who else would it be. Jude wasn't so sure. She had walked through enough domestic violence crime scenes to know that they tended to look a hell of a lot messier than this. What about Reggie? He seemed very emotional about Allison. Reggie's emotional about everything, Sherry said. He and Allison were sleeping together a while back. Did Bill find out? No idea. To be honest, I wasn't talking to her much lately. She was Off the job, and all I do is work. I barely have time for my dog. Hard to make plans when you've gotta drop everything the second the phone rings. Jude knew there was more to the story. Being a friend to an abused woman was a lesson in heartache. Stepping back could oftentimes be a form of self-preservation. Tell me about Clayville PD. The state's hands off with the department. Because they're squeaky clean or because you've been told to not look too closely at anything? Never got an official memo, but it's one of those unwritten rules. Sherry shrugged again. The Wilders are pretty connected. Reggie's got an uncle who's a U.S. Senator. Victor Wilder. We went to high school together. He used to hide in the girls' locker room so he could watch us change. Destined to become a politician. Cher. Why snorted a laugh behind her mask. Did Allison have another office somewhere? It's possible, but why pay rent when she's working out of here for free? Good point. Jude wasn't going to mention the dimple key she'd spotted in the foyer. The precision keys were designed for high-security locks that were usually found on commercial and exterior doors. Sherry asked, "You want to start upstairs?" Sounds good. Jude followed Sherry up the stairs. In the hallway, yellow markers indicated where her own blood sprayed the floor. Jude pretended to study the pattern to buy herself some time to process what had happened. Her head still ached from a mild concussion. She didn't let herself think about how close the bullet had come. She focused on what was in front of her so she could keep moving forward. She said, "Walk me through it." Sherry said, "The slug that grazed your head was lodged in Mandy's bedroom wall. No casing found yet." Jude could see the marked hole in the wall near Mandy's headboard. She turned toward Allison's bedroom. A white-suited tech was sweeping the debris with a metal detector. He would have started at the doorway and worked back as he searched for the fourth and fifth empty shell casings. She found it odd that he hadn't located them yet. Sherry said, "I've got a truck coming down from headquarters to collect all the sheetrock. We're going to need a few weeks to put all of it back together." Jude followed her into Allison's room. They both stepped carefully around the debris. Jude blinked, and she saw Emmy kneeling on the floor across from her. Heard the sorrowful wails that had come out of her mouth. Emmy probably hadn't even realized she was making them. Jude had spent the last 6 weeks watching the world try to break Emmy in two. Jude's own feelings of helplessness brought a kind of pain that was hard to describe. She turned toward the closet so she could collect herself. The dust was as good an explanation as any for the tears in her eyes. She looked at the shoe cubbies that Emmy had shown so much interest in. The wear marks told a longer story than what had happened today. She turned and looked at the windows facing the backyard. The broken glass in one. The bloody, smeared handprints on the other. Sherry asked, "Any thoughts?" Jude had a lot, but she wasn't ready to share all of them. She went to the windows. The bloody prints indicated someone had tried to open the window on the right, then broken the glass out of the left side to make their escape. Or maybe not. She said, "The glove on the porch roof. Do you think it was tossed from the window?" "You mean instead of dropped by the killer when he fled?" Sherry leaned toward the double windows that overlooked the porch. He could have staged it. Threw the glove, then ran down the front stairs while Emmy was running up the back. Maybe. Jude looked around the room again. Her gut told her that all the pieces of the puzzle were here. She was just failing to see how they acted. Her father would have said it was her DFR. Everything was screaming don't feel right. As if on cue, the metal detector started to beep rapidly. The tech leaned down to look under the bed. Holy shit, that's a Glock 19. Sherry asked, you think it's the murder weapon? Maybe. He leaned in for a closer look. I think I can see the serial number. While they recorded the details, Jude looked up at the ceiling. Mandy had fallen between the joists. Or maybe she'd lain there as she'd bled out. And gravity had done the rest. There was no reliable calculation for determining the rate of blood loss from a gunshot wound to the head, but by Jude's rough estimation, Mandy had lost nearly 30% of her total blood volume before the ceiling had soaked through and collapsed under the girl's weight. Jude turned to Sherry. Do you mind if I take a look at Allison's car on my way out? Sure, but Sherry indicated the room. Any impressions you can share? I agree with your assessment, Jude said, though Sherry hadn't given one. The shooting appears to be premeditated. He wore at least one glove. He didn't hesitate to neutralize a witness. Sherry asked, you think it was a professional hit? I'm not sure what I think, Jude said, which was the truth. Statistics tell us that an abused woman is 5 to 6 times more likely to be murdered if there's a gun in the house. Sherry gave a quick nod. She was definitely abused. Jude said, I'll let you both get back to work. Thanks for the indulgence. She found herself thinking about Sherry's last question as she walked down the curving stairs. Professional hits didn't generally happen in North Falls, and professional killers didn't usually miss the first 2 times. Jude needed to know more about Allison's life. Who did she work for? Who did she piss off? Was there a money motive? A life insurance policy? Jude stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Despite being in the middle of a violent crime scene, she took a moment to silently laugh at herself. As Emmy had pointed out, this wasn't her case. She wasn't wanted here. In fact, Emmy would likely be furious when she found out that Jude had gotten a tour. Still, old habits die hard. Jude fished under her Tyvek suit to find her phone in her skirt pocket. She took several photographs of Allison's makeshift dining room office before leaving the house. Outside, Jude quickly shifted out of the protective suit. Sweat-coated her body, though they were heading into autumn. She hadn't even noticed how stuffy it was inside the house. She went to the back of the crime scene van, disposed of the suit in the contamination bag. Aunt Jude. Cole jogged over with his usual eagerness. I sent through the search warrant requests for Allison and Mandy's digital devices. Is Uncle Cletus still a circuit judge? I'll ask him to put a rush on it. He started texting on his phone. I got the names of some of Mandy's friends on socials. Jude found a fresh pair of glow. VS. Get their addresses so your mom can interview them later. He followed Jude to Allison's Toyota. What did you see in there? Too many arrows pointing in too many different directions. She thought of something. Mandy had her phone on her when she was in the attic. Check the 911 logs. See if she called for help. Allison's blue Toyota RAV4 was parked nose out facing the street, which was how most police officers parked their cars. Jude opened the driver's side door. As with the house, the vehicle looked spotless. Still, Jude ran her fingers inside the door pockets. Checked the plastic. Indentations in the armrests. She opened the center console. Found a pack of gum in a black case with a pair of sunglasses. She studied the console's plastic liner. Someone had wiped it clean, but there was a fine yellow dust caked into the crevices. You'd need a toothpick or some kind of scraper to get it out. Cole was returning his phone to his pocket when Jude shut the car door. He said, the only calls to 911 were after the shooting. Nothing from Mandy or Allison. Dr. Archer? Sherry was coming down the porch stairs. Jude told Cole, check across the street. Make sure Darla Bell didn't see any other cars parked in the driveway in the last few weeks. He saluted before jogging off. Sherry didn't speak until she was close enough to Jude for privacy. The Glock belongs to Allison. Jude wasn't surprised. The Crown Royal bag had been a dead giveaway. Did you find any cash in the house? Sherry gave her a cautious look. That's why I came out to find you. We found a blue plastic container with a ton of cash in the attic. FinCEN probably has a paper trail on the withdrawals, but you might be low on their list of investigations. Be sure to tell Emmy as soon as she's back. You're not sticking around? The sheriff has this under control. It's just, Sherry dithered. Emmy's had a hard time of it lately. The way she went after Reggie. You're right. She should have arrested him. But the Clayville Police Department is hands off, right? Sherry got the message. Right. Cole was jogging down Darla Bell's driveway by the time Jude made it into the street. Coach Bell said she told Mom that Ginny Sadler's son drove by right before the shooting, but nobody else. Do you know where Ginny lives? 2 streets over. We'll swing by on the way home. We both need to change, and you need to find Ginny's son. He's likely our only witness. Are you going to Taby's farm? No, I'm meeting an old friend. 4 hours after the shooting. Chapter 9. Jude had been trying her best not to lie to Cole any more than she had to. And technically, it was true that she was meeting an old friend, but she'd left out the details of where the meeting would take place, that the man was an ex-lover, and that she had to travel roughly 600 miles to ambush him. With the broad exception of the Pentagon, which had seemingly endless resources, both financial and logistical. Working for the federal government was an exercise in alphabetized horse trading. The DEA oftentimes worked with the IRS, who worked with the EPA, who sometimes availed themselves of DHS, who inevitably called in the DOJ to send the FBI to straighten everything out. Jude had often worked with the United States Marshals Service's Child Abduction Unit, who coordinated with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, a private nonprofit that received funding from the federal government. The USMS's vast experience with capturing fugitives made them uniquely adept at locating child predators. Though it was the smallest law enforcement agency under the umbrella of the DOJ, tendrils of the USMS reached into every corner of the world through their fugitive tracking network. Their asset forfeiture program was responsible for auctioning off ill-gotten gains of criminals and their organizations that are seized by the federal government. In other words, the marshals were the ones who got all the fun toys, from confiscated Lamborghinis to mansions to yachts to private jets. Which is how Jude had found herself flying to Richmond, Virginia, alongside 2 armed marshals and 4 belly-chained convicted felons, on a drug dealer's gold-encrusted Dassault Falcon 50EX. She'd called a friend at Glencoe, the USMS training facility outside Brunswick, Georgia, who had tipped her off to a prisoner transport leaving from Warner Robins Air Force Base, only a 30-minute drive from North Falls. A commercial flight to Richmond would have necessitated a 2-hour drive to Atlanta, then at least an hour at the gate, then another 2 hours on a plane, then the same math again, but backward. Hitching a ride had managed to cut the travel time in half. It had also been a hell of a lot easier on her body. Every time Jude let herself forget about the bullet that had come within millimeters of punching a hole in her skull, her aching elbow and throbbing hip reminded her that she'd still taken a hard fall. The hip pain was particularly galling. The closer she got to Medicare eligibility, the more that jokes about joint replacements stopped being funny. The rental car drive to the northeastern corner of Prince William County had offered a scenic view of the Potomac River snaking along the eastern boundary of a sprawling military base. Quantico was many things to many people. It was a quaint small town in Virginia, a little over half an hour from D.C. It was a Marine Corps base, HQ to the investigative branches of the Navy, Army, and Air Force. Training Academy for the DEA. Home to both the FBI Academy and the FBI Laboratory Services. Obviously, Jude had trained at Quantico, but over the years, she'd also served as a guest lecturer and an adjunct to the Behavioral Sciences Unit, which is why her credentials still got her through multiple security gates. There'd been a time in the early 2000s when her textbook on child abductions and kidnappings had been mandatory reading for LL-NATs, or new agent trainees. When Jude had put in her retirement papers, she'd been offered a teaching job, but instead, she had chosen to return to North Falls to sleep on a lumpy couch and share a bathroom with a charming but messy 23-year-old boy and a 42-year-old woman who glowered at her every time she walked into the kitchen. Jude paced the visitors' lobby of the Intelligence and Investigative Training Center, which was sandwiched between Bureau Parkway and Hoover Road. She could hear the distant pop of firearms from Hogan's Alley, the mock small town where agents trained to clear buildings and negotiate the release of hostages. The sound took her back to the car with Cole and Emmy after her mother's funeral. They'd been taking the long way through Clifton Gardens. Cole had been teasing Jude about being old, then several minutes later, Jude had been on the floor of Allison Vickery's upstairs hallway with blood sliding down the side of her face. Her fingers found the small band-aid on the side of her head that covered the Gray's wound. She forced herself to stop touching it. She looked at her watch. This was taking a hell of a lot longer than it needed. 2. Assistant Director Samuel Callahan routinely spent his weekends at work. For nearly 10 years, Jude had thought his dedication to the job made him an ideal man for long-distance dating. Then she'd found out he was cheating on her. To Jude's great shame, she had taken him back, but a year later he'd left her to marry a younger woman. Predictably, he'd been caught cheating on his young wife with an even younger woman. And then he'd cheated on both a year later. Which was how Jude knew exactly where to find him on a late Saturday afternoon. Men like Samuel never changed. Dr. Archer? A young woman in gray cargo pants and a black FBI Academy polo walked through the lobby with a giant smile on her face. She looked giddy enough to float away, which Jude took to mean the updated paper on locating the remains of Freddie Henley's last victim was making the rounds. Assistant Director Callahan asked me to bring you upstairs. Jude had let herself forget how much the agency loved titles. Thank you. She walked alongside the girl and asked the usual questions. What was it like being at NAT? What were her areas of interest? Out of which field office would she like to work? They were in the elevator when Freddie's name finally came up, which was some kind of record. The Nat was so clearly in awe that Jude had to remind herself she would be returning home to Emmy soon. It would do her no good to become accustomed to being respected. The elevator doors opened on a depressing alcove with a strip of worn carpet and a row of mismatched chairs. The dirty windows showed feathered outlines of birds who'd miscalculated their flight patterns. An apt metaphor, Myrna would have said. I'll let Assistant Director Callahan know you're here. Jude assumed she was being told to stay put. She hadn't seen Samuel in 5 years. He was making her wait to show that he could make her wait. Which was fair. She probably would have made him wait, too. She fished her phone out of her purse. She was just as bad as Cole, who was incapable of enduring prolonged moments of solitude. The only difference was she needed her reading glasses to see the damn screen. She scrolled past a text from Penley, who wanted Jude to weigh in on yard signs for Emmy's campaign for sheriff. Tommy had texted back an exclamation point to Jude's question mark, which she supposed was how they communicated now. Before getting on the flight, Jude had apologized to Taby for skipping the family gathering at the farmhouse. Taby had sent back 3 thumbs-up emojis. Then 3 more. Then 3 more. Most Cliftons had some level of OCD, but Taby's branch of the family had it in triplicate. The last text was from Cole, who'd updated her on his progress. She sent him a few words of encouragement, which was more than he'd get from his mother. Jude felt a familiar unease as she returned her phone and reading glasses to her purse. Emmy didn't seem capable of giving much of anything lately. She'd literally swayed from the weight of her grief at Myrna's graveside. She'd kept clasping her shaking hands, but that hadn't stopped the trembling. To Jude, it seemed unlikely that Emmy was going to be able to investigate a murder and attempted murder on top of everything else she was dealing with. The only way Jude could think of helping her right now was to follow the advice she'd given Cole. The way you get onto a case is to make yourself valuable to the case. Unfortunately, Samuel didn't seem to get the urgency. Jude glanced down the hallway. Still no sign of the NAT. This had stopped being a power play and started being annoying. She sat down with a sigh of resignation. Jude started to cross her legs, but a pinch in her hip put both feet back on the floor. She'd worn jeans, a leather jacket and her motorcycle boots on the plane because it was never a good idea to let convicted felons see more of your skin than necessary. Samuel was a different story. Jude had changed into a low-cut blouse and a tight skirt in the Richmond airport. She wasn't tossing out her feminist card so much as looking for a way to expedite things. Dr. Archer? The NAT had returned. Assistant Director Callahan is ready for you. Jude's boots tapped out rewarding thumps against the floor as she followed the girl down the hallway. The Nat's black leather derbies had a softer shuffle, like a jewel thief tiptoeing across a silk rug. They took a right turn, then another, basically leading to the backside of the elevators. The open-plan offices were all dark, but Jude could see light coming from the doorway that led to what the Nats called the sniper's nest. Hey, stranger. Samuel was standing by the window. Sunlight cut across his face. His hair had gone more salt than pepper. Weekends were casual, so he was wearing JEANS with his usual black leather derbies. His arms and chest were still muscled under his long-sleeved black t-shirt. He was clearly luxuriating in that sweet spot of aging, right before his chiseled features slid down his neck and developed suspicious-looking spots that had to be removed under a local anesthetic. He gave her an appreciative once-over, his eyes lingering in the expected places. Jude was holding up well, too. He asked, "How's retirement treating you?" "I can finally sleep as late as I want, but I'm still wide awake at 5:30. Jude offered her cheek for a kiss. "Thanks for seeing me." His eyes went to the small band-aid at her temple, but he didn't press for an explanation. "Always a pleasure. You've added to your collection." She glanced at the dozens of photographs on his walls, recognizing Samuel standing beside several past U.S. presidents and various celebrities who'd played FBI profilers in movies and TV shows. "The job suits you," Samuel said. "Would have suited you better." Jude laughed. Her office walls in San Francisco had been covered in photographs of the victims whose bodies she'd worked to return to their families. "My personnel file has 60 dress code violations and 2 suspensions for swearing at a superior." "Fuck em." He waved her toward the seating area in the corner. "Heard from Seth Alexander that you helped him on a case a few months back in Southwest Georgia. That's a long way from Cali." This was why Jude had gotten on the plane. There were nearly 14,000 special agents in the FBI, but if you knew one, you knew them all. Especially if you worked in the building where every single agent had trained since 1972. Jude said, "My father died. I went back to Georgia to bury him." He tilted his head to the side. "Our first date, you told me both your parents were dead." "They are now. My mother passed away last week." Jude sat down on the couch. She angled her body slightly away from him, a textbook example of someone who had something to hide. Samuel had devoted his career to profiling. If Jude was going to get any information out of him, she had to make him feel like he was getting something out of her. "I'm sorry for your loss." Samuel leaned his hands on the back of the chair. "Anything else you didn't tell me?" "I have an older brother, Tommy. He's a retired schoolteacher. Emmy is younger. She's the sheriff of Clifton County now that my father is gone." He raised an eyebrow in surprise. "How long has it been since you've seen them?" "Almost 40 years. Emmy was a baby when I left. She barely knew me. Middle child. That explains a lot." He walked around the chair and sat down. "You and I were together how long? And you never mentioned a brother and sister?" She'd never mentioned a lot. "I also had a younger brother named Henry. We were Irish twins. 14 months between us. He drowned in the Flit River when he was 16. After that, it was hard to stay. And then the more I stayed away, the harder it was to go back." "Ah," he said, as if he'd figured her out. "What changed?" "Retirement." She turned her body toward him to indicate she was finally opening up. "You know what this job can take from you. I spent my career helping families heal from losing a child. I thought it was time to do that with my own family. Henry's not the only child they lost, right?" Jude wondered if this was what Emmy had meant by psychologist. Babble bullshit. She could see how it was irritating. "What did Seth say when you asked him why I was coming to see you?" He laughed. "A little small talk to bridge the awkwardness. A few personal revelations to pull me on